It's a wrestling night in Westmoreland County.
Two-point reversal and near fall does Henry. Uh-oh, this could be a big one. He's got Rose in danger. Henry the senior with the 6-point mat slapper.
High school wrestling, live on the Westmoreland Sports Network, is presented by Quest School of Wrestling, developing wrestlers to be the best people, students, and athletes they can be. By the Army and Navy Store and Indoor Pistol Range in Latrobe, family owned and operated for over 100 years. By Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg. At Marino's, we have one focus, you. By Bowser Automotive. That's the power of Bowser. By Young Guns Wrestling Club, dedicated to helping young wrestlers achieve at a higher level. By Westmoreland Drug and Alcohol Commission, prevention is key. By Excella Health, expert care here. By Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley. By Mat Factory Wrestling Club, one of the premier wrestling clubs in Western Pennsylvania today. By Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile. By the Rehab Center in Lower Borough, chiropractors caring for health. By Al Gallardo, financial advisor, Lincoln Investment. Let Al help you achieve all your financial goals. By Sendell Motors in Greensburg. We would love to meet you. By Rob Waller's All-American Wrestling Club in Latrobe. The choice of champions. By the Collision Shop by Jason Mignon in Greensburg. Your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. By Comrades Barbershop in Greensburg and Irwin, the freshest cuts around. By Smale Kia in Greensburg, reputation, value, experience. And by ServiceMaster Complete Restoration by Stiffy, your go-to call for emergency disaster restoration 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Live from DeNunzios Italian Restaurant, this is the 2023 Westmoreland County High School Wrestling Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Buckle up, wrestling fans. We are live from the Gene McDonald Room inside DeNunzios Italian Restaurant at the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe, Pennsylvania for this season's edition of the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. Tonight we will connect you to the programs, coaches, wrestlers, and what makes everything tick in their little nook of Westmoco. That's right, it is a wrestling night on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Good evening and happy belated Thanksgiving out there. It's time to load up your plates with the leftovers. Maybe you're celebrating that big Steeler victory or a big buck kill today. But load up on the turkey, get a hot toddy, sit back and relax as tonight's kickoff show is presented by the DeNunzio family of restaurants in Latrobe, Jeanette, and Monroeville, alongside my amazing crew, George Carter, Hannah Mears, Marcus Onowitz. I am Chris Smith. Dan Flickinger behind the ones and twos, or the controls as we like to call it. And let's get right into it. How excited are we? We are at an airport. The season is ready to take off. Go ahead, George.
Well, you kind of took my opening line there with the season's ready to kick off. But as always, always excited for the kickoff to the wrestling season. And there's 3 dates that really have me excited. Looking at November 27th is the deadline for the wrestlers to be certified, right, to make sure that they have solidified the weights they want to go down to, possibly. December 1st, first competition date, and then December 6th is basically when the dual season is going to kick off. So I'm really excited for this season to get started. We know a lot of wrestlers have been competing either in freestyle or Greco. There's a lot of wrestlers that have been wrestling some college open tournaments, right? So I know these athletes have to be chomping at the bit to get on the mat and start competing.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm excited first and foremost to be back with you guys, but also something really exciting on the show today. We're featuring a lot of women's teams, and that's something that we haven't been able to do before. It hasn't been necessarily a thing before, so to see that happening right in our area is so important. It's important for the sport. It's important for females and inclusivity, and I'm very excited to see how this grows because it really does feel like we're taking a huge necessary step forward in the sport that we all love, seeing that happen this season.
Yeah, I'm right with you there, Hannah. That's a very exciting point. Women's wrestling in the PIAA growing across the nation. I'm excited the 2 college programs we have, first-year head coach in Vince DeAugustine, and I guess we could still say first year of Dom Naney, a first competition year. So hearing how things are going with those 2 programs, I think is going to be interesting to talk to the coaches and their wrestlers.
Quick rundown of how we'll operate here today. Essentially, we'll do our opening, we'll take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to bring up our first guest. We will have 1 coach, 1 to 2 wrestlers. The segment will be about 12 or 13 minutes. We'll take another commercial break, bring on the next crew. So you are all buckled up for 5 hours of getting to know every wrestling program inside of Westmoreland County. We got to give a shout out. One of our special guests, Mr. Ken Reby, is in the house with us. You can go check out all of his work at westernpasports.com, westernpasports.com, one of the best photographers in the business. You can also give him a follow at Ken Reby. That's at Ken Reby. If you want to give us a follow here at the Westmoreland Sports Network to stay up on the latest, our schedules, that's at Westmoreland SN or Westmoreland Sports Network on Instagram and Facebook. I am at KSmitty184, at GRC157, at Mears Hannah, and at WPIL Wrestle 7. So give us all a follow. Before we take it to commercial break, don't forget to email us. We are very interactive at the Westmoreland Sports Network. We want to hear from you. You'll see a little email tab at the top of your screen. Go ahead and give Flick an email, and we'll be sure to give you a shout out on the air. When we return to our Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show, we'll have our first guest, and it's all presented by the DeNunzio family of restaurants, and it's right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At DeNunzios, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm getting a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we're joined by the Franklin Regional Panthers, Matt Leby, Juliano Marion, and Tyler Capusta, a much grown, a much taller Tyler Capusta, I may say. Coach, thanks so much for coming out to the airport today to join us. Give us a quick recap on last season.
Yeah, we thought we had a strong season last season overall, led by I think these two individuals in Gavin Beck, who graduated. That they had great seasons. I think overall we did really well, but we're really excited and moving forward to this year as we have a great freshman class coming up with some upper class leaders that I think we can hopefully grow from last year and have a better season.
Yeah, in order to grow, you talked about last year, you'd be really thrilled to have between 1 and 5 guys make it to the individual state tournament. Well, you had sort of the average in the middle there. How promising is that when you accomplish something maybe above expectations to bring that momentum forward?
Yeah, you know how it is. I think always at the end of the year in wrestling, unless you're on top of the podium and everybody achieves their goals, there's some disappointment. But anytime you return 2 guys here that are coming back, and we've had some success as a program and individual, it's always exciting to grow on and build on. So we're definitely looking forward to this year.
Coach, talk about the work that these two and the team in general have put in on the off season. That level of commitment to be better this season.
Yeah, we had a great offseason, I think, with it's kind of, we tell these guys overall, not only are they great leaders, they do a great job, but our young guys, you know how it is when you're young. You don't know better. You just come in, you work hard. So even if these guys at any point think that, like, hey, they want to come in and be a little upper class and play, these other young guys, they just work hard. But one thing that I'm proud about with these two and all of our upperclassmen, they've doing great leaders for the young guys. But the young guys are certainly pushing them and trying to make a mark for themselves. So it's been great.
Ty, I'm going to ask you a question. I know maybe the leadership role. Are you hoping that everyone follows your lead with this blonde hair? Where's this coming from? We didn't even recognize you when you walked in.
Yeah, so me and all my friends got haircuts. Our one buddy's little brother has cancer, so we went and got a buzz cut with him. And then I was like, I at least got to make it look good. So I went and got it lined up a little bit, got it bleached, and I'm just going to rock with it for a while.
It's always going to look good for a great cause, but that already just goes to show the type of person you are and the leadership role that you're taking on. So with all of the young guys filtering through this program, as Coach was just mentioning, how are you stepping up to the plate and increasing your leadership role?
Yeah, and especially a lot of the young guys are my weight class around there, so I get a chance to work with them. They're making me better because they're scrappy. They don't know any better. They're just working hard. And I think, obviously, they're going to follow my example. If I work hard in the room, they're going to follow that, and everyone around is going to get better.
Juliana, now you're working with the upper end of the spectrum as far as weight classes. Talk about what Tyler just spoke to the kids that you're working out with every day and training them to be the future leaders of the Panthers.
Yeah, I'm sort of doing everything I can to help all these newer kids out because for our team, at least, we don't have as many big kids. So I want to make the big kids that I can as best as I possible. And, sort of just being a senior, they sort of do follow my role. So I am doing everything I absolutely can with it being my last year to help those kids out as best I can.
Both of you being your last year, it is weird seeing them as seniors. I feel like we've been covering them since they've been babies at this point. So watching you guys grow has been awesome. But being your last year, Ty, I'll start with you. What are your individual expectations for yourself?
Yeah, me personally, I think I grew a little bit as a wrestler, and I think I grew a lot into my body. I've wrestled a lot this preseason. I've been wrestling super good. I truly think I'm one of the best kids, if not the best kid in the state. So I have big goals this year, a little bigger than I actually have that self-belief this year that I didn't maybe have years before.
That's huge coming into this season, hearing the self-belief. And Joel, for you, do you feel like you've taken that next step as well to finish off your senior year strong?
Yeah, so last year I definitely didn't finish how I wanted to finish, not performing how I should have at states. But over the off season, I've grown a lot bigger. I'll be up at 220 this year, or 215. Hopefully get on that Powerade podium, get on that state podium, and just prove what I can really do.
Captains, and then I'll come to you with this, Coach. There's always a defining characteristic among a team, especially one that's a competitive year in and year out like the Panthers are. What's that defining characteristic in the room, whether it's spoken or unspoken?
I think we use the word grit in our room a lot, and I think it just goes from our preseason workouts, and every kid in our room does extra stuff. We don't just have kids come to practice. They go to club practice. They do stuff on their own. I think everyone's gritty. Everyone knows how to work, and that's why we're good.
Something I noticed this year so far, and it came to my mind as soon as you said that, is conditioned. All of our kids are in great condition, to be honest.
Coach?
Yeah, I think grit. We talk about effort a lot. But I will tell you, it's going to go back to these two that they've been just unbelievable leaders in the room. It's really easy on us as a coaching staff with, they kind of share a lot of their wisdom through words, but more importantly, they bring the work ethic every day. And I think we had one of our freshmen. We scrimmaged the other day with Trinity, who's in my opinion, a top 4 team in the Whitfield, and one of our 6-pounders came and just, or 13-pounder said, but man, I can't believe how good a shape we're in. So, you hope not to peak too early, obviously, but I think just it's the work ethic with these guys and overall as a program that I think with our coaching staff and that we're really proud of so far to this point.
How important was that scrimmage early on against Trinity then? I'm sure you've got a better look at where your guys are at, like you just said, physically, but technicality-wise, that's huge to find out at this point.
Yeah, one thing we try to do, I think, with our schedule is, and I think it's Westmoreland County in general, with a lot of the coaches that you're going to talk to, we put together a great schedule, but one of the things early I'm really good friends with Ron Tarquinio, who's at Trinity. I know the job that he does there. They work hard, so we wanted to test ourselves to see where we were at. We think we're pretty good overall, but we don't know how good just because when you have freshmen coming in, how good can they be right away? So we wanted to kind of see where they were at, engage them against one of the best teams in the WPL. So I thought it was important overall just to see where we are. We identified some things, but I think more importantly, they left kind of, being excited that we were able to at least have the opportunity to compete with a really good team like them.
For sure. What is coming up next weekend for the Panthers, Coach?
So we're off the first weekend. I think there's one thing that it was great to add to the season, but when you don't give us any more competition points, it's still a challenge for us too. So with Thanksgiving being right off the start, I was really, really proud of our group overall. Normally guys travel, go away. These guys were joking around. They said they felt like it was camp. We had 2 yesterday, 1 on Friday. So we kind of took advantage of that because the group was all in town. They were all here. I just felt like we need another week to get ready. They, get their weights down, get certified, do those kind of things. So then we start the Hampton Dog Duels, and then we're going away to West Virginia at a dual meet tournament down there. And there's, I think, 3 teams down there overall that they're either Powerade, Ironman, or – so we're going to test ourselves right away with good competition, and then the Powerade comes after that.
That's huge. And Ty, I know we're going to see you guys move on. Julian, seniors now. Ty, you're going to Bucknell. Are you going to feel like you're coming into the season with a little bit more of an ease as a senior, knowing I can just need to go out on a high note and then I'm moving on? So what do you want to leave behind to take to Bucknell?
So, yeah, I committed last November, so I pretty much had it out of the way last year. But I was able to sign a couple weeks ago, so that feels good. I don't know if there's necessarily any, extra relief. I've been wrestling the same. I know my college has faith in me. I know these guys have faith in me. But I think just to not take it for granted and actually be excited to wrestle every time. Don't be nervous. Don't be worked up about a tough practice. Just take advantage of what I can while I'm here.
What do you plan to study, Ty?
Econ.
No. Good luck. No. That was not my area of expertise for sure, as I'm sitting by Smitty up here. But no, that's fantastic. You guys obviously are smart, great leaders, a lot going on. Julian, for you, where are you heading to?
So I'm still undecided. I think I'll have a lot more opportunities open up as we go in later this season because I plan to do very well and not disappoint. So we'll find out.
Is Coach encouraging West Virginia at all? Maybe a little?
Nah.
No? Guys, let's talk about clubs, activities, something out away from wrestling. What do we like to do?
Play Fortnite.
Oh, the new Fortnite game's out. Of course, everyone's going to say
Fortnite.
Fortnite?
Yeah, Fortnite. Golf. We talk about golf.
Where do you golf at? Where do you like to golf?
Well, it was going to be Blackthorn. Shout out to the boys at Blackthorn. They're watching right now. They love watching it.
All right. Wow. All right, Blackthorn. Thanks for hanging out with us.
They're shut down, so.
That course open.
Heck yeah. Get the course open. Golf.
Yeah, we're with, this is like the Blackthorn Mafia that we're with here. I mean, everybody, half this room right now lives in Blackthorn. How about you, Joel? What do you like to do other than Fortnite?
Hey, I like to hang out with my friends, but honestly, I just play a lot of Fortnite.
And train.
If it's not school or training, it's Fortnite.
Coach, at least you'll know where to find them if you're ever curious about what they're doing in their free time. I do have a question for you guys, though, because something really cool just happened at the Bill Farrell Invitational when Spencer Lee and Nico Megaludis met in the finals. Those are 2 huge Franklin regional names. For you personally, having coached them and been in the room with those guys, how cool was it to have that example of what these guys can aim for as they go to their senior year and then move out of the program?
Yeah, obviously with those two guys, they're two of the best ever in Pennsylvania history, we feel like. And, and maybe, look at their NCAA careers, how great they were. So I think it's really cool. These guys were really young whenever, with especially Nico going through. So both of those guys have been someone that they look up to. Their pictures are on the wall there in the room. So it was awesome. You hate to see a loser in that overall. And just both really great families, great people. And, I think it was awesome for them to watch. Can I add one thing about Ty's hair?
Please.
I walked into the room after he had his hair done. I had no idea. And I literally go over to him. I said he was drilling with one of our young guys. And I was like, who's this new kid? Like from behind. I had no idea. So I'm watching him. I'm like, he looks like he's moving really well. And then finally he turns around and gives like a wave, like he didn't hear me talking. I'm like, oh my God. So I had no idea. But I thought we had a new kid that was coming in the room. That kid came out from school or something.
Well, it's exciting that he was moving really well, right? That's what you want to see out of your guy, but then
Absolutely.
also disappointing that you didn't add someone. Yeah.
Ty, we'd like to give a shout out from the Westmoreland Sports Network family and all of our loyal followers out there to your friend's little brother. Are we allowed to disclose his name?
Yeah, Luca Bertucci.
Luca
Bertucci.
Luca, you got this. Go win the battle. Westmoreland Sports Network is certainly in your corner. That'll do it for our Franklin Regional Panthers. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Best of luck on the campaign this year, and let's go get it done, Panthers.
And we appreciate all you guys do always for us at Westmoreland. I said Flick lives in our neighborhood with me and Ty, so we appreciate everything you guys do. We always love having you out to the Panthers matches, so come on out.
We plan to be there. All right, that'll do it for the Franklin Regional Panthers. Thanks again to all of them. When we return, we'll have one of those first women's team coming up as we're set to take off from the Latrobe County Airport right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
The hybrid operating room, the most advanced surgical environment in medicine. It's a new horizon for minimally invasive endovascular and cardiac surgeries like TAVR, transcatheter aortic valve replacement, and TCAR, transcarotid revascularization for carotid artery disease. The hybrid OR provides unparalleled imaging in the operating room. For patients, that means a shorter procedure, less recovery time, and reduced risk for complications. These capabilities are only part of the equation. They're placed in the hands of some of the most accomplished heart and vascular specialists in the region, whose skill and experience have earned national, regional, and local recognition for clinical excellence. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
Hannah Mears, I am Smitty. We're joined now by the Kiski Area Women Wrestling Team. Head coach Carly Jo Thomas, Ava Golding, and Alyssa Trescu. Ladies, thank you so much for coming out and joining us for the kickoff show. Excitement doesn't even begin to tell you how I feel inside. I can't imagine how good it feels to finally be a sanctioned program in the state of Pennsylvania. Coach, your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. This is like a really big opportunity for women's wrestling, for Kiski, and for these girls to really like get a chance to show what they can do.
Yeah, and you're someone who has had experience with jiu-jitsu and boxing. This is your first time as a wrestling coach, though. So what did you do stepping into this role? What were some of the things you wanted to check off right away that felt important to you as a coach?
I mean, with the jiu-jitsu, I kind of have a little bit of experience grappling, and I train at the Mat Factory. So, if you guys know about the Mat Factory,
yes.
they're a really big wrestling-based gym. So I'm able to do wrestling practices weekly there, and I think that like helps me a lot to be able to help them. But it's also an opportunity for me to learn a lot and grow as a person as well.
What has the turnout been for you guys? Because I think that's been what's been most exciting is seeing the amount of interest from females, knowing I don't just have to walk into a room and know I'm going to be going against a guy and be at a disadvantage automatically. So what's the turnout been?
Yeah, I mean, we have about 18 to 20 girls that have been coming pretty consistently. And that's junior high and high school. But I mean, it's kind of crazy to see that many right out of the gate want to do something like this.
Now, Ava and Alyssa, do you have something to do with the recruiting in the halls of Kiski Area High School, getting some young ladies into the room and asking them to just give it a try?
Yeah, I got my best friend to come out. I tried my whole friend group, but I only got one.
Hey, one is better than none, for sure. What was your pitch to everybody on why they should come out? Because now you have an all-female staff behind you as well.
Well, I did it for so many years with the boys, so if I can do it with boys, they can do it with, a ton of girls.
What's that been like, knowing that you'll finally have a year where you can compete day in and day out with other females with the same interest and same goals as you?
Yeah,
instead
I'm
of just the
excited.
guys.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like it'll be really good for me, and I can help the other girls that aren't as experienced because I've been around the sport a lot longer.
Absolutely. What about you, stepping into a room now? This is a big thing for Westmoreland County. So exciting. I know everybody's tuned in, excited to hear about the women's wrestling program. So why was it important to you?
I wrestled with guys before, so it was nice knowing that I have other girls with me instead of just being in a room with a whole bunch of guys. I feel like they're more supportive, and then we can, like Ava said, we can help out the people that don't know a lot.
Ava, what was your first reaction to having Coach Carly in the room? As just a coaching perspective, how cool was it for you, and what do you think she really brings to your team?
I think it's good to have girls, even though the boys coaches have always been good to me. It's just different with a girl, and I think she can really help us with being in shape and just scrambling and all that kind of stuff.
Does it give you? Did it help get the program off the ground, knowing that you also you share a wrestling room with the men's team who has been successful for decades, and now you have a women's team out there? Do you think that helped kind of catapult right into the success of a women's program early on?
Yeah, I think so, because our whole school pretty much knows that we're known for wrestling and we're good at it. So I feel our girls team will just be just as good.
Where do you think helping, though, training with men for so long, where do you think that's helped you get to this point of where you can go in an all-female sport now?
Well, I think the boys is a lot tougher, so I can pretty much handle it all. And I feel more confident now since I've been through all of that.
Where have you seen, Coach, in your staff, just the support that they've had and what they can bring to this team as well, and surrounding these young women with other women looking to make a difference?
Yeah, I think just having women together in general is really empowering, especially for young girls. And even our entire staff is used to training with guys, so we kind of know what it's like, and it makes us want to help them even that much more, because it's hard. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, these girls are really brave to even do it for a year or many years with the boys. So I think it's just an awesome and really empowering for us to be able to do this, and for them as well.
Coach, talk about your staff.
We have Gina Tallarico. She's a lifelong not lifelong, but she's been training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for 13 years. She's a black belt. She's been training under Isaac Greeley, so her style is kind of wrestling is kind of just the style, I guess you could say. Same with Cheyenne Hall and Lindsay, Coach Lindsay. We all kind of have that wrestling style background, so I think it really helps us to be able to help them. Plus we have a lot of opportunity to ask questions when we need help to help them. So
absolutely. All right, I don't think I'd want to be grappling or in any scrambling situations with this team at the moment.
No, actually kind of a funny story about that. When I spoke to Coach Heater about we would like to start inviting the women's teams now that they're sanctioned, and we weren't going to mash you with the boys.
Yeah.
We were going to keep it separate. You're standalone, and that's the way it should be. And I had asked for, if I could be in touch with Coach Carly, and he sent me the number, and I copied Flick, and then we sent you a message, and then you got really sick, which you are still dealing with
struggling
right and she wasn't responding. And Flick's like, we need to know. Like, can you call her? And I go, Flick. I looked her up. I Googled her. I'm like, she kicks people in the knee for fun. I am not going to bug her. She is sick. Flick didn't really say that. I just had to kind of embellish my story. But yeah, I think it's so exciting now, ladies, for you to have 4 female coaches in the room. What does that mean?
I feel like
It means you have 4 girls in the room.
Yeah.
That's what it means, Smitty, right?
Yeah. I feel like it's just going to be a lot of support, and like everyone will be there for each other, and they'll just like understand everything, and like they're all like really cool. Like I didn't know any of them before, but I feel like I already know them pretty well, and we haven't even like started the season really yet.
For you two personally, we want to get to know you and introduce Westmoreland County to the future women athletes that they're going to be seeing take the mat. So we'll start with you at the end. Tell us a little bit about what you do outside of wrestling.
So outside of wrestling, I'm big into riding, like dirt bikes and side-by-sides and everything. So,
Are you going to be able to do that during the season? I don't know. I know my dad wouldn't have been keen on us doing that during the season.
well, we'll probably get out riding because we love it. My whole family rides, so that's nice.
Do you do any competition racing, or just out in the woods riding with family and friends?
Yeah, family and friends.
Okay.
Was there competition cheer at all from one of you?
Yeah.
Yes, I knew we
Yeah.
had a competitive cheerleader over here. How is that going to help wrestling? I mean, it's not just cheerleading.
Control.
Competitive cheerleading is everything, especially when it comes to control of your body and what you can do and the conditioning. So do you think that would help? Are you still involved with that at all?
I'm not. I quit for wrestling, but I'm more flexible, so that could help out on the mat.
We flipped her to our side over here, Smitty, with this already. For you personally, you've been wrestling since you've been young, right? You've gone through this, you've been through this. So how cool is it to even have the presence of something like this? Did you ever dream that you'd be on an all-women's wrestling team, getting media attention and getting to be involved in one of what we think is the best areas in the country for the sport?
Yeah, I'd hoped that there was going to be a girls team before I graduated. So like it's nice to know that I'll have like 3 seasons with a girls team, so almost like all of high school. So that's cool.
Have you been doing anything outside of wrestling, or have you focused a lot more of your attention to train on this?
Yeah, I like don't play other sports. I do like all through the summer freestyle. I have like full all year round wrestling.
Coach, talk about the upcoming competitions and the goals for the season.
We have, it seems like, tons of tournaments scheduled. It seems like almost every weekend or every other weekend there's going to be something. And I just think for this season it's just important to focus on like growing the team, and like I think competing is going to really help them understand like how all the different moves like work together, and why you have to do certain things certain ways, and why you have to work hard. And I think it's just going to be a really big season of like growing and learning and just getting better. It's going to be hard to go out there and win every match. Like we always want to win, but I just want to see these girls just be better by the end of the season and learn something from this.
How have you already seen the women in your room respond to these types of messages, knowing, hey, we may not be fantastic right away, but as long as you're coming out and showing progress, how have you been making sure that they stay bought in, even if things aren't perfect right away?
I just try to be encouraging and tell them and explain like we've all been here, we've all done this for the first time. They'll tell me like this is like weird, and I'm like, wrestling's weird. Like it's always gonna be weird. You just get better at it over time.
Goals for the season.
My personal goal is to like place top 3 at states. I feel like that's like my biggest goal for the year.
You want to do it moving into college?
Yeah, if I get scholarships for college would be nice. Like I would love to wrestle in college.
What would you like to study?
I'd probably go for business. I want to be a real estate agent, so.
What's your favorite class subject?
Maybe English.
English?
I don't really like any of them, but
And then my last question, because I told you we like to connect all of our wrestlers and coaches to all of you out there. After a big win, your favorite go-to meal?
This is going to become increasingly important as the season goes on.
Everyone out there's like, oh, I don't know what my favorite meal is. I hope he doesn't ask me.
Probably chicken Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo?
Olive
right
Garden.
on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alyssa.
Put you on the hot spot, Alyssa.
Yeah, now up to you. Goals for the season?
I just want to grow and get better. That's That's pretty much it because I'm just getting back into it after stopping for a year. Yeah.
Do you see yourself moving on in wrestling in college?
Yeah.
What would you like to study?
I want to go for family law or business law.
There's a lot of smart wrestlers.
Yes, we do have a lot of smart wrestlers, a lot smarter than me. Your favorite class subject?
I don't know. Like Ava said, I don't really like classes. I don't know what I'm best in.
I think they're just good at it all. If the majors speak for themselves, there, Smitty. Smitty would have said lunch or
gym
at this point. So you guys are already, when you're thinking of actual class loads, miles above him. We'll go with your last question here, and then I'm going to add one more thing. So favorite meal post-match?
Probably steak. I love steak.
Can't go wrong with a good steak. Coach, I'm going to volley this one to you. They both talked about the potential of wrestling Division I in college. Well, now that's becoming even more attainable for females. We're seeing that in the Big Ten now, which is huge. There's a ton of competition happening. So how good does it make you feel knowing you can prepare these young ladies for something after high school? There actually is programs out there that they can get involved with.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think they both have the potential to do that. They both work hard in the gym every day. So, and they do things outside of just practice at school. You know, they go and do club practices, and they're really involved, and I think that's something that they can accomplish without a doubt. Yeah.
It's huge to be able to have all the females here and support you guys, so we're very excited to get to watch you all grow and achieve things this year. Thank you for helping increase women in this sport, and especially in Westmoreland County. We always want to be a big proprietor of this, so we appreciate you guys for stopping by on the show today.
Thank you.
For sure, I'll echo that, and I know that we are going to try to be Matt's side for a couple of women's matches coming up this season, so hopefully we'll have the opportunity to call the Kiski area Lady Cavaliers. So exciting, and I'm happy for you all. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. When we come up next, they're brothers that share the room with the Lady Cavaliers right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason for our complete list of services.
All right, my man G up here on set with us is the Kiski area Cavaliers. We're joined by Chris Heater, the head coach, Cooper Roskowski, and Mark Gray. Cavaliers, welcome to the stage out at the beautiful Arnold Palmer's Latrobe Regional Airport at DeNunzios. Coach, thanks for making the trip out. Give us a quick recap on last season, please.
Last year was a unique year for us. We've had a lot of success in our program, and last year we kind of had some number issues a little bit, and you know, I think anybody that knows anything about Kiski area wrestling is that the team portion of the season has always been very important and very big part of things for us. And last year we kind of struggled a little bit with our numbers, and that hurt us in the team portion of the dual meet part of our season. You know, we felt like we had a lot of success individually at the end of the year. You know, both of these guys really had an outstanding individual portion. You know, Cooper is a 9th grader, you know, lost in the blood round at Whippeals and was that close to going to the state tournament as a 9th grader. You know, Mark finished 3rd in WPIL and was 7th in the state. And Ryan Klingensmith, who graduated and is at, you know, one of our proud local colleges here this year and stuff. And Ryan was 7th in the state. And Bella, our female wrestler and stuff, she finished 5th in the state last year. So it kind of got flipped a little bit for us last year, where we really felt like the individual portion was kind of had a little more success and kind of outshined our team portion of the year and stuff. So obviously our goal this year and stuff is to kind of refocus our team portion and kind of get back to what we're accustomed to, and having that being, you know, up front and most important to start with, and then obviously working towards our individual portion this season again.
So at the conclusion of last season, and of course with the leaders that you have right here on set with us today, was it an automatic, you know, these guys started to get motivated, they had that poor taste in their mouth after not doing what the Cavaliers typically do, maybe not attaining their goals? Was the crusade on to be better here in 23-24 right away? Absolutely. I think you know, having the experience of these guys, and it's crazy because, you know, the experience of a sophomore and a junior.
Sure. You know, these are the two guys that kind of leading things a little bit. One of the things that we felt we were kind of lacking a little bit was in our strength training and stuff. And I had hired a strength coach last year in the spring, and so that was the first thing really we started doing as a team again. And these two guys really just were all in and jumped in and were leaders in the weight room, and really got a lot of our guys back to the strength training portion of our season and preparing for the season. So it kind of started with that, and, you know, guys did a great job kind of leading that as a start of things for this year.
And Coach, you know, you spoke about, you know, the kind of team aspect, kind of getting outshined by the individual portion of it. I mean, Kiski was 4-1, I believe, in section matches, right? Still successful, but probably not where you wanted to be. Can you talk about, like, you know, what's it look like? I know Kiski always has like that feeder program coming up. You know, what are the guys that are coming up to the high school? What do they look like this year?
Well, we're very excited. I mean, and I think everybody, the sport in general, took a hit through COVID. And, you know, we went to a scrimmage yesterday, and the numbers in the gym were so encouraging to see for everybody, for the sport. And I think the girls wrestling has revived things in our sport a little bit, because our numbers were starting to really take a hit just in wrestling in general. And seeing the numbers come back for everybody was exciting for me at our scrimmage. But as far as in our program, we had 136 kids in our elementary the year before COVID hit, and it cut us in half. And we currently have 118 in our elementary this year, so our numbers are back. We have 37 boys on our junior high team. We have the 18 to 20 girls on our girls team, and I have 25 on my boys team. So our numbers have rebounded very nicely, and, you know, we're very excited. I know Matt spoke, you know, with you guys first for Franklin. He has a young class of 9th graders. I brought up 7 9th graders this year. I have a lot of 9th graders, that, you know, and some sophomores, and I mean, probably, you know, over half our lineup's gonna be young guys this year and stuff. So we're looking for the leadership of these guys that have experience. I don't want to say the older guys, because they're still pretty young. But we're looking for the experienced guys to kind of lead our young group, and as they get better, we will get better as a team and a program.
Coop, Mark, let's switch over to you. Talk about your excitement for this season. You know, you guys did great. You had a great season last year. Ultimately, probably didn't reach the goals that you had in mind. Talk about how you began that training last spring and then continuing into this season and your excitement.
You know, I think just as a team, we've done just a lot better than we did last season. Like, we have a lot less kids just slacking off, a lot more going to weightlifting, and I think the culture is really just changing, and I think we're going to be a lot better of a team this year.
There's buy-in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
The thing that changed a lot from last year was just the consistency. And, like, everyone is showing up to every practice now. We have full numbers at every practice, and it's definitely a big swing from last year, and I'm glad we're going in the right direction with it.
There's a defining characteristic in every room that kind of sets this team apart from a different team. What is this year's characteristic? What's that trait that's different about this year's squad?
You got it.
I mean, just like I said before, the consistency is it's gotten so much better than it was last year, and the grit that all these dudes have just coming into the room every single day, just working their butts off it's a good sight to see, definitely.
The thing that we talk about with coaches, with our guys and stuff, is just kind of work ethic and trust. And the trust part of it is just trust the process, trust your coaches, trust our experience, trust, what we're doing. I'm glad they mentioned it because we've worked really hard to we've had a good culture in our program, and we've had that for a long time, but, it kind of took a step back a little bit, and being as the head coach, I take full responsibility for that, and we've made a significant amount of changes in our program from last year to this year, and as they mentioned, I mean, we're doing a lot to change the culture, and it was bringing in additional coaches. Darren Miller, who was a state champ for us, is on my staff this year. Steve Carney, who wrestled for us and was a head coach at Knock for 5 years. He still teaches there, but he's on my staff this year. I added
strength and conditioning coach.
added the strength coach. I added 2 more coaches to my junior high team this year, and then adding 4 female coaches to our. I mean, we've had significant growth in our program and stuff, and but I'm glad to hear from these guys too that the culture change was much needed and had to happen. A 500 season from us last year would be okay by a lot of people, but
sure, not in Cavalier, right?
Not acceptable on my terms.
And Mark, both Mark and Cooper. So Mark, last year 32-7, placed in 7th at the state tournament, and Cooper 32-10, right? Had a very successful season, 2nd at the Whips, 3rd in the section, and didn't get to make that trip to Hershey. What has that kind of done for both of you, right? The amount of success you had last year, how has that kind of either lit the fire for this year, right? And especially Mark, you getting down there, getting on the podium and feeling what that feeling is down at States. How has that kind of prepared you for this year going into it?
I mean, I was definitely happy with how I did last year. I mean, you can always do better, but I was definitely happy with it. But you only got like a day or 2 to be happy before you're back in the gym again. So it's just more fuel that gets in the tank. 7th, I'm there, but I was at the bottom of that podium, and I just want to keep working my way up towards the top.
My goal last season was to make states, and obviously I fell short of that, but that's really just left a drive in me throughout the summer. I've just been working toward that, and it's definitely motivated me a lot.
Switching gears more to your hobbies, Mark, I see that you enjoy playing cards. Talk about what kind of games? Are you like the Cavalier gambling machine?
I just like to play a little bit of poker in my free time.
And chess. You're a big chess guy as well.
Yeah, I like to play a little bit of chess too. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a chess club at school that you're part of?
I'm not in any chess club. No, just something I do to spend my free time a little bit.
You should start one.
I think there is one already. It's just not something I want.
You're too good for everybody in there, though. Coop, I saw that one of your hobbies is coaching. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I just love getting in the room with the little guys, and like junior high through youth, I have a lot of younger family coming up through, so I'm always just trying to impact the future. When I was back in youth, I always looked up to my big brother. I had looked up to all the high school wrestlers, and I know what having that role model feels like.
Now, are you encouraging some of your teammates from the varsity team to go down and spend some time with those youth programs? I know that, Coach, was something that you had put in play years and years ago to let the little kids know that this could be you someday wearing a state medal around your neck. Is that something you'd like to take your teammates with you?
I've brought a few, but none of them are really as interested as I am, but usually I go and get a practice with them too, so lead by example,
Sure.
So, and I know you're talking about different hobbies and things of that, but what type of goals are you set? I mean, I'm only assuming, Coach, that you're pretty big on goal setting, not just for the team but individually as well. What goals do you have going into this year?
Well, obviously, like I'd mentioned already several times, I mean, our goal is to just be a better team, be more committed, you know, to the process in the beginning and stuff, and kind of with a young team is you know, we're in a very tough area. I mean, Westmoreland alone is just packed with talent, and you know, obviously we're going to have to grow pretty quickly with our young guys and stuff. As I said to you, you know, as they get better, we get better as a team, and this area can be very, very tough to kind of establish that and stuff. But so obviously, I mean, you know, our goals is to be better on the mat each and every time we step on the mat, and you know, obviously, you know, individually and stuff, I mean, you know, these guys, they all have to do a goal sheet for me, and they have to do 5 goals and turn it into me. And a couple of those are related to the team, and then the other ones are related to themselves. And, you know, my job as head coach not only is to move the program and stuff, but it's also to help these guys achieve their goals as a team and as individuals. So I'll be obviously focused on that a lot and working hard to help them achieve their goals.
Taking a look at your upcoming schedule, you know, the Cavaliers never shy away from competition. Tell us a little bit about the strength of schedule this year.
Well, we're going to start out at the Hampton Doles, and there's some nice teams that are going to be in there this year. So we're looking forward to kind of going there and getting our dual meet schedule started. The following, you know, the next weekend will be our Cavalier Duels, which you know, we have Fort LaBeouf, we have Penn Ridge from out east is coming out. You know, we have Waynesburg, we have North Allegheny. We have some Hempfield. We have teams out here that are you know, very good wrestling programs, and you know, we're excited about our duels and that opportunity and stuff to kind of get that going. You know, and I've just had to strategically kind of, you kind of really have to work at a schedule. It's, you know, some people think it's easy just to throw a schedule together, and you got to put it together with some thought, you know, in your team, and, you know, what our team needs and at what point do they need those certain things. So, you know, I think we have a good schedule and we'll really fit our team for this year.
And Cooper and Mark, is there anything that you have circled or highlighted on the schedule this year that you're really looking forward to?
I'm just looking forward to counties because my brother was a three-time county champ, and I got to match him. And last year I didn't do it, so I got. Was
that a discussion at Thanksgiving?
Yeah, he still thinks he has me, but I think it's a lot closer than he thinks.
So we'd like to hear. How about for you, Mark?
Only thing I'm focused on is the state podium. The Whippeal sections, it doesn't really matter how I wrestle there as long as I perform where I need to when the podium shows up.
Well, gentlemen, best of luck to you. Thank you so much for making a trip out. I'm sure we'll see you mat side soon enough.
All right.
That's the Kiski Area Cavaliers. Thanks so much to all of them for coming out and joining us. When we come up next, we'll have the Wildcats from right down the road at Greater Latrobe High School. Coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
DeNunzios Italian Restaurants is open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeanette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
Quest School of Wrestling has been producing champions on the mat and in life since 2001. Come meet Coach Jim Akerley and see why Quest becomes family for your wrestler. They've produced many successful championship wrestlers by teaching student athletes about dedication, discipline, and competition, which ultimately makes them better people. Call 412-352-3727 or QuestSchoolOfWrestling.com. Quest School of Wrestling, with facilities open all year round in Washington, PA.
There's a place between exotic and exhausted, a sweet spot, and it's here we find the 2023 Kia Forte. sporty, fuel efficient, and highly affordable. And right now it's mail Kia Lisa Forte LXS for $259 a month, or buy and get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Plus, every new Kia comes with $500 off MSRP and the Kia 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Now it's mail Kia.
Welcome into the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. I'm Hannah Mears. This is George Carter. We are with the Greater Latrobe Wildcats, Mark Mears, Luke Willishell, and Jacob Braun. Guys, let's just get started here right off the bat. In DeNunzios in Latrobe, right across the street from where you guys just got done with practice. So, Coach, starting backtrack here, recap from last season. How do you feel like the Wildcats did overall?
Well, I thought we did fine. Unfortunately, we had some key injuries at the world's worst time. And I always say that the one thing you can't control is injuries, and nobody does it on purpose. So there's no question our playoff run ended sooner than we had hoped. But then I think when we regrouped and at the individual time of the season, sending 4 back to Hershey and finishing a top 8 in the state again, that showed the program rebounded, I think, pretty strongly.
You're going to be bringing back then, I believe, 7 starting lettermen this season. So when you look at that, returning 7 of those guys, even though some are young, and then you look at the youth you're also bringing in. How are you going to rely on those 7 in the lineup to exceed expectations again this season?
Well, I think what it is we're young. I mean, make no mistake, we only have 3 seniors in the entire program now. So you do lose that core of older leadership. But I always say you don't have to be in any certain grade to be a leader. And we have a lot of leadership of our underclassmen because we have a lot of 2- and 3-year starters, even though they're not seniors. So I rely on them. I said, it's now your turn. The baton's been passed. You lead your room. We've had a great first week, and the underclassmen are actually leading.
It's nice to see that. It's nice
That is,
to be underclassmen.
it is definitely, for sure. And I feel like, in the past, Latrobe's been known for having younger teams, but still being very successful, right? The feeder program coming up through, as I said, with Kiski, with the Cavaliers, is a good feeder program at Latrobe.
Yeah, it is. And I always say in wrestling, people get too caught up in senior, junior. You can be young in wrestling nowadays and be very talented. There's so many clubs and so much wrestling year-round now that you can instantly impact that lineup as a 9th grader. Our JO program, and largely led by Steve Bell, is rebounded amazingly, and they're now over 70 kids again in JOs and 30 on a junior high team. So when you get those kind of numbers, you can tap into some of that youth and going to find a little more experience in those kids because they're wrestling longer in JOs. So we do have a couple impact freshmen this year too.
Yeah, 2 of these impact athletes in general, though, are sitting to your left. Luke Willishell, Jacob Braun. Luke, you've been at the state tournament now. You know what it takes to be at the top. So tell me how you're approaching this season, having just committed as well. I'm sure that had to feel good getting that off your back.
Yeah, it was nice. It's nice to commit here so I can just let it fly out there and not be worried about it. But right now I'm just working as hard as I can, getting privates in, just working as much as I can to be at the top of the podium. So.
How do you feel your experience from seeing what you've already done has paved the way to being at the top finally on the podium this season?
Yeah, it has. I know how it works, and I know what's going on and what I need to be doing to do my best. So, yeah.
Jacob, for you, we just saw you committed to Seton Hill, so you'll be right down the road getting to wrestle at the collegiate level. How exciting was that commitment for you?
It was great. They have new coaches and they're really rebuilding the program, and I love being part of a rebuild, so it makes me feel great.
What would make your personal goals feel good this season, ending on a high note for the Latrobe Wildcats?
Well, I think ending on a high note, it'll be great because it leads right into college, and I can go, hopefully start out right away and make a large impact immediately. Yeah, it would be Hershey.
Being at Hershey would be a good way, right?
Coach would like that.
So, Luke, I did want to ask, with that commitment to Wyoming, did you get a cowboy hat, and did you get to keep it?
So I did not actually.
Not yet, right?
Not yet. My brother has one, and when he got up there, he bought a new pair of boots and a new hat, and he's transformed into a cowboy. So when I get up there, I hope to do so as well. Cool.
We'll see Cowboy Luke next year, George.
So I want to ask, kind of watching your career, this past year, 5th at states, previous year, 2nd. And just even now through the interview, your demeanor is just so calm, and it's the same on the mat, right? You don't really get rattled too much, regardless of the situation in the mat. Like, where does that come from?
Since I was young, even when I started, I'd cry after I got taken down. And then one day my mom just told me, like, hey, you got to figure something out. So I kept calm and cool and collected, and it started to pay off. I started to win matches even when I was down, just keeping calm.
And I know we talked about with Coach as far as the leadership in the room, right? Regardless if it's coming from a freshman or a junior or a senior, is that something that you're trying to kind of speak into your teammates, just like that calming demeanor and understanding, like, hey, if you give up a takedown, it's fine. Just get an escape and get a takedown, you're in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, there's 6 minutes in a match, and Coach always says win your period. Even if you're down, win the period, and we try to talk that into the guys on the team, but yeah.
Jacob, you also have something unique that you get to do. So Luke will now get to go to college and wrestle with his brother, but you get to wrestle with your brother as well, and you've been able to do that throughout your entire high school career. How cool has it been to be able to have your brother with you on the team and get to root for each other on the mat?
Well, it's great to always have someone to root for and someone who roots for you. And I always have a practice partner regardless of the day. Having him is like a part of the wrestling career my whole life. It's been great. Like, it's transformed how I feel about wrestling, because I always have that one person who I know so much about.
How are you personally going to step up as a leader this year, knowing that you guys did lose some really strong leaders from the team last season? So how are you taking on that role? We know you like to talk, so are you being a bit more vocal then?
Well, yeah, it's a little harder. Definitely had to speak up a little bit more in practice. I've been told that many times. Because we have had a lot of really great leaders over the past years, so it's definitely a big shoe to fill. But I think that I'm doing pretty well so far.
Coach and George, something I feel like we've heard, and I know you just probably heard in your last interview, we're seeing a lot of these youth programs finally start to build a little bit of a farm system again. I know when we did this show a couple years ago after COVID, we felt a little depleted. So, Coach, can you talk about how important you're finally seeing, you were just talking about those freshmen coming in, that youth program come back to life?
Yeah, and I think it's a critical step because we view our program, I at least, as the head coach, view Greater Latrobe Wrestling as K to 12. Yes, you have a high school team, you have a junior high team, and you have an elementary team. But I'm kind of the overseer in my mind. It's my program, so to speak. When something happens good, something happens bad, it's your program. And to get the conveyor belt, I said, more bales of hay on the conveyor belt, you can build a better hay mound. So when you got 8 or 9 kids in first grade wrestling, and 8 or 9 kids in second grade, and 8 or 9 kids in third. I always say this in high school wrestling. Look, there's a lot of sports nowadays, and kids tend to specialize. By the time they get to high school, they usually pick one, so to speak, maybe 2. But I said you need 4 or 5 kids a grade in wrestling to hang in there and feed off of wrestling. And then you have 20 on your high school team all the time, and you can form 13 weight classes. Well, to get those 20, you need your youth program to be very full in numbers, so that as the attrition of other sports wears at you, you still pop out with 5 or 6 kids a grade. So that's why I think the youth program is critical in the sustaining power of a varsity program.
And Coach, can you speak a little bit towards that brotherhood? You said you had some injuries. I mean, we've witnessed the injuries that you've experienced throughout the years, but it always seemed like, there's that deep brotherhood just within your program. Where does that come from? Is that something that you're instilling? Is that something that your athletes have just adopted and kind of ran with it?
I think it's been my mantra as a head coach, no matter where I've went, and the team has now adopted a mantra, and they believe in it. In fact, there's a huge beam that goes across our wrestling room, and we had put on there, build your family, become the team. And, we're very much into that. You have to support each other as brothers. This is a very difficult sport. You're out there alone, other than your teammates cheering for you. You're one-on-one, sometimes in front of as many as 1,000 people, or we're to state dual championships, 3,000 or 4,000 fans. It's intimidating, but you look over and your brothers are sitting there. And it's got to be like a band of brothers, because No one understands the grind of wrestling day in, day out, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. They give up a lot to be together, and I just think it galvanizes them. And honestly, you hate to say it this way, but sometimes we've had some tragic injuries in the last couple of years, literally costing state medals, not just kids losing, with Nate Roth and Held last year. But I think those kind of incidents galvanize kids to be there for each other and feel for that kid and show the compassion. And because we believe we're much more than wrestling. I always say wrestling's what you do after school. We're very proud that we have a team GPA usually around 3.3, 3.4. And that's what I said. It's got to be family. You know, we always say God, family, school, then sports. So they have the family atmosphere, and you can talk to them about it. They believe they are a family.
These two guys beside you is who we're going to start with. Let's break down some of these guys that you're expecting to see perform on the mat this year. What do Luke and Jacob bring to your lineup this year? What are you expecting them to be? Because I'm sure the older they get, the higher those expectations are going to be.
Well, I expect them to never lose a match. No. Sorry about that, guys. Now these two are tremendous leaders. I guess we have a lot of tremendous leaders. But as far as Luke's a kid that's been there twice now in Hershey. He's been in the finals, placed twice at states. You know, and Luke and I always have conversations that you can't be a 3-time section champ till you're 2. You can't be a 3-time WP until you're 2. You know, what I expect Luke to bring to the table is his experience at those big events and how he prepares for them and gets ready to bounce into those, to teach the younger kids how to get ready to compete at that level. And Jake's quietly been a long-term starter for us. And in fact, his freshman year, we took him all the way down to 106, and he beat a kid 30-1 at the WPL tournament. But Jake's also a 4.3 student. You know, so these guys bring the academics and leadership along with their wrestling, and that's what I expect from them, is to teach the team how to hold it all together from the classroom to practice to competition. And the 4 leaders we have this year with Lucas and Leo Joseph also probably have a combined GPA of an average of like a 4.0. So they're getting it done on both ends, and that's what I want them to permeate to the whole program.
You know, and Coach, you spoke about getting it done, you know, outside of the mat room. I mean, guys, what are your future plans as far as what do you want to major in once you get to college?
Well, I want to major in biochemistry, and then after my undergrad to go to LECOM and study osteopathic medicine.
And you and your brother both got accepted into that program, correct?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. I'm sure Mama Braun's very proud.
They're all smarter than the coaches.
So were you guys going to stay in that route together then?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I mean, I think he's a little, like, iffy on what exactly he wants to do, but, like, my mom always says, like, we'll in a clinic together or something like that, like, be the Dr. Bronze together.
Well, that would be extremely cool. I know she made a cake for them as well, saying future Dr. Bronze. So my mom never got the pleasure of doing that for us. That's okay. She's proud in other ways. But Luke, besides being a professional cowboy, what are you going to Wyoming to study?
You know, I'm still trying to figure that out, but I'm thinking business. Yeah. So.
Business, open up a cowboy farm. Then George is going to come because he's a little jealous. He didn't get a hat.
Yeah.
Just want the hat. All about that. It's all about that.
At the end of the day, Coach, for the Greater Latrobe Wildcats, if you could leave our fans out there with a message about what to expect from your team this year and what you're hopeful for, what would it be?
I think you're going to see 2 Latrobe teams. I think you're going to see one team in December and a very different team in January. We would expect to contend for a section title. I think the county tournament, we've been fortunate enough to win 2 in a row. We'd obviously like to try to win 3. I think the county this year is so balanced with Franklin Regional, Kiski, Penn Trafford, the Borough, that it could be anybody's game, and we've got to see how healthy people are at that point. And I think you'll see a very competitive Latrobe team with a full lineup come playoff time and hopefully make our run towards the Giant Center.
It's always everyone's goals, and I know that section is going to be increasingly competitive, as everyone has been up here preaching. The youth that are finally coming through, everyone's very optimistic about what's in store. We've got more in store for you on the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show, presented by Westmoreland Sports Network, and Dan Flickinger doing an amazing job behind the scenes. We're at DeNunzios Italian Restaurant, and we will be right back.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there I use every single day.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendel VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendel VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendel VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendelVW.com. We would love to meet you.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network as coverage for our Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff show continues. Joining me now is Marky K, Marcus Sonowitz, and we're joined by the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions head coach Randy Parsley, my former assistant coach way back when, and Keegan Young. Gentlemen, welcome to today's show. Happy to have you. Coach, we'll get started with you. A quick recap of last season.
Okay, I thought we did okay. I mean, numbers were down. Experience is down, but we did all right. We made it to Hershey, made it to the state tournament. We had Christian make it to the state tournament, which was a good thing for us. We wrestled well at the end, and that's all we ever try to do is be better at the end than we are in the beginning. And we did that. We achieved that. And we wrestled well. I was proud of the kids, the way they performed.
Keegan, how did you feel about last season and your performance and where things ended up?
Kind of like Parr said, we like to get better through like the end of the season, and I think we did that, and I think we need to work toward that again this year, and just learn how to continually wrestle rather than just like out-athleticize other opponents.
What steps have you taken since last season to lead the program and also improve yourself getting ready for this season and the overall program?
We had practices in the summer, and we also have JO practices, and one of our former alumni, Deshaun Herzog, he comes in a little bit, and just continuously wrestling and like trying to work out like whenever I can.
Doing the extra.
Yeah.
When nobody's watching, right?
Now, you had some graduation with McChesney and Payne. Have you kind of taken on that leadership role in the room and outside of the room this year?
Oh, yeah, I tried to. We only have 2 seniors this year, Bobby Clark and Jordan Anchor. And I'm not really sure how many juniors we have, but it's kind of tough trying to take the leadership. And me and Ethan Miller kind of try to rule practice and try to make everybody else better. So we just try to push everybody else to kind of be what they can, like their best.
Parse, Keegan stepping up as one of those leaders that you expected from a year ago?
Yes. I expected that, and he's taking it in. I mean, he had a good football season. Record-wise, they didn't have a great year, but him individually did. And I knew he'd take it up. I mean, come in and be the boss. Try to be anyways, because it's up to your teammates if they're willing to buy into what you're trying to go. Keegan gets into practice before Coach and I get in there. He gets them running, gets them started, and then he tries to lead by example.
Perfect.
Now, and I had mentioned those two big kids, you had lost with McChesney and Payne. It feels like over the past 7-8 years, Greensburg-Salem, you've had some very good upper weights with John Myers, the McChesney brothers, Patrick, Payne. I mean, you've been very lucky to have those guys. What is the next crop of bigger guys coming through and youth guys in general?
There's no more bigger guys. We're trying to get some out. We have a freshman that's going to probably go 215 for us this year. He's going to do okay, but he's got to learn how to wrestle a little bit. Junior high and JOs, he got away with a lot of
being bigger.
Yes, and being a little tougher. Now he's going to be wrestling a 19-year-old senior as a 14-year-old freshman. We'll see how that works out. But we scrimmaged yesterday. He did some good things. We just got to keep working with everybody. We don't, like he said, we have 2 seniors and one of them's never wrestled before. So, we got what we got. We have 13 kids on the team, and we're going to probably field 8 weights out of those 13. We just got to see how it goes. We just got to, like I said, get better by the end. Get better at the end than we are right now, and we're going to be okay. These kids are learning what we're teaching, so we'll get it at the end.
Coach, who did we scrimmage yesterday?
North Hills.
North Hills, how did it go? Saw
Okay.
some good things?
Yeah, we saw a lot of good things. North Hills is a little bit better than us. I mean, they're pretty good. And
They have a pretty good coach on their team.
yeah, that one guy, I don't know what his name is, Vertus Jones,
Yeah,
he's pretty
something
good.
like that.
But, yeah, we did okay. It was good for our guys to see other competition and wrestle live. We haven't wrestled live yet because we can't do it in our room. The parity in our room is so far apart that we can't get. We got him and Ethan Miller can go live, and then we got another 2 guys that can go live, and then that's it. The other guys are so inexperienced, we just can't.
Kinda loose yet.
You go live with them, they're on their back the whole time. I mean, so it's tough, but we'll get it. We always do.
Are you trying to find some kids from other athletic programs? Is that kind of the goal? Maybe some football players because they know how to handle themselves.
We try.
Soccer.
We try. He's been trying. He got a lot of buddies that aren't doing anything in the wintertime. They don't want to do it. And they don't understand. The best football teams Greensburg's ever had, they had 12 wrestlers. They have 1, and they're 2 and 9. I mean, they got to get these kids got to want to play this other sport.
Multiple sports, right?
They got to do it. I mean, it's just, and it's not.
Looking into the season now, what's your first competition date look like? Some tournaments you guys have?
We're going to the Valley Tournament. Don't know anything about it. It was the first year for that. I thought they were taking over the Gateway Tournament, the Eastern Area Tournament, but the information we got, this is the first year for them, so it's like the first annual whatever Southwest Tournament, and I don't know who's there or what's there, so we're just going to go in individually. I think that's the best way to start out because going to a dual meet and you have 6 weights field, you can't win the dual meet.
And and you guys will be hosting counties again this year,
Yep.
Correct?
Counties and sections also. Both.
And sections,
Yeah, both.
yes.
Yep.
How's the transition been? I know you guys moved down to AA last year from AAA. How was that transition from triple to double, and does that help you in year 2 at all?
No, it's not a big transition. We were going to be as successful in AA, in AAA as we were AA. We weren't going to be competitive there. We're not that competitive here. It doesn't matter. People ask me, how's it feel to be in? We still got to walk out and shake hands. It doesn't matter. Granted, there might be 7 guys in a weight class in AAA where there's only 4 in AA, but they're all just as good. So it really doesn't matter. You just got to go out, shake hands, and compete. So, being in AA gives us a little better chance of being successful as a team, but individually, if you're good enough, you're going to win. You're going to make it. There is a difference, but I don't see it being a major difference.
Keegan, switching to school, favorite subject?
Honestly, I'm gonna have to say social studies because teacher Matthew Bowe,
Mr. Bowe.
Yeah, he's a football coach, and I kind of have a strong bond with him. so he kind of makes the class a little bit more fun. So.
Nice. Plans for college, wrestling in college, area of study?
I'm not really too sure on what I want to do, and I'm going to let these next couple of months decide where I want to go and see what happens from there.
Outside of wrestling and school and football, what do you like to do? Hobbies, interests?
Honestly, I love playing Fortnite.
Fortnite's that's
been a common answer today.
OG Fortnite's back, so just try to play with the boys.
I'm with you on that. I play a lot of that.
You were playing last night.
Yeah, me and Flick.
So, excited for this upcoming season, some of the matches, anybody that you're looking to shake hands with and get back after it?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this season just to prove what we can do. I don't think anybody's going to really expect us to do much with what we have number-wise. So I think our best plan is just to go out there and fight and show people what we can do.
Get better as the season goes on and shine at the end, right, Parse?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, this kid's only started wrestling as a 9th grader. He's a junior, and he's leaps and bounds in the 2 years that we've had him.
What do you attribute his success to that quickly?
He listens, and he's athletic. We had last year, like a lot of times, he'd lose matches because he was too athletic, not technically sound. Then he started learning how to wrestle.
IQ.
He started learning how to wrestle. He started beating a lot of good kids and competing against good kids. And that's what we're working on, because he made it down to WPILs last year, which was a big feat for a second-year wrestler. He did well down there.
Well, I think that says a lot that it can be done.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids that you may be trying to go out and recruit are thinking, I live in Pennsylvania, specifically Westmoreland County. You have to start wrestling at 2 to be good around here, and you're just proof that that's not the case. You can start as a 14, 15-year-old and make it down to the WPL tournament, that's a feat in its own.
Right, and people, I read somewhere or listened to somebody, and they said, all these people that start wrestling from the age of 5 to 11, if you wait till you're 12, you'll go from 12 to 14 and learn everything those kids did in those 6 years. So there's no reason to do that. I mean, if you don't do it. So don't feel bad. Well, he's been wrestling since he was 6. But by the time he's 15, he's probably ready to quit and don't want to do it anymore. You're just getting started, and then, you're learning because your mind can take in what your people are showing you and everything. And there is no playing kickball at practice. You start at 5. Those kids only come to practice to play kickball or dodgeball after practice. When you're 13, you're not there to
You're hitting double legs and stand-ups.
Yeah, you're going crazy. So, I mean, I'm for starting early, but that early,
not so serious
deal.
as we're seeing it these days. It's like there's a scholarship up.
Yeah, I'm
waiting for this 6-year-old.
Yeah, my son's getting a scholarship to Iowa because he was a JO state champ at 6. It just don't make sense to me.
Big Iowa State match going on right now.
Yeah, and I try to tell the parents that no one's ever won a scholarship when they were 10.
No.
Don't push them. Don't wrestle 80 matches a year, 100 matches a year, because they get tired.
Yeah, they sure do. That's one of my favorites. That's Randy Parsley, Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions. Again, he was my assistant coach. You became the head coach in what, 98, 99?
I don't know. I think
99.
it's 20. I think it's 25 years ahead right now.
So it would have been 98. They're going to be willing us up here someday,
yeah,
Pars.
And 40 total.
God bless you.
What are you going to do?
Keep on keeping on.
Yeah, I love the kids, and I love trying to make them better people. And we have kids coming back from all generations to come back and help these kids. So,
Keegan, best of luck this season.
That makes me good.
This is your year. That's the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions. When we return, we will have Kiski School joining us next, right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
Mike Hamlin Hyundai, inventory is up and prices are down. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson and 2023 Hyundai Santa Fe for just 2.99% for 60 months, or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
East Suburban Sports Medicine, Western Pennsylvania's #1 physical therapy practice, is now in Greensburg, voted by Trib Live readers as the best of the best. Our new Greensburg clinic provides orthopedic, concussion, lymphedema, and pelvic health therapy. Conveniently located at 133 Donahoe Road, right next to Best Buy. East Suburban Sports Medicine, the best care anywhere, hands down. Call 412-856-8060 and schedule an appointment today.
Welcome back into the Westmoreland County Kickoff Show. This is for wrestling here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. I'm Hannah Mears. This is George Carter. And we've got the Kiski School with us, Coach Ross, his beautiful wife, Carla, and then Jackson Sandor right in the middle. So, Coach, I'm going to ask you sort of an odd question to start off because your school is going to be going through some changes coming next year. So not necessarily this season. But Kiski School is going to be co-ed. So can you talk a little bit about how this is happening and why?
Why not?
Yeah. We love that answer.
135 years of all boys. It's about time that they change. Kiski's going to be the same Kiski with the addition of girls. That's all.
How exciting is that, though, for the wrestling program then? We've had a lot of women's teams come up here tonight for the first time and speak, which is exciting. So how do you hope that impacts your program?
It's just going to help grow the program. Right now, we have 33 to 35 boys on our wrestling team. And the thing is that Kiski, we encourage them to try sports. Not so much for winning, but we encourage them to try because it's okay to fail. It's not okay not to try. And that's what we live by.
Jackson, I'm going to have you hand the mic really quick over here to Carla. So you handle a lot of diversity and inclusion at Kiski, but also you've been a statistician for the team for 30 plus years, everybody. She's been involved. So how important is it for you from both of the jobs that you get to do to have this change happening?
Well, I think that it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to, make everyone get to a point where they have a better understanding of who they are, especially from diversity, equity, and inclusion part. Accepting the girls and having them included, and just overall, having a chance to have them there and see what changes happen at the school. We're going to be in transition for a little while, I think.
Absolutely. It's great to see, though, the duo of you both making this change possible. It's going to be really fun to see that. We're proud to be able to highlight that here on Westmoreland Sports Network. But, Coach, let's turn our attention to the wrestling season that we're here to talk about. Can you give us your general thoughts on how last year unfolded?
It started and it ended, okay? Well, the way I mean by that is we competed, and I don't think a lot of the public schools understand just how tough the competition that we wrestle against. We go to the Westmoreland County tournament, and that's, to me, is a hornet's nest for the level of competition that we have on our program itself. However, we have every now and then we have like a sprinkle of very, very, very good guys on our team. Suleiman Ba, who's now wrestling for Columbia University, he finished 8th. The reason he did that, he defaulted to 8th place because he got hurt in the semis. We wanted to make the podium, so we wrestled one more match, and then I pulled him. To me, as a coach, it's my belief that I'm in charge of his welfare also, and I'm just a stepping stone for the rest of his life or his career, and I don't want to hurt him or injure him any more than he has to be injured wrestling at the next level. So as far as the team is concerned, we went from about 16 guys on the team to about 35 now. And like I said before, the guys that I coach, they know right away that they are stepping up in competition, because of their level of experience. And I don't think people understand just how important it is in life to understand that you're going to fail, but it's okay as long as you transition or what you do after you fail. Are you going to push forward? And I have guys working on Wall Street. I have guys that own their own companies. I have guys in the Naval Academy that wrestled for me, and they still come back, and then we still speak as a coach, athlete relationship that we have. So I think my season was a success as far as that goes.
Coach, we briefly spoke before the interview kicked off, and so you've been the head coach out at Kiski School since 2003.
Yes,
I think that's what you said. So last year you said it was a success. You were 6-5, dual meet record. You took 4 wrestlers to the PA Prep States, and then two wrestlers to nationals, if my information is correct.
Oh, see, you were testing me to see if I was going to lie. Oh, I didn't know I was working with the FBI here. This guy's pretty good. Did you see? He knew the answer to the questions that he was asking. That's just wrong. But we'll go from there, okay?
So I wanna ask, right? So with that level of success, right? How do you plan to replace those 2 wrestlers that you had in Suleiman Ba and Aiden Rowe? But as you said, Suleiman is wrestling up at Columbia, and Aiden, I believe, is at Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, correct.
Wrestling or playing football?
He's
I think
wrestling. Yes.
Because I knew he was a really good football player as well.
Yes,
but
he's wrestling.
How can you even start to replace 2 athletes like that? Because we had the privilege of calling a duel there, and the atmosphere and the energy at Kiski School
Tell me about it. It's amazing.
It was unbelievable. And that was my first time on campus since I was in high school. So actually being there and the energy and the student population and your athletes, it was just amazing. So how do you plan on replacing those two athletes?
The truth is, word of mouth, meaning this: I will coach to the next level what I have, and when I had my really, really strong teams, you remember the Henderson brothers, Laborios, and back then when we were really, really, really strong, I had like maybe 15 guys on the team. So as a coach, or as a school is concerned, that is not healthy for the progression of our school. What I needed to do, I needed to get into the student body and pull kids that would normally not even wrestle, would be like maybe hide in the shadows, to come wrestle for me. A great example, I just love this kid, was Benji Glosser. He was socially challenged, I'll say. That's probably the best way to say it. He graduated in 2007 or 8, Carla, or something like that.
Correct.
We had the reunion, wrestling reunion. I told you about the reunion we had there. He lived in Florida. His parents were in Italy, I believe, at the time. Mother called her up, got his phone number. He answered the phone, and he came back to our wrestling reunion from Florida. He bought his participation trophy, and he is now working at law school at Duquesne University. So Benji, who would normally not even be socialized with anybody, he's now a social magnet. I have guys like that, and to me, that's what Kiski's all about. It's not, like I keep saying that, it's not about winning and losing. It's about trying. And if winning happens, but that's just a byproduct of being a good person. Mm-hmm. And I truly, truly believe that, because I had the super strong teams before, and I have the young kids I have now. No disrespect to you. I think you're a good wrestler, all right? It's just that it is just so awe-inspiring to see guys like that who've never wrestled before getting that first win, or making it to states, or making the nationals for the first time. So I set their goals, or I tell them to set their goals according to what they want. Well, I want to get out of the first period. I want to wrestle a full match. Those are successes for me. I can't speak like some of these other coaches speak about winning and losing, because I look at winning and losing completely different than that.
which is super important though at times, especially when you have young
yeah.
guys on your teams. But I want to ask Jackson then a question, because your coach is sitting here talking about so many fantastic things that guys have done on and off the mat for him. Specifically, he focuses a lot on the people that they become and the character that they have and continue after the sport. So what does it mean to you to have that you turn out to be in life?
Well, it means a lot because I don't know if I'm going to continue my wrestling career after high school, and it means that like I'm going to be able to, and he's always there supporting me for after wrestling. He trains me mentally for after wrestling too. That's what I like a lot about.
Absolutely. How is he then as a coach on the mat, and how has he helped you improve then just to make the most? Like you said, you don't know if you're going to move on, so how do you make the most out of your high school career?
Well, he's a really tough coach on the mat. He pushes me to my limits, which like is good. He pushes me to my limits every practice. Like every hard day, we'll have an easy day. But on the hard days, like we really work, and helps you a lot mentally too.
So, Jackson, and again, before the interview, we kind of spoke briefly, but so you placed 5th 2 years ago.
Yeah, my sophomore year.
At PA Prep States. So what's, with the thought process of kind of maybe being uncertain of what your wrestling career is going to look like after high school, what are some of your goals going into this, essentially your last could be your last year, ever wrestling again? What are some of your goals?
Well, I'm going to go out there and wrestle as hard as I can. One of my goals is to make it to nationals this year. It's one of my goals. Place at states, make it to nationals, and I'll bring as many people to nationals as I can this year.
You sound like a good guy to rally behind. Look at this leadership he's already getting from his coach here. It's certainly magnetizing. But when you're saying you're not sure if wrestling's what you're going to want to do beyond high school, what are your future plans? Have you thought about it yet?
Well, I was thinking about Naval Academy. I was looking into Naval Academy a lot. Continuing there. There's like the other like academies, like the Army, good academies like that.
So you're thinking military could possibly be a good route for you?
Yeah.
Gosh, Coach, what does that make you feel, though, to sit here and see these goals? These are not small goals after high school to reach. So to have a young man sit beside you and say that those are what he'd like to achieve.
I'm just living my life through them.
Yeah.
Actually, that makes me feel good. That makes me, like I said, I work for Kiski, and as long as we keep producing young men like Jackson, then I think me as a coach and we as a school are successful what we do.
So Jackson, share a little bit of the things that you like to do off the mat or outside of the classroom, like any hobbies. Do you play Fortnite like majority of the other athletes that we asked? So what do you like to do? Fortnite?
Yeah, I play Fortnite a lot, but one of my main things, I golf a lot. It's like my second sport, basically.
So do you do that at Kiski as well?
Yeah, I play for the golf team. I'm in chess club. I'm a prefect there at Kiski.
I think we need to have a golf tournament set up for these high school wrestlers and a chess match, because I think these are two things we're seeing happen. So I think maybe while we're waiting for bouts to happen, maybe Westmoreland Sports can have these things happening on the side. We won't put any money on it. It won't be gambling or anything like that, but I'd love to see that happen. But for you personally this year, when you think about your goals that you have for yourself and the situations that your coach is enabling you to be in, he talked about being in a hornet's nest at some of these competitions. How do you feel that's going to help you achieve everything that you just talked to George about?
Like, I don't know, like the really hard competition, it really prepares you a lot for like everything, honestly. Like the mental part of the hard competition.
And it really seems like you're creating a really good family bond here, Coach. And Carla, I know you might be a part of this as well. I'm always looking at the women behind the scenes of all these great men. So how have you seen what he has done just happen over the past decades here at Kiski, and what does that mean to you?
Well, truthfully, I think it's phenomenal because we're still in contact with so many alumni, with so many students. I mean, we just had one come over and visit today that was home for Thanksgiving, but we're still talking to graduates from 2004 and 2005 and 2006, still staying in contact with them. So we really have created Joe has done a wonderful job creating a great family here. And, we just love it. I mean, wrestling, I think it's always, always, always going to be in our blood. Always.
I think we feel that too, George.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And I mean, Coach Ross. I mean, obviously we've known each other since I was little. Running
Careful
around.
dating yourself here, but
Well, yeah.
Well, he's dating me too.
Well, and Coach Ross. But just looking forward with the team that you're bringing up. What is something that you just want to kind of leave for our viewers as far as like something that you're looking forward to on your schedule, or is it seeing what Jackson could end up doing with his kind of last hurrah this year?
Well, after you guys visited last year, hopefully we're still working for that. We're going to have 4 home dual meets.
Okay.
We haven't done that in years. We were road warriors at one time. So we're going to try to be more engaging with the student body, the alumni. As a matter of fact, I told you about the reunion we had, I think it was in 2021. We got together, decided to have a reunion. We had 135 people show up for our reunion, and it was awesome. So we want to become more engaging. And for the alumni, if you're listening, I want to build the program back to where it was in the early 2000s, with the exception of having everybody inclusive. I want to be more inclusive. If that involves girls with girls wrestling, young men who've never wrestled before, and guys who have the cauliflower ears and want to just go at it, I want to be able to do all of that. I think that's the best way to go. I think that's going to help the sport in general, and I think it's going to help me as a individual, keeps me young.
Well, Kiski definitely has the right man at the helm for that. You are so inspirational. I'm so proud to have Carla also join us up here today and talk about the diversity inclusion side of things. Jackson, thank you as well. We appreciate your time. We know you're busy with school and wrestling, and we will have so much more here on the Westmoreland County Kickoff Show, thanks to Westmoreland Sports Network and DeNunzios. We'll be right back.
DeNunzios Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeanette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
I feel like it's definitely very important for high school, because a lot of kids get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs. So doing the events in a school setting, I feel definitely try to prevent kids from going to parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
The hybrid operating room, the most advanced surgical environment in medicine. It's a new horizon for minimally invasive endovascular and cardiac surgeries, like TAVR, transcatheter aortic valve replacement, and TCAR, transcarotid revascularization for carotid artery disease. The hybrid OR provides unparalleled imaging in the operating room. For patients, that means a shorter procedure, less recovery time, and reduced risk for complications. These capabilities are only part of the equation. They're placed in the hands of some of the most accomplished heart and vascular specialists in the region, whose skill and experience have earned national, regional, and local recognition for clinical excellence. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Welcome back into our Westmoreland Sports Network, Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show here at DeNunzios. We're talking Southmoreland Women's Wrestling. I'm Hannah Mears. This is Mark Kusanowitz. We've got Coach Boring, and we've got Zoe here, a part of the women's wrestling team. It's very exciting to be sitting up here today as a female who's been very involved with the sport of wrestling off the mat, to see how much it's growing. She's already glowing over there, smiling, talking about it. Coach, how important is it to you to see this happening under your program?
It's been really big for us. I know the last couple of years we've had, girls on a team every single year as part of the varsity team, and really pushed to be one of those first teams that signed on board to be one of the 100 teams of sanctioned. We were team 31 out of the gate there. Last year we had 7 total girls before it was sanctioned. This year we're down a little bit. We have 4 at the high school, 3 at the junior high, but doing pushes to get more girls come out here throughout the season. But it's big. I mean, I'm glad they have their own program. They get to wrestle girls in practice, girls tournaments, girls dual matches. I think it's a way to build that program up for them, is to see that they're actually going to wrestle girls now and not be wrestling boys at tournaments or matches. So
Yeah, it's definitely an easier sell, right? To
yeah,
come out
you can
and
say, hey,
there's
listen,
an-
you get to wrestle your weight class, your
Exactly.
gender. This is what's going on. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because essentially it's like talking to a male athlete and saying, okay, you weigh 106, but we're going to bump you up to wrestle 120. You already feel like you're down a few notches.
Right.
Al Govern and then your mother, Diva Murphy, are heading this program. So how confident do you feel as a coach having them take the lead?
I feel real confident. Coach Govern was involved with Mike May back during the early 2010s when Mike May took over as head coach Southmoreland, so he has high school experience there. Both his boys have wrestled growing up, so he's been around the sport a long time. Diva was also a part of the program when I was there as a wrestler. So they both have that experience. They know what they're doing, know what they're teaching, so it's good for me. I feel real confident with them.
Zoe, I want to get to you. Just your initial thoughts. You're glowing over here and ready to talk about this. So give us your initial thoughts on this finally happening at Southmoreland.
I'm actually really excited about it because I started off wrestling only boys. I only ran into like a few girls when I was starting in JOs. It's just really exciting to see like the program growing for girls, and it's becoming more of boys and girls sports instead of just girl sport, and that's really exciting.
Well, I can tell you're excited. And you're with about the OG of women's wrestling here. She's been in wrestling since she was about a year old with her family, so you two would be good friends.
She has me beat, though, on the mat. I didn't compete on the mat, but I got a lot of,
You've seen plenty of matches.
I'm sure you've seen a lot, right?
At this point, yeah.
So what are some of your goals heading into this from a team perspective and individually?
Well, individually, I'm hoping to go to Hershey this year because I went to states last year and only placed 7th, and I'm hoping to place higher this year at Hershey's. And for the whole team, I'm hoping that we all get like the chance to go to states as a team and not just certain girls going.
When you hear those goals as a coach, and first of all, not only 7th, you placed 7th, you were there. This is so impressive to even be able to say that and add that to your resume. So we're very proud of you. No matter what you do, just getting to the state tournament is an accomplishment. So to hear these goals are what they have, she's setting a high standard and saying, I want my team to be alongside me. How awesome is that to hear the leadership as she speaks about the goals of that program?
I mean, that's what you want to hear from your leaders, and that's what she is in the room for us. She's a leader of that girls program, and when your leader's setting those goals, I think the rest of the team follows along with that. So it's I look for my boys as the same concept there. So for her to say those kind of things, set those kind of goals, it's a big thing for her in the program.
Now, you said you took 7th in the state last year.
Yeah.
What do you have to do, or I should say, what have you done in the off season, and what do you have to do in the next few months to improve that spot on the podium?
Well, in the off season, I've been weightlifting, and that's all I could really do because I also play other sports.
She does travel softball.
Yeah.
She does. What else do you do? Travel volleyball.
I used to do travel
cheerleading.
volleyball. Yeah. But during the season, I think we just gotta work a lot harder because last year there was a lot of messing around between the girls because they would be like with wrestling with boys at practice and they weren't like really into it. But this year it's like all the girls are more focused because they're with girls that have wrestled this year. We have 2 new girls, and they're both practicing with me and then another girl that's been wrestling for a long time.
See, it already seems like there's an increased level of confidence walking into a room and you can be more serious about it. So what is your rapport like with the other girls on the team? And have you, with all these other sports that you do, been recruiting to get them into the room?
I've been trying to. I know a lot of girls want to wrestle, but they're also afraid to wrestle. I've been working on this one girl, but she said she'll do it next year. And then I had this one girl say that she's going to do it this year. But then stuff happened where she is not doing any sports this school year. But we've been really trying to recruit girls.
Sounds like it. She's a great spokesperson. I think
really
you should just
is.
step aside and let her take. Maybe this
Go
has
ahead.
something to do with her mom being a coach as well. We don't know. But how is that with your mom being your coach? Do you have a good mother-daughter dynamic, or just sometimes you need to say, "Mom, take a seat"?
A little mix of both. There's times that sometimes I wish she wasn't in the room, but most of the time I'm really glad that she's there working with us and working with the girls.
No, it's definitely special, right, Mark? Anytime you can do it with family.
Absolutely. Now, you said you with volleyball, cheerleading, softball. What initially brought you into wrestling, and when did you start wrestling?
I think I started in like 5th grade, but my mom was the real reason I started wrestling. She told me that I should try it out, and then I tried it out, and I ended up liking it, so I stuck with it.
How do those other sports that you play help you as a wrestler?
So for softball, I'm a catcher, which really works with my legs and my feet work. And then cheer, there's nothing like really mixed in with cheer and wrestling, because cheer's like you're just yelling and all that. But volleyball, it's also like your hand work, because you got to make sure that you're setting it to the right person, bumping it to the right person. So basically most of the sports I play work in with wrestling except for cheer.
That's so exciting to see that. And hey, maybe cheer's given you the vocal ability to come out and say all these things. It's awesome. You're so well spoken up here and have such great things to say. So, Coach, I'm going to toss this one to you then as an athletic director as well, and to see these types of things happening. How are you encouraging the school to rally behind the women's wrestling team to see it grow as much as it can in the first few years?
Yeah, anytime you have a newer sport, especially, you want to show that your school district is buying into it as well. And when I was the AD, I'm no longer there as an AD,
Right.
but that was a big push that, hey, we're going to start this program. Let's make sure we're making announcements, putting things out there all over social media. I'm big on using the social media platform to put information out there, put things out there. So to really sell the sport to the school district is what you want. And the community. The community is big. The Southmoreland community is a big back for all of our programs at Southmoreland, and you want to get them involved with it too. So to put all that information out there, say this is what we're doing, that's how you get more people involved. I think having this the first sanction year, the numbers are a little lower this year, but I think that'll build back up as you put it out there and put the information out there. So
how did you mesh the rooms together at first with the guys and the girls to make sure that there was even support and that things were going well and the girls had just as much attention and focus? And what do you think is going to be the biggest difference maker, having the women sort of be their own squad?
The biggest difference maker, last year, it's kind of the same setup because we share a room with the youth organization, so our time frame, and we're practicing later because of my new job at Dairy. So, they're in the room at the same time as us, but I have the coaches on hand now to also work individually with the girls team instead of just Coach Q and I doing both the boys and the girls at the same time. They can get that one-on-one focus and practice now, where you have the coaches individually instructing after we show technique or do live. They can jump in and see, this is what we see, this is what you can improve on. So that's the biggest difference is we have the number of coaches that can actually do that one-on-one instruction.
Yeah, that individualized performance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've even seen that at times before, and even in the sport of wrestling, how important that is.
Yes, it's huge. And having guys like Al Govern, your mom, involved to where less you have to, because I know you're a busy man with a new job, everything going on. So that's great to see. Now, schedule-wise, what individual tournaments, dual tournaments, or any other local schools around here that you have duels set up with?
Yeah, so because of the lower numbers, we're not doing a ton of dual matches this year. It's kind of build your own schedule with the the WIPU and the PIA this year, where you build So we're going to Connellsville on December 8th. So the girls wrestle Connellsville's dual team. We're doing a dual match with Norwin after the new year. We're going to Powerade, the girls Powerade this year. We are, as of now, hosting a tournament at Southmoreland on January 6th. Trying to get more teams involved before I fully commit. We have, I think, 6 teams coming right now, so trying to build some more numbers up for that. And then I think we're going to a couple more individual tournaments, and then the end of the year with the individual stuff coming up. So
Everyone listening, now you know they need more involvement in all of these tournaments. We want to keep building and giving all of these women the best platform possible. So when you look ahead to your schedule, was there a match last year, I believe, Connellsville and Southmoreland? Did you guys have a match? I remember it being a pretty big event, right? Because there was a guys match that
we had a lot go. That was a crazy day as an AD and a coach. We had a girls dual match with Connellsville. We had a junior high match with York. We had a youth match with York, and then we had our varsity senior night against York. It was a busy day. The girls dual match was a good one that night, though.
It was maybe ended up at 1 point difference, I believe. It was extremely competitive.
Yeah, it was a real competitive dual match. It was a good one.
Is that a rivalry brewing then, maybe between you and Connellsville?
Not really. Most of the girls know the other girls, and we're like good friends with them. So it's not like a rivalry, but at the same time it is. Like when it's on the match, it definitely is. But off of it, we're all good friends. Like last year during the match, someone on Connellsville got hurt, and our team went over there and was sitting with Connellsville girls and talking to them while the girl was getting like attention with the athletic department.
That's so cool. I remember just looking back at all of that and saying, oh, I wish I could have been there. I know sometimes my schedule gets out of hand, but just seeing the amount of people that showed up to support that, and it wasn't even technically, it was just sort of year one of this. Now it's moving even further. So hopefully more turnout. Everyone keeps showing up and to see these young athletes. Mark, what does that mean to you when you see that?
I think it's huge. I've been involved in athletics my whole life. I know you have as well. And seeing kids starting young in all different sports, rallying together, for one common goal, I think it's great. especially in wrestling, now that women's wrestling is thing, seeing the community rally together. For you guys and for the sport of wrestling, I think it's great, and credit to you and all the other women wrestlers out there. I think it's fantastic.
It's so fun, but what specifically, we know what some of Zoe's goals were, but when you look at this, I know you're not the head coach of this women's program, but what do you think some of the things you'd like to see happen to make sure this program's constantly taking a step forward every year?
Yeah, I think it's just making sure that we're doing the right things, increasing the numbers every year to be a key goal, right? You want to get more each year coming out, so you keep a program alive. So starting at the youth level, same way we run our high school program. It's an umbrella, right? You have the youth, middle school, high school. So to make sure we're getting the girls involved in the youth program, up through middle school, up into the high school, keeping it moving along. As it moves along and they have hopefully a dual schedule that someday down the road, seeing our team do well, being in the playoffs every year, have state qualifiers. I know Zoe's goal is everyone should be there this year, so you should be there every year is my goal, and you keep that moving forward. Again, the numbers is the big one, though, right now, trying to build those up. That's the key goal for us right now.
Yeah, keep it growing for sure. Zoe, I know you do a lot of different things we had just talked about. So as you move forward in your high school career, have you started to decide maybe I'll go Division I for wrestling, or I'll aim to do that, or are you going to focus on something else, or do a multitude of different sports?
Well, I'm hoping to go for softball, but at the same time, there's some colleges starting to have wrestling teams too. So I'm hoping maybe I'll go to one of those schools and do both. But I'm really focusing on softball because it's my number one sport, and I've done it since I was 3 years old.
I love having I played multiple sports in high school, and I think each one of them benefited a certain way into the next sport that I was doing. So it's exciting to hear that, hey, I don't need to necessarily hone in on one, but I would love to know your final words to everyone out there about what Southmoreland is going to do this year for the women's wrestling program and why they should come out and support you.
I just want them to come out and see what the girls can do, and that we can show them that it's not just a boys' sport anymore. And I'm hoping that when they see us wrestling on the mat, that it'll bring in more girls, more throughout the years. And I'm hoping for it to grow more when I'm a senior, so that I have more girls that have looking up to me.
She's already ready to be a leader. Look at that. I love everything she's saying. We'll end with you and your final words as well, because you've always been able to promote the men's program, but to tell everybody out there why they should come out and support what the women can do on the mat.
It's just a really exciting time. It's it's the fastest growing sport in the U.S. right now, and I know they're excited. I'm excited. Coach Govern, Coach Murphy. I mean, our boys team is excited to see them compete. So it's going to be a big thing, and to get the community behind us and the rest of Westmoreland County behind women's wrestling. There's not many women's teams in Westmoreland County right now, so trying to build that up, right? So that's it's exciting.
It's very exciting. She's got the boots on.
Yes.
Luke
Those are fancy cowboy
Latrobe
boots.
is going to be very jealous because he's going to Wyoming. He was talking about being a cowboy. Where's George? He's not. Oh, he's over here. Did you see her cowgirl boots? Okay.
George is a shoe fanatic over there. So
well, there's
if you
a
have his
store
approval,
in Ohio.
you're good.
You can buy one pair and get
Add
two
that
other
to
free.
your
Look
wardrobe
at
there,
this.
Hannah.
Not only is she giving leadership advice, she's giving discounts right now. We love a shoe discount now over here. I'm all about it. We've got a lot to talk about then after this as well. We'll be back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network for our Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show and DeNunzios. Stay tuned.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
You have pain? We have the answers. You want to feel better. We provide the relief you need. The Rehab Center Chiropractors Caring for Health. Our state-of-the-art facility and our experience in caring doctors provide expert analysis and a customized treatment plan for each individual. The Rehab Center, Chiropractors Caring for Health, with locations in North Apollo, Kittanning, Lower Borough, and Clarion. For more information, visit our website at therehabcenters.com.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I am an accountant.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I'm a teacher.
I'm a PIAA basketball official, I'm a firefighter, I'm a father, and I'm also a fan. I think it's easy for people to forget that we are regular people, that the same people I'm refereeing, that my kid plays with those kids sometimes. My kids play in the same league as these kids.
One of the greatest aspects of officiating is building relationships with the partners you're working games with, getting to know them as people, and also building relationships with the players and the coaches that are on the field with you every game.
These kids work so hard day in and day out, and you get to watch the benefit of them getting a new personal record, them making that bar that they've been dreaming of for weeks, and you get to have the front row seat to witness that every single day.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, and big shoes to fill for these young men after the Southmoreland ladies team up here. Also joined by Coach Dan Boring, we have Cashton Bish and Lewis Maines. Gentlemen, welcome to tonight's set. Appreciate having you. Coach, get us kicked off with a quick recap of last year's season.
Yeah, last year we were a young team last year. I think we had 9 wins on the year. Finished 4-2 in the section with losses to Fraser in a close match with Mount Pleasant. Got in the playoffs, won a playoff match against Carlinton. Had to go out to Burgestown and had a tough matchup with them, in the second round. But overall, solid season. Fell short of individual goals. We had 3 guys out at the regional tournament, and had a heartbreaking there with Tristan Ice in overtime to move on to Hershey. So tough falling short of that, but it was a good team season to build off of, and there's some individuals that could build off of last year's success into this year. So.
At the conclusion of last season, did you start to see your leaders that you have here with you already get the gears going, and they just weren't pleased with how the season turned out, and they began working for this year's success?
Yeah, we've had a lot of guys coming in working throughout the offseason. The guys that are going to be our leaders, they were pushing kids, throughout the offseason in and out of the room. They're playing other sports, they're lifting, conditioning, going to other places to wrestle. So yeah, definitely we stepped up a little bit.
And now the outlook for this season.
So the outlook for this season, coming in, I was a little worried. I'm not at Southmoreland anymore to be in the hallways recruiting kids, pulling kids in like I used to. And we're thin. We lost the last 2 years. We graduated 16 total kids. So he's our only senior this year, which is a good thing to have. But we were thin, throughout. But coming in the first day, we had 25 kids there, full lineup. Some inexperience, some depth issues down low, but we have a person in every single spot. So I think looking at what we have, the goal is to get better from day one to the end of the season. I think with the key pieces we have throughout the lineup can be a successful year to where we keep that consistency going. We should be a top 3 team in the section, be in the playoffs again, winning playoff matches. And looking at the section, I think there's still a chance to be that 1 or 2 in the section too. So I'm not ruling that out. It just depends on where we go from the start to the end with those younger guys and how these 2 here and our other leaders push those guys. So I think it can be a good season individually. You want to be back at Hershey. So that's where we're at.
And, 2 notable names you lose, Tristan Ice and Mason Niederheiser, both 4-year starters for you, big imprints on your program. What's it take replacing guys like that?
Yeah, those are guys that, Mason made me laugh every single day for 6 years because I coached him from junior high all the way through. So it's hard to replace that alone, let alone his success on the mat. But just bring guys in that want to work because Tristan was very much in the room, pushing everybody to work, and it was a good mentality to have. So getting guys to really buy into that. That's the key piece this year is, are we buying into what Coach Q and I are preaching to the team? Hey, we're going to be a hard-nosed team. We're going to go be physical. We want to be physical with teams, and that's what they need to be because, again, we're not as experienced throughout the lineup. So we want to go out and metaphorically punch the other team in the face, right? We want to go out there and be physical. So they got to buy into that, and that's where we want to be, come next Wednesday at Bell Vernon.
Well, I'll tell you what Lewis bought into, and that's replacing the mullet, man. You got a nice do going on there, brother. Did Coach pay you to do that?
I did not.
No. Guys, talk about your outlook for this upcoming season and some goals. Take turns.
Like team-wise?
Individually, team-wise, sure, both.
Team-wise, we have the full lineup, like they were saying, and they're going to do really well as a team. And I think individuals, I definitely want to make it to Hershey this year. Something I haven't been able to do, but I feel like I got a good head on my shoulders this year. I feel like I
believe you put the work in.
Yeah.
I feel like we got a lot more depth down below than we've had in past years. We're still good up top again, as we've been the past couple of years. But personally, I feel like everything's like starting to click now. I feel like my goals are going to start lining up better. I've had a little bit of trouble the past 2 years, but I feel like things are going to like start picking up.
What characteristic in the room is defining this team versus teams in the past?
I feel like we're going in, we're getting our work in. We start out the weight room. Everyone's in there. Everyone's working hard. Then we get up in the room and just get right to work, working hard, all practice long.
Now, how excited are you guys to now have a sanctioned women's team? And I know for a while now that you've had women coming in and working out, and they've been going out and competing against other women. But how exciting is it for you now to you've come up with the women that are wrestling in that program, and how exciting is that?
I'm really excited about it. My sister, she's in 8th grade. She's been wrestling the past couple years, so that's really exciting to know when she gets up to high school, there's a team there for her. She's not the only one.
And I think that's one of the great things, Marky, that we've always talked about is it's always been half of the household going to gyms every Saturday. Now, the whole family's going to the gyms. So look out, World of Wrestling. We're blowing up. Cashton, how about your opinion on the growth of the women's program and now being a sanctioned sport at Southmoreland?
The girls program, it's always good seeing like you have an option because you couldn't do it in the past or whatever. And I think it's just more, I don't know, good.
Now, last year you were the recipient of the hardest worker and the biggest heart award on the team. And from having the opportunity to call your matches, it was kind of like I can see that because you go out there and you are fierce. You do not like to lose. You're highly competitive, and certainly you blame a lot of that hard work in the wrestling room translating to the success on the mat.
Most definitely. You always had to be working in the room, like goofing off, like you're not getting ready for that match. It's more of a mental thing. You just got to get ready and just work off what you did last time. See what you did wrong, and then go from there.
How do the Scotties get motivated before matches? Like, what do you do? What song do you guys listen to? Every team has that song. What do you guys like to listen to?
Definitely got to get some Eminem playing.
Eminem.
Good choice.
Eminem.
It's a real good choice.
Okay.
You're not chugging Monster Energy drinks like this guy does.
No, that is half the team though.
So those characteristics you guys talked about, that's kind of defining your program this year. With the loss of a couple of those seniors, are you guys taking that role on as those leaders in the room, enforcing that mindset, enforcing those characteristics?
Yeah, I'd say definitely getting into the heads of like the younger guys. There's a lot of younger guys, helping them out. They have a question or something.
And Lewis, I think being a leader is a big thing in all sports. Just tell me how do you view leadership? What do you think makes a good leader? Not just in the room, but in the classroom, outside of wrestling.
Someone who sets a good example, works hard in and out of the classroom, in and out of the wrestling room. Just like someone to look up to, someone if you ever have to talk to them, you can talk to them. A lot of us are all buddies. We all hang out outside of wrestling, so just nice to all be there, help each other out. Speaking of outside of wrestling, what other sports do you play? Clubs, activities, hobbies that you like to enjoy? I play football, and I like hunting and stuff with my friends. Sean Hollis, he's a big hunter, so we go out archery a lot. Any luck this past season? I only went out for 2 days, but I shot one, just never found it. But
I was looking forward to some jerky at the Classic this year.
I'll bring you some jerky. I got my first.
Sean Hollis may have gotten some jerky, so we'll make sure we get you some.
I think he did. So,
Caston, how about you? As far as outside of wrestling in school, what activities do you like to do?
I've been playing soccer the past 2 years. Really like that. Just something to do in the off season.
I feel like that's helped your conditioning and your footwork. Obviously, the stamina.
Yeah,
with
I'd
wrestling.
Say. Yeah.
What got you into soccer? What made you go out? Just something else to do?
Friends just talking me into it.
Now, did you talk those friends into coming out for the wrestling team?
Yeah, I tried. There are a couple of other soccer players.
We actually have a good bit of soccer players that, like Landon DeLera, one of our, upper weights there. Ethan Kenny plays soccer. Gavin Suarez. So a good bit of our Hunter Ryan. A lot of our kids do play soccer or football in the fall. So
now, does that give you a good sense of we're going to be in pretty good shape coming into the season? I know it's a different kind of conditioning, but that stamina is there.
Yeah, it's a base. I mean, wrestling is a different kind of shape, but it gives them that base coming in that they're not going to be completely out of shape come November 17th, the first day of practice.
For sure. What big matches are we looking forward to? Obviously, Wednesday, Bell Vernon. Probably not going to be at full strength because they're, into the state semifinals. But what other competitions are we looking forward to
You
this
guys
year?
want to tell yours first, and I'll give mine.
I'd say MP, obviously. Always a big rival. I think it's going to be good.
That was a heck of a duel last year.
It is every year.
Every year is pretty, for the most part, a pretty good duel.
Who was it? Niederheiser and
It came down to Niederheiser and Pitzer, and it was a 1-0
heck of a
match.
And now that was Niederheiser's first match of the year that
was
went the
Niederheiser's
distance,
first
right?
career match that went the he's going to get a pin or he's going to get pinned, and that was we needed him to go out there and be big, and he was up and just couldn't get that takedown to finish it off. So
yeah, that was a great match.
Lewis, what are you looking forward to?
Historically, good matches.
I'm of course looking forward to Mount Pleasant. Ready to just go out there, beat them up. Every sport I play. So really the season goal is just go out there, beat them up. I'm excited for Bell Vernon, of course, because getting the year started, everything's going to get going.
Now, at this point, you guys have been training, just beating up on each other. Are you ready to get outside the room?
I'm ready to go.
I
I wrestle with my brother a lot in the room, and I'm getting tired of him. He's like, it's pretty frustrating, so I'm just ready to go beat somebody else up.
I like it.
That's a
That
good
sounds
answer.
like my brother.
That's
and
a
I.
real yeah. Me and my 4 brothers.
Talk about, I forget where I was going to go with this.
The education part.
Yes, the education, but the most important part, student, athlete. What do we like as far as school subjects, plans for college, technical school, degree? What do we want to study? What do we want to do?
So I know I take sports medicine at the CWCTC. I like that. Not 100% sure if it's where I'm going to go, but I think somewhere in that realm. Not really sure where I'm going to go. I got another year to figure it all out, but it's all starting to make sense. I've been looking around at places, starting to make more sense to me.
What's your favorite school subject?
Probably either history or the sports medicine class I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what he said before, the sports medicine, and I
Yeah,
missed
yep.
it? Okay, I thought that's what you wanted to study. I'm sorry. Well, they have sports medicine class
At
in high
that
school?
Votech, yeah.
At Votech,
Yeah,
nice,
CWCTC.
awesome. Good deal. Get them started early. How about you, Cash?
Yeah, I think after high school, whether just going straight to the construction field, that's what I go to tech for.
What discipline do you like? General, masonry, electrical?
I'm a big carpentry guy.
Carpentry?
Yeah.
Okay. I need some things built, like some shelves. You want to do it?
Yeah, I think
I'll
I can.
hire you. We'll talk after.
But maybe to go to trade school if I don't go to the field right away. Definitely going to wrestle. Definitely my main sport.
Coach Boring, who is the wrestler or wrestlers that keep the humor in the room? You know, everybody's got that team clown. Who is it this year? I would imagine it was Niederheiser, right?
Well, we have a younger Niederheiser now. He's a freshman.
Oh, we used to always see him running around.
Junior.
Jake Govern likes to make me laugh, and the rest of the
McLaughlin's
kids, he's
little
up there
brother.
at heavyweight. Well, actually, both them two will be up at heavyweight. And then Ethan Kenny. He kind of has a dry humor that just kind of, if you don't pay attention, he throws in some sly jokes there. But he's a pretty funny guy and get you laughing in the room too. So those 3.
Give me some other names in your room, maybe behind the scenes guys, some young up and coming guys we can expect to see some good things from.
Maybe not up and coming, but you got Gabe Kabuski returning, who was a regional qualifier last year. Sean Hollis at 152 there, won 23 matches as a freshman, lost in the blood round at Whippeals. He'll be a solid guy. And then we got some young guys coming up. Caden Shannon is a 215, also along with Lewis there, so that'll be a good battle early in the off season, or the wrestle offs here to see who wins that. But he's at 215. He's a junior high runner-up last year at the state tournament. Landon Queer out at 127, starting out the year as a freshman, has done some solid stuff for us. And then Wyatt Corvin is a kid who just came back, took a couple years off, played basketball in middle school. I kind of tried to get him come back throughout middle school, but he didn't. But he came back this year, and he's putting in some work in our room and looks good. So for a kid who hasn't wrestled in a couple years, excited about him there in the middle of our lineup. So.
One of our favorite shows to do every year is the Southmoreland Christmas Tournament. I know you guys are probably very excited for that. Isn't it nice that you get to sleep in your own bed? You're not in a hotel, or you have to be at the school at 4 a.m. to travel somewhere. Talk about the level of excitement for this year's competition.
I'm excited. I really put a lot of myself into that tournament. We got 36 teams coming again. We added Forest Hills is coming out this year. A couple other teams from out towards like Penn State, Philly area coming out. We got Mike Woods from Virginia coming up again with his team from Rockbridge, former Dairy coach. So it's going to be a really, really good tournament again this year. A lot of good depth. The finals should be great, which I'm looking forward to you guys coming back out and broadcasting those finals for us. But it's just a really solid tournament. I say, outside of Powerade, I think it's one of the best holiday tournaments that you can go to in Western Pennsylvania or in PA. So, I think it's going to be really good for our guys to get good mat time there, but for everybody that's there, it's going to be a really solid tournament.
Good deal. Go ahead, Mark. You have one to close?
I got one to close.
Go ahead.
Your go-to post-weigh-in meal.
You go first. I gotta think a little bit.
Probably like an energy drink and then a Gatorade. Never makes me feel good, but it's probably fix that one. Probably not my best choice after weigh-ins. And I love having a peanut butter and jelly or like a grilled chicken hoagie.
There we go. I feel better about that.
Yeah, the second part of that was
Leave
better
the
than the
Red
first
Bull
half.
on the shelf.
Yeah, that can stay.
Sure. How about you, Mr. Bish?
Definitely right after I weigh in, just some, what's it called, like pre-workout and maybe like a banana. But then after we're done wrestling, obviously like crushing some pizza.
Some pizza. Where's your favorite pizza?
Probably Fox's. It's like right up
Fox's?
the road too.
Try some of the DeNunzios pizza before you leave.
You got it.
Are you excited for the senior? I know I always see on social media you always have your senior dinner at the end of the year at a steakhouse or
we
something.
think about the Edo Hibachi in Greensburg. And last couple of years, I always joked that Q and I had 8 each year with us there. It's a big table, nice big picture. This year, it's me, Q, and Cash. He's the only senior we have. Excited for him though. He's put a lot of work in. The results haven't quite shown in his win-loss column, but he's a guy who's in almost every single match he wrestles. He's in it, never out of a match. So I think this year he's going to take that step forward and finally break through and have a really good year. Because I've been with him for 10 years now through JOs, middle school and high school, and he's a true program guy. So I'm excited for him and what he's going to do on the mat this year.
All right. Scotty, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon enough. Best of luck to you this season. That's the Southmoreland Scotties from Alverton, Pennsylvania. When we return, we'll have one of the college teams. We're not going to tell you which one. You'll have to stay tuned right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm going to get a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
Back here to DeNunzios at Latrobe Regional Airport. We got to give a big shout out to the DeNunzios family. Anthony DeNunzio. I want to give thanks to Lisa and Jane, who are keeping us all very well fed and hydrated for today's 5-hour marathon of wrestling. So the Iowa match has come to a close. Nice battle there by the Cyclones, but they did come up short. And speaking of college, we've got the new St. Vincent College wrestling team, the Bearcats, and joining us is head coach Dom Nania, Chase Brandenburg, and Tyler Debner. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Coach, talk about the excitement of taking a couple of years to build a program, and now it's come to fruition, and we've actually had competition on campus the first time in 48 years.
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys so much for having us, and thank you for broadcasting our duel the other day. It's been awesome. It's been a good bit of work to get this going, right? But having a year to recruit and build everything that we needed, get our staff together, get recruiting lined up, and then really get into competition has been great. So you guys were there last Tuesday for our first home duel. I'm being told we had almost 1,000 people there, which was great and amazing, and it was loud, and the energy was crazy. And these guys came ready to go. It was a fun duel. It didn't end the way we wanted to, but it was a great night for our program. But we're just looking to build off that and continue the upward trend that we have right now. So that's where we're focused on.
Did any of you think that the gym was going to be that exciting? I mean, what a crowd you had on hand.
Yeah, so me personally, first and foremost, I did not. I know there was a lot of buzz in the community, but these guys can speak more to the campus life and what was going on campus the whole week before. So,
yeah, I mean, building up, there was just like a lot of us trying to market the match too. Like, hey, like it's gonna be the first one ever. Like, definitely want to make it a night to remember. Getting a bunch of students to come out, and then like coming from a small high school, I never had a crowd like that, and it's something that like fueled me throughout the match too. Is like hearing everybody. Not just like my family, because they were always in my matches, and it was almost like it was just them.
Well, everybody knew when to cheer, too. I mean, they loved the mat returns. When it came down on that floor, sounded hollow, and it was that loud thunder. And, I mean, they got into it, didn't they?
Yeah, and that was like a big thing, too. Like, when I was talking to a bunch of my friends from like other sports teams, they're like, they don't really know anything, but I was like, trust me, like, just trust me on it, go out. You'll see, like, you'll find something to cheer about. And then whenever Sean went out for that first match and Matt returned that kid like 6 times, everybody was into it. It was awesome.
How about you, Ty?
Yeah, I really think it was just very exciting. Think even I didn't expect some of my teachers to get into it the way they were.
You had professors there?
Yeah, like
awesome.
Yeah, and some of like my teachers, I didn't even know. It's kind of weird to say, but some of the monks on campus were talking about wrestling, and like it's just the atmosphere was really crazy. I did not expect it. It was hard to stay calm, but like. Honestly, like you just have to find a way to stay calm. So, yeah, it was just exciting.
Coach, obviously a newer program, revitalized, I should say, young program as far as the age of your wrestlers. Talk about the defining characteristics that are starting to come to shape for the Bearcat program, specifically this team.
Yeah, so obviously in the recruiting process, it's the focus is on building around freshmen. So we're starting 9 out of 10 freshmen right now in our lineup, and these guys are more mature than most freshmen already because they have to do a little bit more. And coming to St. Vincent, they knew that. Like, it wasn't going to be an established program that they were able to just jump in and just worry about themselves. So they've been building the program just as much as I have and our staff. So they are really, really bought into what we're doing. But I think the defining characteristic, and I think you guys saw it on Tuesday, is just our toughness a little bit. Some of our guys may be a little bit too tough at times mentally, but, we'll fight till the end. 7 minutes, I don't have any concern with any of our guys going out and wrestling and putting St. Vincent on their chest. But, these guys are ready, and we don't really talk about being a new program much anymore. We're just focused on getting better every single day. These guys are ready to compete. These 2 guys up here, I mean, in their first 10 matches, they've won 7 out of 10 to start their college careers, which is huge. I mean, I didn't do anything nearly that when I first started my college career. So it just speaks to their maturity, their intensity, and their toughness as we get going here.
With the explosion of women's wrestling, do you foresee a women's program coming into discussion at St. Vincent?
So I know we're adding women's sports. Next year we're adding women's flag football, which would be really cool. And we're going to continue to add sports. And I think that'll be in the next few years, from my understanding. But I'm a big supporter in women's wrestling. We're trying to get a female clinician at our camp next year. When we had some big names last year, we're going to do the same thing this year. So just exposing, female athletes to this sport is pretty cool. And like I said before, my daughter wants to wrestle. She's in our room all the time. So I could definitely see it happening.
Is Mrs. Nania okay with that?
She's more of the gymnastics route, and so am I, was what we're doing now. But I think she would be on board for it. She's a crazy wrestling fan. So
awesome. Yeah. Love it.
So you get that first duel under your belt. How nice was it to almost decompress from the past year and a half? Because I know you were running around like a madman with recruiting, getting the program started up. I mean, you were in a different city every weekend, traveling. How nice was it to kind of just put that behind you for a few weeks, have that duel, and get that under the way?
Yeah, so honestly, after the duel was over, obviously emotions. We took the guys out to eat after and everything like that. But we were off the next day because we had to have a mandatory day off. So we took the day off, and then we took the next day off for our Founders Day on campus too. So we took 2 days completely off the mat, and it was great. I was able to just unwind, spend more time with my daughter, and really relax for once. But then we just plugged back in on Friday and we got after it again. But I have to take that time away from the room, and so do these guys. It's just as important for them. We gave them a good bit of time for Thanksgiving break, and we set our schedule where we don't have to compete until the 8th, so they could really get home, recharge your batteries, see your family, see your friends, get back to your high school room, because that's when it's fun. These guys are beating up their high school partners and everything like that. So taking the time away to take a step back is really important for these kids. So
Tyler, you smirked there. Did you beat the tar out of somebody this past weekend?
No. It was kind of nice to get back and see, kids that I used to, practice with, and, how we were so even back then. And then, to now where, I've kind of, taken a step or two apart from them. So I didn't beat the crap out of them, but, yeah, it was –
Took a break on them.
Yeah.
While you have the mic, how does it feel for you to be a part of this program that's fired back up after 48 years? You're part of the catalyst. It
feels great. It's kind of nerve-wracking, kind of feeling like you're underneath a microscope a lot of times.
Is there pressure?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, but I think the kids that we have, they're ready for it, honestly, and they enjoy it, and I think everybody's very excited to just get into something new. It's just...
And Chase, I'll share that question with you, too.
It's huge. I love it. That's a lot of the thing I talked about during my recruiting process with Coach, is just how we come here, get a brand new chance to make history and lead right off the bat, and that's just something I've embraced the whole time. And I think it's really filtered and gone through our entire team. And just with how great our coaching staff is and how like-minded our entire team is, there's nobody I'd rather do it with.
I think it was so important for the county to add a Division III program. It's something that the county doesn't have, and there's not really anything very close, but it's so nice to see so many local talented wrestlers have that ability to stay close. Certainly very exciting. Marky?
Absolutely. And Ty and Chase, what are some of your goals as a team and individually, through your first college season?
So during our team meeting at the beginning of the year, that was a question that we had to think and answer ourselves. And one of the things we established was we want to have a winning record across the dual season, and a big accomplishment that we want, and we want to eventually turn it into an expectation with our team, is being PAC champions. And then individually, that's my same mindset. I want to win the PAC this year, and then the main overall goal is going to be to make the national tournament.
I think, honestly, our goals are exactly the same. I think even our team, nobody wants to sell anything short. I think we all have this, setting so high that even if we hit short, we're not hitting really low. We're hitting high still. So I think that's everybody's goal, just same individually and as a team. Yeah.
God, Mark.
And, Coach, what are your expectations for your kids, team and individually?
So I don't have any expectations for our team. Again, first-year program, or when I'm 10 years into this role. I'm their support system. I'm going to push them. They set these high goals, so I told them I'm going to train you accordingly. So our preseason and so far this year, if you want to win our conference and you want to be at the national tournament, I'm going to show you what that looks like. And they've embraced it. There's not much motivation, and you guys know I'm a little crazy when it comes to the room and matches, but I don't have to motivate these guys very often. There's times where, towards the end of practice, but, we have vocal leaders, we have mature freshmen, so they're ready to go, and if you're not ready to go in the room, you get to put on you a little bit. So they take care of business, and I'm just there whenever they need me. I'm their biggest supporter, I'm their biggest fan, and that's what I love about this sport. So,
Chase, I see that you like to golf in your free time. Where do you like to golf at?
When I was back home, I played at South Park Golf Course a lot, but now that since I moved down here, the only place I've played was Glengarry, and I've played there probably 4 or 5 times.
Scenic golf course, isn't it?
Yeah,
beautiful,
it's beautiful.
Up there, see the Laurel Highlands. Yeah, we're really blessed with some great golf courses on the area. Ty, I see you played a lot of sports in high school.
Yeah.
You never took a day off, did you?
No, I was kind of always wrestling and soccer year-round. Football was kind of a thing to do with my friends, and then I got really good my junior, senior year. So I enjoyed it a lot, but that was more of the start because a lot of the kids in my school played basketball and baseball. Me and Tyler Barish wrestled and played soccer. So we felt the only time we got to come together as a friend group or a lunch table pretty much was during football season. And track was just something to do, free time. I really enjoyed like conditioning and stuff with the team, and yeah, I broke a track record. But
what event?
4x4.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like I just played a lot of sports and I just enjoyed it, and I'm glad to finally get to like focus on just one sport now and kind of hone in everything.
Do you remember doing the broadcast with them in Mount Pleasant?
Yes, that was quite the environment.
If I've ever seen a setting that looked more like Vision Quest, I mean, I honestly felt like I was in a movie set. Yeah, they turn out the gym lights. I mean, you do it right down there for sure. And you're in the middle of nowhere, so you got to do it.
It took us a while to get there.
Shout out Best Center.
Yeah,
that was my junior year. I actually go back and I watched that video a lot. Your guys' commentating is like hilarious. Like
that's why our archive numbers went up right there. It's all time.
I hit a magic stick, and you guys were like, I don't know what to call that, and you're like, we're just gonna call it Houdini, and I thought it's just amazing.
We make things up as we go.
It was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, we freestyle a lot. Chase, outside of wrestling school, what else do you like to do other than golf? I mean, I know right now you're really busy with school and wrestling, but take us through a normal day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of my day is definitely consumed with like class, doing outside work in class, because that was the biggest change in college. Was it's not just like, oh yeah, I only have this class 3 times a week. You got to put work into it every day, pretty much, and then practice on top of that, trying to get extra workouts in too. Other than that, like outside like the class work and wrestling, we've been playing a ton of Fortnite. Bunch of us on the team.
Everybody, Fortnite.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot of fun.
Nice. After a big win, your favorite meal?
I mean, I don't have a specific one. Definitely just like to eat a bunch. And like we went to DeNunzios after the home match on the 14th, and I probably downed about a dozen wings and like 6 slices of pizza.
What flavor wings you got?
He's ready to hang with us.
This is a tough answer here.
Personally, my favorite like all time, there's a place back home called Wiggy's, and they do these mango habanero wings. They are the greatest wings I've ever had. But
what other restaurants in the area have you found that are local now that you've been here for a few months that are your favorites?
Sharky's is by far my favorite. I went there on a weekend one time with my buddies. And
one time?
Yeah, I've only gone once, and I was hooked from that one time. Forget what I got, honestly, but the sandwich was so good.
Yeah?
I think I do remember. I got a barbecue bacon burger, and it was excellent.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
How about you, Ty? What restaurants have you identified in the area that are kind of your go-to, and what's a big post-win meal for you?
Honestly, I was getting ready to say it. So it might sound weird, but sometimes like we'll all go out and get Taco Bell. And
love it.
Can't beat a crunch wrap. Can't beat a crunch wrap, honestly.
Coming from the kid that really struggles with weight. Really. Whoa. When we were recruiting him, he was like, I wrestled 45. I'm not going to 41. I'll be a 49-pounder. Started the year at 41. So here we go with the Taco Bell. But,
yeah, so Taco Bell, probably after weigh-ins, the Uncrustables. The Uncrustables are real. They feel so good. Uncrustables, a banana.
Never too old to eat an
grape or strawberry.
Oh, grape. I do want to try the I heard there's a Nutella one.
Delicious.
And I gotta find it.
Good deal. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, hey, thank you so very much for coming out and hanging out with us. You didn't have to go very far. Actually, if we were to lift the projector screen behind us, I think you would see campus right now. So you have a nice close ride home. Get home safe, and I'm sure we'll see you Matt's side soon enough. Yeah,
thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Best of luck.
You're very welcome. That's the St. Vincent Bearcats. When we return, I don't know who we're going to have next. I have to pull up my schedule. But when we return, and we will have a Ligonier Valley coming up next. Thanks for that one, Flick, right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Stay here.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there, I use every single day.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
There's a place between exotic and exhausted, a sweet spot, and it's here we find the 2023 Kia Forte. Sporty, fuel efficient, and highly affordable. And right now at Smale Kia, lease a Forte LXS for $259 a month, or buy and get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Plus, every new Kia comes with $500 off MSRP and the Kia 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Now at Smale Kia.
A lot of events with CSA, it's one of the things I love about this organization, and I'm just so proud of what we do in Westmoreland County, from prevention conferences, veterans conferences, youth summits. We help with national night outs. There's so many different events and things that we've pulled together that have been really cool over the years. The best thing to be involved in the county, this is it. So we have a lot of members and things of that nature, but we are looking for more people to join and be a part of the group that can really be a part of the core team and invest into the community. So.
My man G joining me now on set as we welcome the Ligonier Valley wrestling team led by head coach Lenny Mulheron, his son Aiden Mulheron, and Cole Henry. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time to come out and hang out with us this evening and talk a little bit about how your wrestling program, excuse me, clicks and works. Coach, last year, give us a recap on individual success and some team success, please.
Well, last year we had we went 6-9 overall, 2-4 in conference. We had a lot of first-year wrestlers, so there was a lot of growing, and they progressed as the season went on, which was great to see. And individual, we had 5 make it into through sections into districts, 1 into regionals. So overall, I was pretty happy with it. This year, we have almost all of the first-year wrestlers are back again.
Great, so they stuck with it. Good.
Yes, we got a lot more first-year wrestlers, and we have a few that wrestled in JOs in maybe a year or 2 in junior high and then gave up a couple of years, but they're back now. And
how did you get them back, Coach? Was it you guys in their ear all the time?
It's all them. It's all the whole team. And those two guys they came back and it looks like they were there last year. They picked up everything real quick, and they're looking pretty good.
Good deal. So kind of switch to you guys as we ride the coattail of Coach's comment there. What how were you able to motivate these wrestlers that were a part of the team, stepped away, and then get them back? What was the selling factors?
I don't really know. It was really just like try and convince them to come out again. You only have 4 years in high school. Don't want to have a regret not coming out again. Just trying to get as many bodies as we can, motivate people who want to do it. Just really get as many people that are interested in the sport. You
sold it very well. You put the word regret in there. And then all you had to do is add disappointing, and then you would have had them locked, no doubt about it. Now, as you begin to help them build their skills back up, they've been away from the sport for a little while. Talk a little bit about, getting them back into wrestling shape and how you help them.
It's really just like got to condition a lot, run a lot. When we do our laps, just don't walk. You only have we have 4 to do. Make sure you do as hard as you can, and then when it comes down to wrestling, wrestle hard, do your drills hard, do them right, and then come to live, just make sure you do everything 100%, really try to make the most out of it, and then pay attention a lot.
I like it. Great environment to create. George?
Yeah, last season you graduated four seniors, and it sounds like those seniors were kind of the leaders in the room. How do you plan on replacing that leadership with such a young group of athletes coming up?
Well, those 4, they brought a lot to the room. My oldest son graduated. He only wrestled for 2 years, his junior and senior year, but just the presence and pushing everybody else to just keep to get better. The other ones, they all wrestled for many years. So just their experience and their leadership to carry on and help those younger guys. They also took the time to help coach the younger guys. If like when they were wrestling with them and they weren't understanding, they take the time to be like, no, you want to put your hand here, you want to move this way. And that's the way these guys are now. The juniors and, like, I guess veteran sophomores, I see them with those guys every practice. They like, no, stop. Let's do this. We'll slow down, make sure they understand the move and what they're doing, and then they pick up the pace again.
Sure. Not leaving anybody behind.
Yep.
Let's get everybody to get it right. Cole, football player.
Yeah.
Do you see a lot of your skill sets from wrestling helping you to be successful on the football field and vice versa, football to wrestling?
Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing. Like being a linebacker, like tackling's better, and like cardio coming off a wrestling season right into football season, it's really shows in the weight room.
How many wrestlers are also part of the football team at Ligonier Valley?
Pretty much all of them.
Okay. It was a good place for you to start recruiting, too, to help with the numbers. You know, I think it's so important for football players to understand, even if they want to go on to play football, but how important, if you're able to wrestle, you know, you don't have to be a stud in wrestling, but it really helps make you a better football player if that's where your love and passion is. Do you kind of share that with them as well?
Yeah, like the big thing is, even if like wrestling isn't your main sport, it's good for like conditioning and cardio. Like it's a different way of like, it's more than just moving the weight. It's like you're like kind of like toning your muscles and stuff, so like it'll show.
Aiden, other sports for you?
I also play football.
Also play football. What position?
I was a running back and a safety.
Okay. Does it make you nervous that he plays football, or is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Now, are you part of the coaching staff for football as well? No, just wrestling.
No,
okay.
Just wrestling. But yeah, it is nerve-wracking, especially whenever, like I found out I was getting the job in October, so every play I was just like, oh, please don't get like I'm looking at like all the football players I knew were going to be on the team. I'm like, just don't get hurt. Just don't get hurt.
Right. Cole, back to you for a second. I see you like to cut trees.
Yeah.
Are you a climber?
No, I haven't been climbing trees yet, but today, like before this interview, I was like doing firewood and cutting up some wood.
Okay, for your family?
Yeah.
Now, are you a log splitter with the axe and maul and stuff?
Yeah, I do the log splitter, and then I'll use it swing an axe sometimes.
Great workout, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I bet. That's where you should send them for workouts, Coach, over there to cut wood. What other hobbies do you enjoy?
I enjoy like camping and kayaking. We do a lot of that. Like right at the end of the road, we have like the Conemaugh.
Yeah.
So we'll like go on some like camp trips, like fishing, just get out in the nature.
And dirt bike riding as well.
Yeah, I like to rip around on my dirt bike.
I don't think Coach likes that so much during wrestling season, so park the bike.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll snow soon.
Then he'll get a snowmobile out. Yeah, right. Go ahead, G.
So Aiden and Cole, you know, thinking of your seasons last year, you know, Aiden placing 4th at sections and Cole, you were 5th at sections. You know, what type of goals do you have coming into this year that you'd like to obtain?
I really want to go to regionals. You know, I was one match away from going it last year, and I'm in the year before too, so I'm just tired of not making it there. Trying to get my headspace in a good way and just finally get in the regionals and maybe going further. Just trying to break the ice right there.
And I see outside of the mat that you enjoy playing guitar.
I do.
How long have you been playing?
I'm like a year and a half or so.
Really? So you're still now, are you self-teaching yourself?
Yeah, I'm self-teaching myself,
Just
yeah.
get online and teach yourself how to play?
Yeah, YouTube videos come in clutch.
How's he doing so far, Dad?
Pretty good.
Is he?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to get a guitar and learn, but I just would need another 3 hours in a day.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time.
Hero.
I could play Guitar Hero, you're right. Then you fishing, hunting, playing video games. Are you big into Fortnite as well?
I do play a lot of Fortnite,
Okay.
yeah.
Everybody's
I played
good. We're
Fortnite
batting
before this.
1,000 on Fortnite. So, go ahead, G.
So outside of, you said, you know, you'd like to really make it down to the regional tournament. What about as a team? You know, it sounds like both of you are pretty influential on, you know, trying to motivate the team to, you know, hey, one extra sprint at the end or just push yourself a little bit harder? What type of goals do you foresee or would like to have for the team going forward this year?
Well, we have a very young team, a lot of new kids, so really I just hope we can at least win half of our matches. I'm not going to shoot for anything too high, just have a good solid goal that we can easily obtain and then hopefully go further from that.
Are there any duels that you have circled on your calendar?
Not really. I'm just, one duel at a time. Just don't think ahead. Just think about the match. You're in the moment, and then don't wait for anything else.
Every team has a clown. Like the class clown. Who is it in the Ligonier Valley wrestling room? Aiden's chomping at the bit. He's got an answer already.
Lucas Krieger, or we call him Big Diesel.
You call him Big Diesel?
Big Diesel, yeah.
Please do explain.
I don't know. I think he came up with it. I don't know how he got the name.
He gave himself his nickname.
That's
Big
where the
Diesel.
best
I
come
like
from.
it. Why isn't Big Diesel here?
I don't know. Well, I don't think it's good enough to have. I don't think he's smart enough to have him on something like this.
Now, Big Diesel wrestles what weight?
215.
215.
Yeah.
Now, will you guys suit a full lineup this season? All 13 weight classes, or pretty close to?
We're pretty close. I think right now, we have 3 opens. 107, I think.
So a lot of teams may have 107 vacant too, so you could be in the mix.
Yeah, I think 133 right now is still up in the air, and heavyweight.
Okay.
But
we got to get on the football team, guys. We've got to have a heavy duty to close it out. What matches are – go ahead, Aiden.
We were trying to get some kids, but they're all just not for it.
I'm telling you, throw in the word disappointment. You'll
Yeah.
hook them. Regret and disappointment. What competitions are we looking forward to this upcoming season? What are your favorites?
I'm excited for the Southmoreland tournament, the
Okay,
Holiday
so
Classic.
are
I think I wrestled my freshman year in that, and then we didn't do it my sophomore year. So I'm excited to go back to it and try it again. And counties is always fun. You get to wrestle at a 3A school, so excited for that too.
Good deal. Yeah, we love covering both of those, actually, so we'll see you there. Cole, how about you? What competitions are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to our home opener. It's going to be tough, but we have Burl up first. Or
Good test
not
out of the
home
gate,
opener,
right?
but-
Let you know where you
Yeah.
stand.
Mhm.
Wrestle a team that's has the reputation that they do.
Yeah,
You're gonna
and
know
then
where you are.
I'm excited for the Hampton duels.
Okay, Coach, how about you? Competitions are you looking forward to?
I like this. I'm looking forward to the tournaments, and I'm really looking forward to the 2 dual tournaments we have. We're doing Hampton, and we're doing one in Ringgold.
Okay.
So I'm really excited about those because that's going to give those inexperienced wrestlers a lot of mat time.
Sure, mat time.
And that's what I'm more concerned about than the individual tournaments.
Right.
But some of these guys, I'm excited to see how well they do in the big open tournaments.
Good deal. George, you have anything to close it out?
I wanted to ask Coach, assistant last year, first year head coach this season. Is there anything new that you're looking to implement or looking to bring as the head coach moving forward?
My goal is to really build the program. And after the season, I want to continue on in the off season, keep them engaged, keep them in the weight room, get some mat time, do a little drilling, something to keep them occupied.
the rust off,
Yeah. And just really work and build the program up. Our JO program really striving right now, and I think they got about 50 kids in that program. So just trying to work with the high school, the junior high, and the JO level, just trying to just bring them all up, just keep the program building.
How does the junior high numbers look now, Coach?
They're looking pretty good. I think they got 13 or 14 on their roster.
Okay.
So they're about even with us right now. So
Good, and you're thinking that consistency in coaching is what it's going to take. There's been some turnover over the last, I would say decade of coaches. So now having you hopefully staying as that consistent coach to help build the Ligonier Valley Rams up to where we know they can be.
Exactly. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Good deal. Well, good luck. I'm sure we'll see you Matt's side soon enough. That's the Ligonier Valley Rams. Thank you to all three of you for coming out and joining us. Get home safe. And we will return with, who is next, Flick? I'm sorry, I didn't have my list pulled up. The Yawk Cougars right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We're live from DeNunzios Restaurant at Latrobe Airport. We'll be right back.
Train hard, look good, feel better.
Come to the Rehab Center.
Dr. Scott Learn and his dental team have been caring for the community for over 20 years. Dr. Learn offers a wide variety of dental services, including oral exams, gingivitis treatments, crowns, veneers, and more. He even makes custom sports mouth guards. Call 724-537-3314 or visit scottelern.dmd.com. Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendel VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendel VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendel VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendelVW.com. We would love to meet you.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network with the Yawk Cougars, we're joined by head coach Larry Hickson, Aiden Humenick, and Bryce Harvey. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this evening to talk a little bit about Cougar wrestling. Coach, give us a recap on last year. I believe it was your first year? Or
Second year.
Second year. Give us a recap on individual and team efforts.
Absolutely. So it was our second year basically bringing the program back from, having one or two kids competing. A lot of first-year, second-year wrestlers. So, we didn't weigh our wins and losses on dual meet wins and losses. We, kind of looked at how the kids competed through the year, how they competed individual tournaments in the dual meets. I think it was 7 matches last year. We lost by 6 or less points.
So you're in them.
We're in them. We were giving up 6 weight classes, we didn't feel. So we were wrestling tough individually, but as a team, when you're giving up 5, 6 weights, it's tough to compete in a dual meet. So, but we got better all through the year. We had kids with winning records by the end of the year. We had a kid make it to regionals, which was great in our second year, basically. We got our middle school program back last year for the first time in like 8 years. This year we got like 18 kids down there wrestling that came up through the JOs. They're now, not going to miss them middle school years like these guys did. And it's good. Yawk Wrestling's on its way up.
I like it, Coach. Are you thinking, obviously I know you're thinking it, but that success that you enjoyed last year after just 2 years of revitalizing the program, that's drawing more participation from the younger kids?
It is.
Let them know that, hey, Yawk Wrestling's back.
Yeah, it is, I think. Wrestling, we're still trying to get these guys play football. We're trying to get more of the football players out just to, fill them weights that we don't have. Keep it going until the middle school kids, cycle their way up to the high school, because, middle school, we got 18 kids. We got 15, 14 that are wrestlers that have wrestled, since youth. So, we want to keep this high school thing going and get more people involved.
You're still helping out with the football team as well?
Yes, yeah.
Natural recruiting right there
Absolutely.
for you, Coach, and I'm sure the head coach is very supportive of kids coming out and, letting wrestling help football and football help wrestling.
Absolutely, yeah.
Guys, can you see that football and wrestling kind of complement each other as far as some of the skill sets that you need on each playing surface to be successful?
Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Really, we're trying to get pretty much all of our football team to join our wrestling team because, once again, we're trying to build a new program, and it's just kind of tough trying to get people to convince them to come out and give us their time.
What positions do you play on football?
I play right tackle,
left tackle.
Well, right tackle, left tackle, right side, left side. Okay, I like it. Go ahead, G.
So, Coach, coming into your third year as head coach and still continuing to basically build out that program, right? What are you doing to help retain these athletes from year to year?
Keeping them involved. This summer we had a camp. We had Bo Bartlett come out and give a camp. Just trying to keep it going, keep them involved, keep them interested. Just keep it going.
What was it like to have Bo Bartlett in the room? Somebody with the resume like that, maybe a little intimidating at first?
Yeah, at first it was honestly a real shocker to see a real figure come out and show us skill on the mat. It's just a good role model, honestly.
Super nice kid though, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, all about respect. How about for you?
Yeah, it was weird to see someone that has that resume up close, be on the same mat with somebody like that and wrestle around with them and stuff.
What do you like to do outside of wrestling and school?
I started lifting a lot 2 years ago.
You loving the weight room?
Yeah.
Good deal. You've seen it already, seeing the results from that hard work out on the football field and here early on in wrestling?
I lost about 40 pounds in the last 2.5 years. So. Lost
40 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
Just dieting?
Lifting mostly.
Yeah.
I didn't start dieting real heavy until this year for wrestling and late for football, so I could build more muscle and get stronger for sports and stuff, because before I was just lifting so often and for so long it was just burning calories. So that's why I ended up losing so much weight originally. But
what's your favorite part of wrestling?
I feel tough on the mat. I like going out there and proving your strength with someone on the mat and showing who's better and who's tougher.
How about you, Aiden?
Honestly, I just what were you really asking?
What's your favorite part about wrestling?
Really, I just like it. It really shows technique beats natural strength in a way, because if you put someone who benches 500 pounds in the same room with someone who's wrestled for 5 years straight, it's just going to come out in a matter of technique, honestly. And it really showed that the last 3 years I've wrestled.
What competitions are you guys looking forward to this season you have on your calendar?
Mount Pleasant, that's a big one this year. We were trying to compete against them last year, but like our coach said, we didn't really have the spots to fill on the wait list. We're missing a lot, and we're still trying to fill in the tiny spots between.
How many empty spots do you think you'll have this year?
Probably 5.
5?
Which is better than last year.
Sure.
We're heavy up top. We have from 160 up is where all our kids are, because they're all linemen on the football team. Yeah. So they don't have an option not to wrestle. They have to wrestle.
Well, it's so great that you've gotten them to come out and participate. If not for the true benefit of wrestling, it's going to help with their football careers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go ahead, G.
Earlier on, Coach, I heard you kind of speak to, things were kind of down last year, but you said the kids still competed. Is that kind of part of the mantra that you're, wrestling hard, competing, not so much being focused on the wins and losses, right? Because that's going to happen. But as long as you go out and compete hard,
for sure,
we're going to be happy. Is that kind of what you're kind of preaching into your guys?
Absolutely what I preach personally. That's what we do. We'll wrestle anybody wherever. We got a call late, maybe a Wednesday evening. Principal texted me and says, hey, Kiski, one of the Kiski duels, they had a back out, and you got Waynesburg, Penn Trafford, Fort LaBeouf. You interested? No, absolutely, we're interested. What do we got to lose? We'll go see great wrestling, and we'll compete. So, yeah, we're going to compete against anybody.
There's characteristics each year on a team that really define that team. What are you seeing with this year's team as you're starting to really mold it?
So this is the third year, and these guys here, there's 2 or 3 other guys. They're all juniors. They started with me as freshmen. There was a couple kids that wanted to wrestle, and that's when I kind of raised my hand and said, I'll coach. And then these guys, hey, we'll come. You know what I mean? We'll wrestle. And, they're real close. All 4 or 5 of them, they're close. They do everything together. They're the leaders in the room. You know what I mean? There's no if I'm not in the room yet when practice starts, they're already in the room, shoes on, and already running, already starting. You know what I mean? Self-starters. So they kind of keep it together. They're the glue.
Guys, what's our favorite meals? You guys wrestle, maybe not cutting as much weight as everybody does, but let's say we have a big win. What's your big post-win meal, your favorite?
Honestly, really, it's probably just like Uncrustables.
Before and after. I'll tell you what, they are popular today. I got to get into these. Do you have the Nutella one that Marky was talking about?
No, I had no clue about those.
Yeah.
Play Fortnite and eat Uncrustables at the same time.
No.
How about you? Big win. What's your meal?
I get to sleep. I'm tired. I don't eat till the next day.
What's your breakfast then?
My breakfast? I like waffles. I'm a big waffle guy.
Big waffle guy?
Yeah.
Who's the clown on the team? The one that keeps it light?
Bryce.
You're looking at
by
him.
far.
Really?
By far, yeah.
Okay.
There's not even a second place.
A good story? You can take a second to think about one. He's trying to think.
There's a million.
We're live on the air.
Live
right?
on the air. Yeah. We'll just say Bryce does the most push-ups in the room by far.
Okay.
So you do push-ups when you do something maybe incorrect or kind of out of bounds. We'll say
he's good with it though.
He loves it.
He wants that strength.
Sometimes something will happen and you'll turn around and he's already doing push-ups. He already knows they're coming, so he just starts to push up.
Yeah, you don't even have to tell him. Just he's already down doing them on his face. Love it.
Yeah.
Plans after high school. What do you want to do? Study.
College, probably.
College? What do you want to study? Areas of interest?
I'm not sure yet. I've been looking into some different stuff. Engineering. My brother does engineering, so I always was interested in that.
You want to stay close to home or get away for school?
I don't know. It would be interesting to go away, but I would also kind of want to stay close to him because of, my family and stuff. But
big family guy.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
So.
How about you, Aiden?
I'm hoping to pursue a career in cybersecurity of some sort.
We need it.
Yeah, somewhere I could stay around family but still work, but at home in a comfortable area.
Do you know who can help you in a very successful cybersecurity program?
Him, I guess.
Yeah, he works at Seton Hill, and he also works with in the Career Center. And cybersecurity is a newer program. And I remember from my days of being there, some of the cool stuff that they get to go down and to do to help get them ready. And then he's the guy that helps you find a job. So hook up with them afterwards.
I'd
like to continue playing football and wrestle or wrestle.
Yeah, I really enjoy football. I've been playing it since I was 6 years old, all the way through high school. I've never stopped, not a single year.
Do you guys do anything in the spring, track, baseball, or just training for football and wrestling?
We both tried track, but, it's just kind of boring, not putting your hands on someone. Really showing, who's better.
We should add a new event.
Yeah, I guess so.
Wrestling pole vaulting or something like that. Yeah, right.
Mate, we actually play a wrestling basketball in our room with a pull-up bar and a volleyball. It gets a little physical sometimes, but dies down most of the time.
Coach, your biggest reason for being so excited about this year's team?
The kids, seeing them compete, seeing them grow over the years, seeing how they're going to compete in a match and in life too, seeing them grow and just get better. Be successful. Yep, that's
Anything, George?
What do you guys have out first?
We got a section match first against EF, and then that following weekend we're going to Shar Valley tournament. Yep.
Okay. All right, want to say thanks to the Yacht Cougars. Appreciate you guys coming out. Good luck this season. When we return, we'll have the Bell Vernon Leopards just across Route 70 there in Rostraver, right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Don't go anywhere.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there I use every single day.
My
Camlin Hyundai, inventory is up and prices are down. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson and 2023 Hyundai Santa Fe for just 2.99% for 60 months or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
At DeNunzios, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
Back here to our Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show, George Carter along Chris Smith. We're joined by the Bell Vernon Leopards head coach Bob Bove, Austin Hoffman, and Gio Waitman. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this evening. A lot going on down in Bell Vernon land. Again, the Leopards moving on to the semifinals of the state playoffs for football. You guys part of football?
No.
No? Wrestlers only, right? Love to hear it. Coach, do us a favor and give us a quick recap on last season, individual and team success, and how that teed up for this year.
Okay, yeah, we finished up 6-6 last year, which I felt was a pretty good achievement. We only had 11 total wrestlers. 2 of those wrestlers were brand new to the sport. One came back from like a 8-year layoff, and they all contributed and helped to a 500 season. We had 3 guys make it onto the regional in Altoona. Gio is one of them. He just narrowly missed qualifying for the state tournament. Cole Doppelhauer made the Whippeal finals, and he really only practiced for about a week and a half or 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he plays football. He came back. He broke his ankle Christmas Eve and was out until like January 28th. And it doesn't really leave much time. So I was happy with what he did. It was a rough stretch at sections for him, but then he rebounded with a really good Whippeal tournament, and the regional tournament he was right into. But all in all, we're looking for a pretty good season. We're gonna have about 14 kids this year, which
and that's up from last year.
Yeah, we had 11 last year, so 14.
Were you gonna shoot a lineup, or you maybe have 1 or 2 voids?
I think unfortunately we're not gonna have anybody low. We don't have probably our first weight will be 121 probably. But we should be able to fill most of the weights the rest of the way up. Maybe one gap, but we'll be pretty solid from once Gio gets down to 139. We'll be solid from 139 to heavyweight. So maybe 160 the weight should be pretty solid.
How many wrestlers do you currently have on the football team? About 5?
We have 3 varsity and like 6 or 7 freshmen that unfortunately they don't get to play much football, but
they're part of the program.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Sure.
And it's not like he's going to give those guys back while
I don't think you can let your bar up just yet.
So we got about probably like 9 or 10 total wrestlers. So it's a pretty significant number, yeah.
So, obviously that's a good problem to have, right? When your football team is having success, but yet you still have wrestlers on that team that you want to have in the room. How do you fast track, say, their cardio, their technique training, when they finish up with football, and then I don't know if they take some time off before they come into the mat room, or is it as soon as they get off the gridiron, they're right into the mat room?
They pretty much came right in last year. We usually give them the option, like, if you want some time off, take it. If you let me know when you're ready. We didn't really plan on wrestling anybody until we go to the Trojan Wars in Chambersburg, 29th and 30th after Christmas. And we were going to say that was going to be all their first competition. Unfortunately, Cole broke his ankle before that happened. And the other 2, being a 215-pounder and a heavyweight, Luke Breyer and Perry Riggle, they decided they were going to go ahead and go, and they wrestled the Frazier match on like 4 days practice. So I don't know what will – I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I think they're, arguably they'll be in the state finals again this year. Whether they win or not, I don't know. So we're not looking to get those guys back for another 2 weeks. It's tough though. I look at a guy like Luke Breyer, who's not a technician. He's a grinder, and he had a really good sophomore year because he got a chance to get in really good shape, which he does. He's a super hard worker for a heavier guy. And last year he just never got a chance to get into that type of conditioning that wears kids down. So he was kind of up and down last year. I think he finished at 12-12, but he just never got into that where he's the kind of guy that wears you down. He's not going to beat you with technique. He's going to beat you in the third period. And unfortunately, his third period wasn't where it needed to be because of football. But again, I don't think he trade being in shape for a state championship.
Right, but certainly wasn't for not being a hard worker. Also, I wanted to switch over to you. I was looking back at over your history: 4-12 as a freshman, 24-15, and then you're just improving each and every single year. What do you attribute all that improvement and success to?
Just working harder in the room.
Say it again, so all the little kids out there hear. What do you have to do to get better?
Just work hard in the room.
There it is.
I hated losing, so just have one way to not lose is work harder.
Is that part of the bloodline, I'm assuming, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Giovanni, how about you? Kind of exploded onto the scene last year. Didn't really have a clue who you were, and then next thing I know, I'm calling your match. I believe it was at Counties, and I'm like, who in the heck is this young man?
Yeah, I just came out there with something to prove. I wrestled throughout elementary and middle school, but couldn't get back out there like my freshman year how I wanted to. So I just had something to prove, wanted to get out there and show who I was.
You look like you really have fun out on the mat.
Thank you. I try to.
Yeah, it's almost like you're wrestling with a smile on your face. Coach, you ever notice like he's out there, he's having fun? And it's not that we're not all having fun or we weren't having fun when we were trying, but you just –
It's when I'm out on the mat.
You look like Heinz Ward out there playing.
Thank you. When I'm out on the mat, I feel alive. Just listening to what my coaches are saying to me and trying to apply onto the match.
What's exciting for you about the upcoming season?
I got some rivals to beat. Some people in my book, and I just want to see them.
You want to call anybody out here?
I'm all right. They know who they are.
All right, I like that. Being a gentleman.
Yeah, but I'll see where it is this year and leave everything out on the mat this year for my last one.
Austin, how about for you? What's exciting for you coming up this season?
Just seeing what the team has to prove. We're all good wrestlers, and I just hope we all make it out of sections this year and see people place at states this year.
Excited to get the kids back from the football team?
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you guys travel, do you follow the football team around, and will you go to state semifinals and, perhaps finals?
They're on this side of the state this year, so they're at North Allegheny High School, so there's probably a good chance that we will.
Oh, and is it NA against
yeah,
Hickory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, last year it was out east last year.
It was cold.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, that's the only bad part. That's the only bad part about it is the cold. Like I'm often reminded why I quit coaching football.
Guys, there's always a defining characteristic, and I've been asking every team this, that really kind of sets the mold for the coming season. What is it with this year's Leopard wrestling team? What's going to define this team? What are we doing in the room? Maybe there's one word that explains it.
Just bonding, heart,
brotherhood.
Heart.
Like
yep.
it. Do we have any women interested in wrestling down in Bell Vernon yet?
We don't have. We had a few. We had a girl last year, but she was plagued with some injuries, and she didn't come back out this year. We had 2 girls sign up for our junior high team, but we have yet to see them yet. So I don't know. We're obviously open for it, but we haven't really had much interest, surprisingly.
Well, maybe once they see these other programs popping up with
I think so. We have about 85 kids in our youth program, and we have quite a few girls in the youth program, so maybe if they stick on up through, and then eventually we'll have a girls team as well.
So Gio and Austin, I see you both have some battle scars already in a season. It's just getting started. How would you individually describe your wrestling style? I know Coach was talking about, and I think it was your heavyweight that's more going to grind guys out, right? That was your heavyweight you were referring to? 215 pounder. So he's more going to grind guys down and win in the third. How would you describe your wrestling style?
I'm definitely a in-your-face type of guy. I like to use my body and just get out there and get what I want, and it's just push through whatever, really.
You have interesting hobbies, too. We'll talk about that in a second. Go ahead and ask Austin.
I like scoring points, getting up early, just maintaining a lead, and just keep scoring.
Yeah, I think with G, sometimes we have to slow him down a little bit. He's sometimes a little frantic, and that burns him out a little bit. So we don't want to take that away from him, though, because that's what makes him who he is. But
Sure.
at the same time, we want to cut down on some of those, things that get him burnt out. And as far as Austin goes, he's a extremely gifted athlete. Like, I don't think he knows how athletically gifted he is. Sometimes there's not too much that he can't do. So we just try to get him to be his problem he struggled with over the years is just confidence. So we just try to get him more confidence, slow him down a little bit, and I think they'll both have great seasons.
So do you two work out together?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely my favorite partner.
Okay, pushing one another. I mean, you more on the kind of crazy side, more flash, and Austin, you're more calculated, it seems like.
Yeah, he shuts me down when I'm like, it's hard to explain, but we go out and get after it.
I see you enjoy skateboarding, eating sushi, going to the mall, and watching movies.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big movie guy. I like to like.
What's the
watch
last movie you went to the theater to watch?
Oh, I saw, what was it? It's probably the Oppenheimer with the boys. It was really good. I think most of the wrestling team was there, so it was really fun.
So you guys do a lot of stuff as a team outside of the room?
Yeah, we definitly try to.
That's part of that bonding you were talking about. Favorite sushi spot?
Little Bamboo. They call me the sushi king there. I swear.
Do they have the Geo?
Yeah,
the Geo roll.
Put me
What's it called? Roll. Little Bamboo.
Little Bamboo.
Where is this?
It's in Bell Vernon, right next to the Taco Bell.
It's actually right down the street from where we practice at too. So he could be there a lot.
He's the sushi king. I like it. How about you? Hobbies, Austin?
I love to golf.
Where do you like to golf at?
Cedar Brook.
Is that the one that's right on 70 on both sides?
Yeah, I'm on the team, so we get free golf there. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been golfing?
This is only my second year.
Do you are you good? I mean, you can be modest. 43,
44 is usually what I average on 9.
Pretty good. And I don't know if you guys know, Bell Vernon won the Whippeal in golf this year as well. So.
We did know that. I remember that being up on our ticker.
It's been a pretty good year already for Bell Vernon Sports. Hopefully,
it has been.
Keep
Bell
it going,
Vernon's been up on the red ticker quite a few times this year. So you guys are definitely known for your athletics and beautiful facility down there. I like the coach's hospitality room at halftime when I'm there doing filming. It's a good one. Go ahead, G.
So we already heard what Gio's. I'm assuming sushi's your favorite food.
Yes.
So Austin, what is your favorite food of choice?
Wings, barbecue wings.
Are you a sauce on or you dip?
Sauce on.
Sauce on. Okay, I like to control the dip.
I would say dipping is the best.
Yeah. I'm a dipper. Coach, how about
I'm also a dipper.
Big team win. What are you going out to eat?
I don't know. I'm pretty basic. I'm a pizza guy. I like pizza.
Did you have some of the pizza here?
I did not yet.
I encourage it.
I'll have to give it a try for sure.
It's very good. Anything to close it out with our friends from the Bell Vernon?
Is there a single duel or a tournament? I know you have some names in your book of guys you want to wrestle, but is there anything you're really looking forward to?
Sections, Whippeals, and states. Just those three.
Right to it.
Yep.
You said you wanted to further your career in the military.
Yeah.
Are you currently in ROTC?
No, not yet, but I would like to go into the Navy. I've been talking to the recruiters for all of my 4 years of high school.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Well, best of luck, and best of luck to all of you. I'm sure we'll see you Matt's side soon enough. That is the Bell Vernon Leopards, and as soon as I can get my computer to go all the way up, I can tell you that we're going to have the Spartans of Hempfield area coming up next right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help them with some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there, I use every single day.
Mike Hamlin Hyundai, inventory is up and prices are down. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson and 2023 Hyundai Santa Fe for just 2.99% for 60 months or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
At DeNunzios, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
Back here with first-year head coach of the Hempfield Spartans, Steve Santee. He'll be joined by Eli Carr and Nico Capusta, two highly competitive wrestlers, very successful wrestlers, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them get this year's campaign underway. Coach, thanks for joining us. You're certainly no stranger to Spartan wrestling. Give us a rundown. How did we get here?
My coaching career started in 2012 down in Westmoreland. I was a head assistant for 4 years there, and then I took over for 2. So from 2012 to 18, I was at Westmoreland. After that, I did take a couple years break, but ended back up at Hempfield, where I was the head middle school coach last year for the 22 and 23 season. So, and then, Coach D did step down, and I took advantage of the opportunity.
How exciting is that for you to take over a team, especially with so much gifted talent?
Oh, I mean, I think every athlete, if they get into coaching, desires to get back to their alma mater and just, give back to that any way you can. So I'm so excited to have the opportunity to represent Hempfield and, get out there for these guys and, just have my touch on the program.
What are we excited about this season, the outlook for it?
I mean, overall, I just think they had a very successful season last year. We want to try to continue that year in and year out. Eli had a great season for himself there, and he's probably looking to get back to the state tournament. Same thing here with Nico. And I'm just excited to get out there for these guys and just the whole Hempfield community to show what we got this year.
Go, Marky.
How's it feel being the head coach of the school that you graduated from? I know I coach a sport at the high school I graduated from. Josh Shields, a Burrell graduate. It's got to mean something a little more that you're at the helm of where you put in all your hard work from the time you were a kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, I think any kid or any person who is getting into coaching desires to get back to his alma mater, and it's just a special opportunity. And I'm so excited to represent Hempfield here. So I just can't say enough.
Let's switch gear over to you guys. Eli, headed to Brown. Yeah. Another extremely smart individual. What are you going to study, my man?
I'm set on engineering, either mechanical or electrical. So.
How did we get to Brown? What drew you there?
I had no idea Brown even existed until one of my good friends and coaches, Mickey Philippi, went there. And he's now the assistant coach. Got me in contact with Coach Jordan Lean, and from there it was a complicated process choosing, but definitely they made me feel at home there. And
there's definitely some other Westmoreland County notable wrestlers out there too, huh? Maybe some from Burrell.
A couple Burrell guys, and there's a couple other kids in high school still. Just I believe kid from Fort Cherry.
B-Dubs, Braden Welsh, shout out. It's sort of like a pipeline from Whitfield to over there in Providence, Rhode Island. So.
Well, that's gonna be a great feeling to know that you're not alone. You already know so many people, but the level of education that you're gonna get, especially an engineering program, that's got to be exciting for you. So from all of us at WSN, congratulations. When did you make that sign?
So I committed back over the summer, and then technically in the Ivy Leagues you don't sign a letter of intent, so I haven't gotten accepted yet, but we're just waiting on that letter.
Okay. Well, best of luck waiting on that letter. Hopefully it
Thank
comes
you.
before Christmas. That would be a great Christmas gift for you.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel like that weight's been lifted? I mean, you're all but signed, sealed, delivered going to Brown. Do you feel like there's that pressure off you? You're already going, now let's just go out and win a frickin' state title
Most
kind of
definitely,
attitude?
yeah. You know, I feel like there's no pressure of like, oh, if I don't compete to my best ability, like these college coaches aren't going to be contacted. Like there's no worry about that anymore, and it's just, you know, have fun out there. That's my goal this year is just have fun.
Right on.
You know, get ready for the collegiate competition, which is obviously a whole nother level.
It's a little step.
Yeah.
A little bit more intense. It's a minute
Little bit,
longer,
yeah.
which isn't that big of a deal, but the level of
just a minute.
intensity is a bit different. Marky, why don't you go ahead and beat up on Nico a little bit with some questions?
So, Nico, your freshman year last year had a very good freshman season. I know it didn't end the way you wanted it to end, but what have you done in the off season to further, you know, what you're going to do this season?
Yeah, I took a little break right after Whitfields, and then I was right back into it. I competed at U15 in Vegas, and I went to Fargo as well. And I was competing a lot. I went to Freestyle States, did a lot of stuff over the summer, and I think I did a lot, and I have jumped levels over the summer.
And how was it growing up, you know, with your older brother, your dad, you know, your cousin, your uncle? I mean, you've come from a wrestling family that's kind of been beat into you since you were a kid. Yeah. How's your older brother been a role model to you growing up in the sport of wrestling?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, always when I was little, I always looked up to him. So everything he did, I wanted to do. And, like, anything he did, I was like, oh, I want to do that. Or he went somewhere, and I want to go there. So it was just cool. And definitely last year was really fun with him, spending one last year with him.
And that was really cool to see. You a freshman, he a senior, and you always idolizing him and kind of following in his footsteps. But on the same token, do you think that maybe there's a little bit of pressure off of you now and the lights on you? It's not like, well, Lucas won, now Nico has to win. Now it's just you at Hempfield.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people looked at it and was like mainly him. But this year it's a lot more focused on me and like Eli and Pierce, and there's other guys on our team that are really like the spotlights of this year.
What's defining this year's team, if you could put it in a word or two?
I would honestly hard work. I mean, these last month we've been doing a lot of lifting. I feel like I've gotten way stronger, and in the room I can just see people are just it's just a lot more hard work.
What are you going to be wrestling at this year, Nico? Up from 107?
107.
You're going to go 107 again? Okay.
Yep.
Those Kapustas, they always stay small.
Yes, they
for
do.
Sure. Go ahead, Marky.
So, goals heading into this year. I know, Eli, you talked about yours. Nico, what are some of yours?
Definitely winning Whitfields is definitely one of my big goals. And then obviously placing at states will be a big goal. So, yeah.
Team-wise, how do you feel team-wise? What are some of your goals? Because last year, to be honest, a lot of people were kind of sleeping on you guys. And that latter end of the team season, you guys went on a hell of a run, you know, beating Connellsville, and then at the state tournament winning a bunch of matches. Like, you guys were on fire. What do you got to do to replicate that?
I mean, I think Hempfield in general, we like to feed off of that underdog energy. So, I don't know. I think going into the team stuff, we just want to go in with a chip on our shoulder. We're a very young team. We only have 3 upperclassmen in total. So just coming in with that chippy attitude, just kind of like we're gonna go in and show them that we might be young, but we're scrappy and we're a force to be reckoned with.
Are you seeing some of the youth, the younger wrestlers, they're following suit, they're taking the advice of the leaders so that they could be the future leaders of the Spartans?
Definitely. I would say almost half of our team is newcomers, so, you know, just kind of getting the idea in their head that, you know, we can be good despite, you know, not having maybe the numbers that these other teams do. Just kind of getting it in their head that it doesn't matter, like, what the expectations are, and just coming out there and competing.
Who's the team clown?
Pierce Turner.
Most definitely Pierce Turner.
Is it Pierce Turner?
Oh yeah, he's the shine. He's the shining.
Who's the grumpy
star.
cat?
Well, when this guy's cutting weight, it's it's Nico.
He did like this really quick look to the left, like kind of slow.
This
guy right here when he's cutting weight. How is it cutting down to 7 for you, Nico?
It's a little bit of a challenge, but I mean, obviously I've been wrestling pretty much my whole life, so I've been kind of used to it. But there's definitely certain ways that I've been like adapted to, and just to get down easier.
Now, big win. What are we eating after?
Probably hibachi.
Hibachi?
Yeah.
Ito?
Yep.
All right. How about you, Eli?
I was waiting for this question. Get ready. I go to Dino's and I get 12 sweet and hot, all flappers, double time.
All flappers, double time. He can hang out
kid
with us.
knows
We're
his-
flappers.
yeah.
Yeah, flappers and double time. You got to get Dino's double time.
Double time. All
Yeah, I've
the
also
way.
done them triple time sometimes. What matches are we looking forward to or tournaments this year? I know every year, Nico, you've got a year under your belt. Eli, obviously, you're a vet. What are we looking forward to this season?
Top Hat is this next weekend. That's always a big wake up call for some kids. It's a very tough tournament, first week of competition. That one, and then I love the county tournament. It's always super fun to.
Yeah, you tend to do pretty good there.
Yeah, I like it. So.
Yeah, I bet. How about you, Nico?
A little bit different. I like the duels, Connellsville and Latrobe, definitely two that we lost last year. Obviously beat Connellsville at the end, but earlier in the year, those two, definitely want to get those back.
Yeah, I think we'll be Matt's side for both of those. Those
Yeah.
are always good ones for us to cover. Mark, anything to close them out?
Yeah, Coach, just Eli now being a senior, even though Nico only has 1 year under his belt sophomore, he had some big match experience. Are these two of the guys that you've kind of leaned on with some in-house leadership?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. These guys have done so much wrestling and, been involved heavily in the sport. With that much experience, those are the guys you always lean to. I mean, we do have some newer guys coming in, the veterans. And, again, we're young, but these guys have been wrestling a long time. So we're still going to lean on that experience. And, we're just going to go with it, and we're ready to compete every match. So we're excited to get going.
Well, we're excited to be Matt's side for you and see how the campaign goes. From all of us at WSM, best of luck to you. That's the Hempfield Spartans joining us here on the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show live from DeNunzios. When we return, we're going back to the women. It's the Lady Knights of Norwin. Coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
DeNunzios Italian Restaurants is open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeanette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
I feel like it's definitely very important for high school because a lot of kids get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs, so doing the events in a school setting, I feel definitely try to prevent kids from going to parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendel VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendel VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendel VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendelVW.com. We would love to meet you.
Go. Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, as we continue coverage of the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show, we're joined by the Lady Knights head coach Eric McGinnis, Josephine JoJo Dolman, and Octavia Tave Walker. Ladies and gent, thank you so much for joining us here this evening.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, anytime. Coach, get us started. Talk about, how did we get here? Obviously, we have the ladies program, and how are things looking for the upcoming season?
So we are really excited to be a part of this revolution of women's wrestling. We have 13 girls out, 10 of them, it's their first time stepping on the mat.
Due to you two, a lot of recruiting in the hallways? Nice, I like it.
Yeah, so we're just excited for the upcoming season, see what these girls can do, and we're having fun doing it. So,
awesome. What kind of tactics are we using to get women out of the halls and into the wrestling room? Because it can be a bit of an intimidating sport. You think of wrestling, you think, oh, that's a jock sport for men. What are we doing to sell the sport to our friends?
So at school, I'm actually like really girly and I'm like super extroverted and all that. So I just kind of am like, if I can accomplish all that I have in wrestling, why can't you? I go out here, I've got the curled hair, the makeup, everything. And like these girls are like, I don't think it's for me. If I can go out there and I could be tough and I've, wrestled for 8 years, why can't you?
You've wrestled for 8 years,
yeah.
JoJo? Really?
Yeah.
Now, did you have older brothers or cousins or somebody that wrestled?
No, actually. My dad wrestled for a couple years in like middle school, and he quit in 9th grade, and I was actually the first person in my family to start wrestling.
Who encouraged you to wrestle? Your father?
Yeah. I did jiu-jitsu for 6 years prior to then. So it was more of like a transition point to help me with jiu-jitsu, but I ended up just falling in love with it, and I just like kind of loved the spotlight, the wrestling, getting my hand raised. So I just kind of from there like just took it all in.
I like it. She's going to be like the Barbie doll wrestler right there. Like loves to in between matches doing her makeup, and then she goes out and she mat slaps somebody. I love it.
She's a trailblazer.
I like it. I like it. How about you, Tave? What got you into wrestling?
Well, JoJo, and then I also did it to get stronger for my other sport, softball, and it did help a lot.
So you're saying it complement both sports? Yeah. Which one is your favorite? And you can be honest.
Softball.
Softball. Is that
she
what
hits
you think
dingers.
You're gonna go?
She hits dingers.
Oh, you rake
she
a lot,
goes
huh?
yard.
Okay. I like it. Well, hey, I'm glad that wrestling is helping to complement
your
me
too.
Success there on the So am I, as I rake balls, right? Go ahead, George.
So, Coach, now it's official, right? As we said earlier, women's wrestling is obviously taking off now. So what do you all have on the schedule this year? We know it's kind of piecing things together, but what do you guys have on schedule this year?
We are throwing them to the wolves. We start off going out to Boiling Springs. We'll hit Elizabethtown, so we're going to be on the east side of the state for a while. Taking them down to the Beast of the East. We're taking the guys as well. We're doing the Beast of the East with the women on Thursday, and then the guys start Saturday. We're hitting Powerade, Winter Mayhem. Then we have a couple dual tournaments thrown in there. We're wrestling Connellsville. We have one with Southmoreland, Upper St. Clair, Plum, and then I believe we also added the Southmoreland tournament as well.
And now that the numbers just across the board, right, are starting to grow, are you foreseeing that these tournaments are going to obviously be up in numbers and also up in the level of competition as well?
I'm actually really eager to see where the numbers are to start. I know women's wrestling is the fastest growing sport, not only in America, but in the world. So I think eventually it's going to get there. But first year, it's a trial and run error, see where it goes. So I'm really excited to see.
If either of you, I'm sure you have wrestled boys, men, whatever we want to call it. Yeah. Have you ever won one?
I won one last year, but it was an exhibition match.
What was it like?
Good.
Did he cry?
Oh, I don't know.
You didn't care.
No, I didn't. I won.
What's your celebratory meal after a big win? What do you like to go eat?
Tropical smoothie.
Tropical smoothie?
Yeah.
Where do you get one of these?
Yeah.
What?
Where do you get one of these?
Oh, like North Huntington, and there's one in Murraysville.
Okay. Right on. How about you, JoJo? Ever beat a boy? What was the first time you beat a boy? What was the reaction?
Well, he cried because we were like 8. But I actually wrestled boys for the first 7 years of my career, like exclusively boys. And I actually took 4th at Tournament of Champions whenever I was younger at Keystones. So
Okay.
I have a lot of experience against guys, yeah.
For sure. Obviously, that has definitely helped prepare you for matches against women. And now, what's your big celebratory meal after a big win or cutting weight, whatever it may be?
Chick-fil-A, every time.
What number?
I just get a plain chicken sandwich,
You
no
don't get the
pickles.
spicy?
No, and then I get the mac and cheese with the bacon bits and
Yeah,
a frozen
okay.
lemonade.
All right. Do you like the chicken nuggets that are non-breaded, though?
No.
I don't either. I want to like them because they're healthier, but I just can't like them. Right, Coach?
No grilled chicken. Ugh.
I mean, if you're cutting weight, why not just get the extra calories, you know?
Yeah, right on. Give yourself a little bit more energy to go run some more. Coach, your big celebratory meal after a big win.
Well, I'm a big Mountain Dew guy.
Are you?
Big
We
Mountain
have
Dew
a-
guy.
I think we have a picture
Yes,
of
I
Mountain
was
Dew
actually
over
going to bring the whole picture up here, but I thought that wouldn't be appropriate enough. Big Mountain
Somebody
Dew guy.
bring that picture over. Coach
Big
is
Mountain Dew.
thirsty.
So, like, even with the guys, if I show up to a match and I don't have a Mountain Dew in hand, I'm not allowed in the building. So they make me go get a Mountain Dew. So it's just been like a ritual.
Is it a superstition thing?
It is. It started when I coached in Georgia.
Okay.
I was one of my coaches always drank Mountain Dew, so I just started. I wasn't really a big pop drinker, but like he just got me hooked on Mountain Dew, and that's the only pop I drink. So now I have one before every single match.
Okay.
Even if weigh-ins are like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, I have a Mountain Dew in my hand.
We were on a bus to a JV tournament last year, and it was probably like 6 in the morning. He was sitting there with like 2 Mountain Dews in his lap, and it was like on the way to a tournament. We had a bus full of kids, and like he was just sitting there drinking 2 Mountain Dews at like 6 a.m.
You all look like you have a lot of fun as a team. Like you're a family. You attribute that to a lot of the success. Yeah, we're new, we're exciting. I mean, talk about what what causes all this cohesiveness amongst your team.
So like I said before, we're actually best
You're
friends.
not.
We're best friends. But me and Tave especially, like, we are technically more of the experienced girls on the team. So I feel like we've taken up that kind of like older sister mentality where we like, especially with the newer girls, we really like to take them under our wing, kind of show them like the ins and outs of the mat. And just in general, like I love being with the girls. They're like my family. Like I genuinely, every single team I've been on, like I've had my struggles, but this team, it's just so different. Like I just love being around them.
This women's wrestling thing's going to take off, and it's because of this kind of attitude right here. I'm loving it. How about you, Tay?
I like it because like you create a lot of memories, and like I like making a lot of like inside jokes with the team, and I just think it's like another way to have fun because you could be drilling and just say something and then just start laughing, or like do something funny and then it just creates a little joke.
What's the team like to do outside of wrestling, like team building activities?
Sleepovers.
Sleepovers?
Eating pizza.
Yeah.
Okay. What hobbies for you do you have? I mean, obviously I want to know what the team does, but what hobbies do we have?
So I'm actually in 3 different clubs at school, which I focus on a lot. So I'm in HOSA, which is Health Occupational Students of America. I'm in Global Scholars, which is really language-based. I love learning languages. I'm like in Spanish too at school, and then I learn Croatian at home with my mom, and then I also...
Croatian.
I am too.
All right.
And then I actually was really into ASL whenever I was little, so like learning sign language. And then I'm also in, what's it called? I'm in Model UN. too.
Model UN.
I love Model UN. It's my favorite club.
She's the poster child for
busy
women's
schedule.
wrestling.
She's a trailblazer.
Yeah, why is she not on a poster? We're gonna
I don't
get
know,
you
you on a
Coach. Why am I not on a poster?
Win a state title and you'll be on a poster.
I have in freestyle.
Coach, and you have an interesting role too as part of the development of USA Wrestling. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a new role I'm taking on. I just got elected as the freestyle development coach for Team Pennsylvania. So I think it's going to transition well into females because if they want to go on to the next level, female wrestling in college is all freestyle.
Mm-hmm.
So just with our RTC and everything, and I think around the area, I think it's going to help me being with that role to help build women's wrestling even further, especially in the WPIL.
So for both JoJo and Tave, what are some of the goals that you have coming into this year? Are there specific tournaments where you're like, you know what, I had that circled ever since last year, and I'm really looking to either win that or what are some of your goals that you're setting for yourself?
I'm looking to get stronger, obviously, and then improve my mental state, like my mental mindset, yeah, and just getting stronger, faster, and just learning more.
So this year, I'm looking to win my state title. You know, I got knocked down in the semis.
You'll be on a poster.
Yeah, and then I'll be on a poster.
Yeah.
Got knocked down.
That's the deal. Win a state title, then a poster.
I got knocked down in the state semis by Haley Jaffe, which, I've wrestled her in 2 different styles, lost both times, but, I love wrestling her. There's a lot of girls like that. Like, you think of, Jordan Faust, Haley Jaffe, Violet Lasher. Like, they're all just powerhouses.
You
I
also
love wrestling.
blood round at Fargo.
I did blood round at Fargo, and I lost to Violet. But, like I said, bringing her up again, she's an absolute powerhouse. I love wrestling them. They're, like, my favorite opponents because they make me better every time I wrestle them, I remember I was at a freestyle qualifier this year at Bishop McCourt. I wrestled Jordan the first time, and I got teched in like 30 seconds. And then I came back the second time, and I ended up scoring like 6 points on her. And so, and Coach McGinnis was actually there. He was my coach for that tournament. And we kind of went over the match in between, that kind of mindset of just like getting in between the matches, like breaking down what you could have done better. And that's something that we do at Norwin a lot, actually. So our mission is to build Olympians in wrestling and build Olympians in life. So, kind of going back to what I was saying about like my clubs and stuff, I know those clubs are going to set me up for the future. I know, keeping good grades is going to set me up for the future, and kind of not just focusing on wrestling, but we focus on a lot of other stuff too.
And how are you able, because, you said this earlier that you two are both, or more so the more seasoned athletes on the team, right, that have the more experience compared to some of the other athletes. How are you able to kind of share that knowledge and wisdom that you have with your teammates to kind of help bring them along?
So we definitely know that it can be hard to be a student athlete, to balance everything, especially like doing clubs and stuff and, just getting out there in general. But we focus a lot, I know with the girls, we focus a lot on helping each other, whether it's in school or wrestling, just helping with time management, like everything we need, we're there for each other. So just like in general, they know that we're here for them no matter what.
And I'm agreeing a lot with her, and we stay on top of each other a lot, and we hold each other accountable, and we push each other in practice, and like when we start to go off, like zone out or like not pay attention, we like get on each other and just push each other to be the best we can be and work harder and get stronger every day.
I want to end it with one question. Your favorite class, Tave?
Favorite class? Ooh, probably ELA, I'd have to say.
ELA?
I like to write a lot.
Okay. How about you, JoJo?
I really like AP World History because my teacher is like super awesome. She actually is like head of 2 of the clubs that I'm in. And like just the bond that you have with the teacher can really impact something like that. And not to mention the fact that I just love history.
Okay. Hey, we're looking very forward to being mat side for the Lady Knights. Best of luck to you this season. Appreciate having you.
Thanks for everything
Thank
you
you
guys
for
do.
having
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you so much. That's the Lady Norwin Knights. When we return, we will have the Penn Trafford Warriors. Is that correct? No, that is not correct. No, we will have the Norwin boys. I'm sorry. They're right there in front of me. Good golly, Miss Smalley must be getting tired. We'll be right back on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
There's a place between exotic and exhausted, a sweet spot, and it's here we find the 2023 Kia Forte. Sporty, fuel efficient, and highly affordable. And right now at Smale Kia, lease a Forte LXS for $259 a month, or buy and get 2.9% APR for 48 months. Plus, every new Kia comes with $500 off MSRP and the Kia 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Now at Smale Kia.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices, located in the Greengate East Plaza below Walmart. Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we are at DeNunzios at the Arnold Palmer Airport here in Latrobe. With us now, we have the males at Norwin High School, the Knights. We have Coach Devin Austin and his two wrestlers, Aiden Fum and Nate Campbell. Welcome, fellas.
Thanks for having us.
Hello. So, Coach, give me a little recap on last year, just how the season ended, how everything summed up.
Last year we had a great year. We had a great team year, finished really strong at the team tournament. Individually, we had a struggle with injuries. Had a lot of guys dealing with injuries that were kind of lasted all season and really kind of hurt us a little bit in the individual side of it. But we were still able to have a handful of WPL qualifiers and be able to go there and get some wins and some quality matches.
So, Coach, last year 15-4, right, overall as a team, but no state qualifiers. So, talk a little bit about, what's the mindset, moving forward now? Like, hey, we didn't have any state qualifiers, probably some guys right there on the bubble at the Whitfield tournament. What are you going to do this year to kind of get over the hump?
We give, as a coaching staff, we give our guys a lot of opportunities. One, with the schedule that we go to, they have a lot of great opportunities to, wrestle a lot of the best guys. And, I think that's a huge aspect, as well as just, the coaching that we give them every single day. We give them the opportunities to, chase those goals, because ultimately that's what it is as a coaching staff, to do our best ability to help them succeed when it matters the most.
Now, to you guys, I know both of you probably have a chip on your shoulder. I know, Nate, you had battled some injuries last year. Aiden, you had to sit out the postseason due to transfer rules. So you both have that chip on your shoulder. What have you guys done in the offseason and so far this season to, put your name out there in your season?
We both wrestled freestyle on the off season. We practiced, pretty much every day. Instead of me wrestling postseason, I still worked with the team individually, gave my partners good looks and stuff like that. Mostly just getting ready because I wrestled in Vegas. I tried to train for that, and yeah.
Kind of going off that, it's same thing. So after the injury, right away when I was cleared, right away started wrestling 5 days a week, all through the off season. Went to freestyle states, went to Fargo. We got to go to the Olympic Training Center this year. Got to wrestle with some world-class guys and just working out every day. So we're excited for this season.
And so how do you feel, and this is for all three of you, but how do you feel that extra work in the off season is going to help you guys jump levels going into this season? Not a lot of student athletes can say that they went down to the Olympic Training Center and wrestled with some of the top guys, not just in Westmoreland County, but in the nation, right, or the world. So how is that going to help you feel jump levels going into this season?
I'll let these guys start.
Definitely like the kids around the nation and stuff. You get different feels. Like every wrestler is different. Every wrestler is gonna be the same. So you get a feel from everyone around. Like especially like the tournaments we do in the season. Not a lot of teams will get to do like the schedule we have. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think wrestling and getting all those practices and different looks in the off season, I think that helps a lot because there's a lot of kids that don't do that in the off season. Now there's some kids that still practice a couple times a week or whatever. But if you're still hitting it hard, you're lifting, you're wrestling, you're getting looks from like different coaches. Like our coaching staff's amazing. We have a lot of different looks, a lot of great guys giving us technique all summer, and I think that is really going to set us apart for this season.
How beneficial has the Knights RTC been for the program?
Oh, it's been huge, and to build off that last question, the guys were tremendous from the end of last season until now. Their work ethic, attitude's been unbelievable in the weight room, on the mat, obviously taking advantage of the opportunities, like we said, going to the Olympic Training Center. That's builds on our schedule, taking advantage of the opportunities that they have and using that to their advantage. But to build off that with the RTC, it's been huge. It's an awesome opportunity that Norwin gets to have, and it certainly is a tremendous benefit to the guys in the program.
So, Nate, getting injured last year, basically unable to wrestle the whole back half of the season, right? So what are you looking forward to the most this year? Is it just getting back on the mat and competing?
It's a little bit of both. Obviously, competing, getting back on the mat, competing with the team in the team season is super important to me. But also that individual season too. Obviously, last year I didn't get the chance to prove myself. But this year, high expectations for myself. I feel like I know I'm going to get on that state podium this year. I just have to go prove it now.
Coach, what are your expectations for these kids?
Our expectations as a coaching staff is to just be there for the guys every single day. Help them to reach the goals and the mission that they set before them, and give them every opportunity to be successful.
Now, outside of wrestling, what are some things you guys like to do? You guys play any other sports, activities? What is it?
Fortnite.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Been a big one.
He was looking like I'm about to say Fortnite.
I play football too, and definitely a big Fortnite guy. Just hit Unreal today. Yeah, I'm a big Fortnite guy too. I don't play football though, but I just wrestle. Just all year round. But I do chess too. Big chess guy. Started that last year. It's a fun game.
Any hunting, Coach? You hunt?
No, I don't really get out too much.
So as far as Norwin's schedule for this upcoming season, is there anything that you guys are just really looking forward to? Is there a specific tournament that you're like, hey, the title here has been eluding me my whole high school career. Like I really want to win this title, or is there a specific duel that you're looking forward to this year?
Definitely Beast of the East. I just want to see how it is out there, and definitely Whippeals. Because he's my freshman and sophomore, he really didn't go too good, so I'm trying to prove myself this year.
Yeah, I think one great thing with this coaching staff is just how good our schedule is. So we have, I'm super excited for Beast of the East, Powerade obviously we go to, and Escape the Rock too. Those are 3 tough tournaments, can't really get better than that. Next weekend also we go out to Ephrata, we wrestle Malvern Prep, so that'll be super exciting to have a duel against them.
Now, Coach, I know the addition with the Beast to the schedule is that just again to get the best competition out there, or what was the decision making behind that going there?
So as a coaching staff, we voted unanimously to take that opportunity and go there. I think it stems with 2 things, giving the guys obviously an unbelievable opportunity to experience that type of competition, and to just wrestle guys from different states, different areas, wrestle some of the best guys in the country. It's hard to pass up an opportunity like that.
So a little aside from wrestling, I grew up in Lower Borough. I went to Borough High School, but I now live in the Norwin School District. My wife and I bought a house there. I need a hidden gem, kind of like restaurant, place to eat in the Irwin area. I got a couple spots, but I need like the lowdown from someone who's grown up there.
Brick House, yeah. Brick House. Shout out to Antonio if you're watching. His uncle owns it. Yeah, Brick House is the place.
Senecola too. That place is awesome.
I've heard of Brick House. What's the other one?
Senecola.
Senecola is pretty good. Shout out to the owners of Senecola. So, thinking of the competition, right? Just within the county, and you said wrestling against Malvern Prep. What is it going to take for the Norwin Knights again? And I know I asked you this earlier. But to get back to Hershey and get some guys on the podium?
I think just continuing the attitude and the work ethic that they've had so far, throughout the offseason and so far this season. If you continue to have that, that attitude and work ethic all season long, it's going to pay off when it matters the most.
Plans for after college, or after high school, college, trade school, whatever it may be?
Definitely to wrestle in college. Did you ask major? No.
Yes. What would you like to study? Any
human
ideas?
exercise, science.
Yeah, same thing. I'd like to wrestle in college, and I'm going for economics.
Now, are you guys looking at any specific colleges and universities?
Yes. I'm looking at W&J right now. I just visited there. I like the campus and stuff.
Okay.
And a couple other schools.
Yeah, I'm looking at a number of colleges. I don't think I'm going to commit till after the season because of the injury last year. I just want to prove myself and get my name out there so I can see all my options first. But I'm talking to numerous schools about wrestling.
Perfect.
And I think that is just about it here for the Norwin Knights. Best of luck this season to all you guys. I'm sure we'll be following. We'll be at some matches, county, so best of luck to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, too.
Thank you.
And that is it for the Norwin Knights. Flick, I believe we are going to get a picture here. Derry. It will be next with Coach Dolan, Nate Barkley, and Anthony Mucci.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help into some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there I use every single day.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh, in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
I feel like it's definitely very important like for high school because a lot of kids get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs, so like doing the events like in a school setting, I feel like definitely like try to prevent kids from like going to like parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
Hi, I'm Ryan DeShyla Jordan, and I'm a musical theater major, and the Seton Hill Theater and Dance Department is where I call home. At first, I wasn't sure I'd fit in, but it was a major turning point for me when I started joining clubs and doing fun things around campus, like the step team and singing my heart out at karaoke nights. I'm also a resident assistant, so I can help other students have their own great Seton Hill experience. Now, I'm not afraid to try anything.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we have the Derry area Trojans here at beautiful DeNunzios at the Arnold Palmer Airport here in Latrobe. With us is head coach Troy Dolan and two of his wrestlers, Nathan Barkley and Anthony Mucci. Guys, welcome. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for having us.
Coach, we'll start with you right away. Give us a little recap summary of how the season ended up last year and kind of how you've transitioned this offseason into the current season.
Yeah, last year was a little bit of a rough season for us. We went 7-7. Nothing really too crazy in the postseason. Didn't get any state qualifiers last year. Couple injuries, stuff like that. So it wasn't an ideal season for us. But we kind of knew going in it was going to be a little bit of a tougher one. But off-season wise, a lot of good things. Both these guys in particular were competing a good bit this off-season. Some of our freshman class coming up, they competed a lot this off-season. So thinking we should have a lot better season this year going into things. So looking forward to it, honestly.
And we've covered some of your duels, and obviously getting to the gym a little bit earlier and getting to watch your middle school team compete, in which you guys have a handful of good wrestlers on the middle school. What's the timeline on when they're going to be coming up, or are there some freshmen coming up already for this year?
Yeah, so we're fortunate to have Coach Hackman down there working with these guys. This year we're actually going to bring up 5 freshmen, and we look for pretty much all of them to be making a pretty big impact this year. Getting the bigger guys working with Coach McKeska. We work with some of the littler guys already. So yeah, we're excited about the freshman class, and then I think the next couple classes to come are just going to keep improving and improving. So we're very fortunate. We have 18 guys this year, which I think for us is a bigger number than we've had the last 2 years. So we should be able to move some guys around just in case someone does get hurt. We have some flexibility. So for us, it should be a nice year.
Nate and Anthony, talk to me about the excitement heading into this season, some duels, tournaments you guys may be looking forward to.
Yeah, so this year, basically, we have Mason and Brady coming up, both very good wrestlers from last year. And so hopefully filling out the lineup a lot better and we can actually put together wins and hopefully make it far in the postseason. Oh, my bad. Yeah, dual-wise, we have Babbitt coming up, and hopefully we can go and win some matches. Being out of weight still, trying to cut some weight, still put together a good lineup and win.
Like he was saying, we have a more full lineup this year, so that should be helping way more with getting those wins. A lot of the losses we had last year were just lack of wrestlers. But I'm excited to get into it. We've been doing a lot over summer, and we've really improved since last season.
Both of you, getting a taste of success last year. Nathan, you were 22-11. Anthony, 34-9. What you both said you put the time in the off season to get some mat time in. But what, if anything, are you going to try to do differently this season to ensure success?
So I definitely think whenever I'm in my stance, I didn't do enough action last year. I think I need to be a little more aggressive and just not let them get their good position and just keep my good position on them.
Well, for me, I think it comes more down into the practice room, putting way more effort into practicing harder, drilling harder, going live harder, and that helps with better partners too coming up.
Coach, who are some of the guys in your room? I'm sure these are two of them that you're kind of looking at for some leadership this year.
Yeah, these two for sure. They're both upperclassmen, both kind of been through a couple seasons. We work out together a good bit in the off season. So they're guys we kind of rely on to keep the guys motivated and keep everybody in line. But honestly, like I said, our freshman class, our sophomore class, they're all kind of been with the program now, whether it be with Hackman or whether it be at club. But so they all kind of know, what we expect of them. And I think just the threshold of what these guys can do and the workload they can handle it's really impressive, I think, where they're at for the start of the season. So it's exciting to see where we're at, come March.
Now, guys, are there any specific either tournaments or duels that you guys are looking forward to this year coming up?
I'm looking forward to the Bedford tournament. Last year I took third, but I definitely think I could do better there this year.
Okay.
Now, wrestling for Coach Dolan, obviously he's arguably the best to come out of Derry. You see his name all over the wall in the
Definitely.
gym. How is it knowing that the guy you're learning from, he accomplished all this stuff, so you know what he's teaching you, he's molding you to be the best that you can be, and he's putting you in the position to have your name up on that wall. How special is that to get to wrestle for a guy like that?
It's really special. He's really bringing back to the community at Derry. Same with Mickey Philippi. He does a lot for us.
He's a great coach, but sometimes
here it goes.
But sometimes, hold on.
Yeah, he gets a little angry. I think BJ might be a bit better coaching sometimes.
You're running tomorrow.
So both of you guys were section runner-ups, right? So what do you feel that it's going to take, obviously, to win that section title? And Anthony, you made it down to the regional or Whitfield tournament, placing 8th, right? What's it going to take to get over the hump and get to Hershey?
Definitely more practice. You always need more practice. And yeah.
Just more practice?
Just go to practice.
Definitely more practice.
Gonna have to have a talk with your dad about this.
Got some work to do.
So, Coach, just thinking of it as a team, right? You've been through all that, right? And you've, as Marky said, you've obtained all of the things that these young athletes are, pursuing and hope to obtain in their wrestling career. What types of things are you trying to instill in them, right, to kind of make that journey a little bit easier, right? Because you've done it, right? You walked that path, you went down that journey, and you've achieved those things. What are you trying to teach those young athletes to get there?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to make it easy.
Well, yeah.
But probably, just trying to – I think it does help the fact that having experience at that level and achieving some of those things, it makes them believe a little bit more when I tell them, like, hey, you got to put the work in. You're not practicing enough right now, or hey, you're doing the right things. You should believe in yourself. Your offense is good. I think it does help a little bit to have a couple credentials, backing it. But no, just mostly trying to put the work in, doing the stuff that my coaches did for me back in the day. I was always fortunate to have really good coaches, on the high school team, in the club atmosphere as well. So just trying to instill those things that my coaches instilled in me that kind of helped me get to the level that I got to.
Outside of wrestling, what are some activities you guys like to do? Any other sports?
I enjoy Fortnite. And also,
it's 10 for 10 tonight.
Yeah, it is.
I also do a lot of fishing. A lot.
Nate, how about you?
Yeah, I like football a lot too. I watch football, play football, all that fun stuff.
And what position do you play in football?
Linebacker.
Linebacker?
Yeah.
Okay. You look like a linebacker. I was either going to say linebacker or fullback.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both. So what's coming up next for Derry?
So we have a section match coming up the first week. So we wrestle, I think it's Valley. Riverview for that one. And then that weekend we go right to the Babbitt duels, which we'll have 5 or 6 duels there, which is a nice way to kind of start the season, see where we're at. And then some of the bigger things this year, we'll do the Westmoreland tournament. We'll do the county tournament, which is always a good one, and then we'll do the Bedford tournament. So we should have a couple of nice testers to see where the guys are at, and get us ready for the postseason, hopefully.
Last thing, what's your individual goal for this season?
Well, for me, it's just stay on it, get as far as I can, hopefully be on a podium at states at the end of the year.
Honestly, the same thing for me. I've really been working hard and want to make it on the podium. I kind of fell short last season, and I don't want that to happen again.
And one thing that we left off last time, what is your celebratory meal? You have a big win. What's your go-to?
Definitely steak. I love steak.
Just from anywhere?
Cooked how? You're a medium rare guy.
Medium rare. How'd you know?
I know.
Barkley?
Let me tell you. There's these crackers.
Oh my God.
They're called chicken and biscuit crackers, and they are the greatest thing. They're so good.
Crackers.
Never heard of them.
They are good.
They're so weird, but they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very weird, but very good.
Coach?
Probably sushi.
Sushi?
Yeah, I can't go wrong with sushi.
It's been another popular one.
Yeah, that's been, yeah.
Normally just in Latrobe there, that, what's it, right next to the...
Pet store there.
Yeah, it's right
Not
there.
not bad.
Yeah, I like it. Good.
He knows his sushi.
He does know his sushi spot.
And that's going to do it for the Derry Trojans. Coach, guys, thank you for joining us here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We are going to be back momentarily with the Burl Bucks, so stay with us, and thank you for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Mike Hamlin Hyundai, inventory is up and prices are down. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson and 2023 Hyundai Santa Fe for just 2.99% for 60 months, or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
All right, Smitty back in your ear live on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Joining me is Mark E.K. And we have them Burrow Bucks, Josh Shields, Coop Hornak, and Isaac Lisinski. Burrow Bucks, welcome. Thank you, as always, for joining us. It's always a treat to have you. Coach, let's not waste any time. How about recap of last year, individual and team success, and then how that teed up this season?
Yeah, I mean, coming into this year, obviously I have two guys that place in the state, Cooper Hornak being a state champ, Cam Baker being fourth place, and Isaac was a state qualifier. So that's kind of the core of the group coming into this year. We have a very solid underclassmen group that's really been busting their butts all summer long. So like I said, we're looking forward to the season getting started.
Coop, let's jump right over to you. Obviously, wow, what a state title win. I mean, I remember being at home, and I don't know what it is, but it seems like every time a Burrow guy wins, the big one, I'm like running around the house with them. Talk a little bit about that win. We didn't get a chance to talk to you too much about it last year.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, dream come true. It was, exciting. A lot of hard work was put into it, and
Find yourself working harder this year, knowing that X is on your back.
Yeah, obviously, everyone's gonna be looking after me, trying to beat the champ. So just got to keep putting the work in and getting better.
How about you, Isaac? Last year, how did that success tee you up to get you motivated to start working for this upcoming season?
It's definitely motivating. I mean, not coming up short of placing at states really made me want to push a little harder this off season. Put in a lot of work in the summer with all the Burrow guys. Trying to have a successful off season, get on the podium.
Coach, team goals for you guys this year, and then what are your goals or your outlook on how you base individual success with all your wrestlers? And then Cooper and Isaac, your goals as individually and as a team.
Yeah, so for the team, obviously, Cooper's freshman year, we took third in the state, in the state duels. Last 2 years we've fallen a little short, so I know him personally. He wants to go out with Whipple title and get back to top 4, finish in the state. So, like I said, we got a pretty talented roster. We got some depth on the roster. So, like I said, I think this team continues improving, keeps putting in the time. We can have a successful season.
Guys, go ahead.
I mean,
individual goals, team goals.
Yeah, just get another state championship, state. Top 4 finish in the state, Whipple champs.
Team goals are definitely Whipple champs and then top 4 in the state. And then individual, I want to get on the podium and then place high at states. So.
Guys, what is the defining characteristic, maybe a word or a phrase, that defines this year's Burrow Buck team? I mean, obviously you guys are successful year in and year out, but there's always one piece or one ingredient that defines a certain team. And as leaders of that team, you've helped be the center of it. What is it?
I'd say toughness. We're just...
How are we promoting that? Like, what are we doing to get tougher?
Just really working hard. Like having Coach Josh push us in the practice room. I don't know, just like we just have the grittiness and just the fight. And we all want to win. Like, we all have the same goal, and we're all fighting to achieve that.
Year in, year out, you guys are successful. How so? It's not like a lot of teams, it's that roller coaster ride. And a down year for you guys is finishing second or third in a team WPIL race, which, some teams would kill to be that good. But how do you manage to stay atop?
Yeah, that's just sort of the expectation is set there. Like I said, a lot of these kids, obviously, when we started winning Whipple titles, since we've won a state title, these kids were younger, so it's sort of bred into them that this is what we expect, and they see that, this type of hard work leads to success. It's been done before. It's not like we're trying to prove some new formula here. It's simple. They've seen the success the teams have had in the past, so they just try to duplicate that to sort of create their own legacy.
Now, with the graduation of Nico Fair, who's a 4-year starter for you guys, a really core part of your program, who are some of the guys, I'm sure Isaac and Cooper are 2 of them, that you've kind of led to with some leadership?
Yeah, so we lost 3 kids last year to graduation, but like I said earlier, we have a big influx of 9th graders. And like I said, those kids at 9th, 10th grade, 11th grade class really putting a lot of time into the off season. In particular, the 9th grade class, that's been a class that's been working with the varsity in the off season for quite some time. You kind of saw the potential of that group of kids. So, I wanted to expose them to that level of wrestling, that level of training early on. And they bought in. They're committed. But like I said, we're going to be a young team. We're not going to be our best in December, but, we will be our best in February and March.
You're always ready in February and March when the lights come on. It's one thing I've always complimented Burrow about, and that's a testament to the coaching. You're peaking at the right time. What's the upcoming competitions? What are we looking forward to? I know you've got the big crosstown rival coming up here just in early December, which we're going to be Matt's side for. But what else are we looking forward to?
Well, let these guys answer. I know what I'm excited for. I'm curious to see what they say.
Heading up to Tennessee.
I'm sorry?
Heading up to Tennessee.
Okay.
Down to Tennessee.
Down. All right.
That's
heading
okay.
down to Tennessee
That's okay.
for a tournament.
What's down in Tennessee? Tell me about it.
It's a Macaulay Invitational. It's a large.
First year?
Yeah, first year going.
Okay.
Sort of change up the schedule a little bit to start the season off.
I'm assuming really good competition.
Yeah, there's like 40 plus
you guys
teams.
Don't go anywhere.
A lot of prep schools. You kind of have an old coach for Burrell, coaches down south in Georgia. So I just bounced the idea off him, like, hey, I'm looking to travel this year. What are some good tournaments? So once that happened, made some connections, and ironically, the gentleman that runs the Macaulay Invitational, he's a Pennsylvania guy. As soon as I sent that email, he called me. He's like, you guys are in.
When is this?
It's December 8th and 9th.
Okay, so coming right up. All right.
2 weeks. Waived our entrance fee right away. Said, love to have you guys. So, we're excited for that trip.
Gotcha. You can get in for free. Wow. Are any other Pennsylvania teams that we would know of headed down there?
No, we're the only Pennsylvania team. A lot of like Florida, the Carolinas, Georgia.
It's kind of like a little early Powerade, if you will.
Yeah, certainly.
Everybody coming from everywhere.
Yeah, just the unknown team. Really don't know what to expect. I know what we got. Not sure what the level of competition. I know there's some studs throughout the field. But yeah, just something new, something different to change up the beginning of the year.
Isaac, same for you. Is that what you're excited about?
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
Now, how about section matches or even out of section matches? Obviously, I think there's one that really sticks out to you that you're probably chomping at the bit to get out of the way. How about you, Isaac?
Yeah, definitely Kiski. I'm excited for that match. Should be good. It's at home this year.
Yeah, I believe, was it him? Was it you that had, you were a big part of the win last year? Who was that? It was somebody came up big.
Yeah, you had a forfeit, I believe. Isaac lost a tough match to Mark Gray. But yeah, Julian Bertucci.
It was Bertucci, I'm
had
sorry.
a big pin in a close match. I believe he secured the fall at the end. So that's obviously a big spotlight for a freshman to step in there. I know the kid was a junior or senior, so yeah, it was a good win for him. And like I said, he's obviously back, and he's one of those kids in that underclassmen group that I said that's really put a lot of time in.
And you'll be fielding a full lineup
yeah,
this year?
Certainly. So we got a
depth.
large team, and it's actually, obviously, and we all know in Pennsylvania, ninth graders can wrestle junior high or varsity. So, we're going to keep some guys up, sending some guys down. So it's just great to have that option, that problem, right? Multiple kids at multiple weight classes. So I know we have our wrestle-offs coming up, and, there's wrestle-offs pretty much throughout our entire lineup. So which is a great thing to have.
How are the numbers looking down low at the junior Olympic level and then the junior high program, and some talent coming up through just, keep churning them out?
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Like I said, I believe like the incoming 7th grade class is smaller than what it has been previously. But from what I hear and what I see behind that, there's a good group of guys. So some new coaches in the youth, a little bit of change there. But like I said, the numbers seem strong. So that's key in this sport, is to have that foundation.
Sure.
Outside of wrestling, Isaac and Cooper, what are some activities you guys like to do? Other sports you play? Anything?
Football. I think you know that. And then
you gotta let the people know.
Yeah. And then I do pole vault. And those are my other two sports.
What's your height in pole vault?
I hit 10 foot last year.
Okay.
I think.
You like it?
Yeah, it's fun.
I pole
It's
vaulted.
pretty chill. Just
I think
a
they
little
asked
off-season.
us because we're crazy wrestlers. They're
Yeah.
like, you don't mind flying through the air.
Yeah.
Did you really pole vault?
I did.
It's like to see.
And I didn't just lay on the mat. Isaac, what do you like to do outside of wrestling?
I play baseball right after wrestling, so
Okay.
that's my other sport.
Now, do you play into the summer too, or just for the high school?
I used to. I played through the summer all my life, honestly, until last year. I stopped playing in the summer and try and wrestle more, get on the mat a little bit more than I used to.
What's your favorite class?
Favorite class? Ooh. Probably, I don't know, maybe math. I'm in statistics right now.
Okay, do you like that?
Yeah.
Good, because I hated it.
Really? It's a lot better than pre-calc last year.
Okay.
That was brutal.
So you're good at math? You thinking that's where you want to go? Engineering kind of actuary
Yeah, maybe.
type?
I haven't put too much thought into it yet, but that could be a path.
Okay. Big win. What's your meal afterwards?
I'm thinking maybe Chick-fil-A.
That's a second Chick-fil-A. What number?
Normally just the number one.
No
basic.
spicy? Okay.
No, I can't do spice.
Can't do spicy?
Nope.
Okay. How about you, Coop?
My meal?
Yeah. Favorite class?
Favorite class? Probably like yearbook.
Yearbook?
Yeah.
Okay. And then favorite meal after a big win? Like last year after winning the state title, where'd you go?
I was just eating some goldfish. I had a goldfish and vitamin water. The extra cheddar ones.
Like
just like a box of goldfish.
You won a state title, you get the extra cheddar.
Yeah.
That's great. Coach, how about you? Big win,
At first, I said both these kids, obviously Cooper's going to Columbia Ivy Leagues, student athletes.
I'll tell you,
soon to be.
Columbia and Brown are just really doing a nice job recruiting this area right
certainly.
here. Congratulations on that, Coop.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's cool to see within our program's history, 4 guys have gone to the Ivy Leagues. 3 real recently, then an older graduate, Jack Moses, went to Yale.
Yeah.
So great to see, 4 kids come out to the Ivy Leagues from this program.
Mark Gray also going. He's
yep.
down the road from you going to Columbia.
And Isaac's also a 4.0 student, is excellent in the classroom. So he's certainly going to look to further his education through wrestling.
That's good. I like your focus on academics first. You're a student before you're an athlete, and not the other way around,
That's
right,
right.
Marky?
That's right.
Okay. Anything else before we wrap it up?
I have the benefit of being able to work in the school, and in the gym they have all the the state champion banners in there. And
I've read them frequently.
There's a big question that goes around the school of who the best athlete is on that state championship wall, dating back to the 80s. Track and field athletes, wrestlers, swimmers, and the same name typically comes up of who the best athlete is on that wall. And I want to see if Cooper knows who that athlete is.
Bro, it's me. You know it is.
It's Cooper Hornak.
Is it really? Okay.
That's the common answer.
All right. Well, let's put this out to everybody whose name is on the wall.
Can
and
we
see
put a
if they
poll?
concur.
Can we put a Twitter poll out on Westmoreland?
You should hear him every day before football practice. Every day I walk in. Who's the best athlete? Every day.
Supposed to say me, coach.
That's what I do.
He does. Me. Let's race.
Definitely.
I know one way we have we've only had 1 2-time state champion for Burrell Joe McCara. Someone has potential to also be a 2-timer. So my point of view, that would certainly solidify his rank on top of the podium.
Yeah, on this
No
poll,
pressure.
I like it. Good deal. All right, hey guys from Burrell, it's always a pleasure.
Yes, you too.
As always, I'm sure we'll see you Mad Side. It's always exciting to be Mad Side for you, and I know we're going to be there for Kiski over at your place.
Can't
That's
wait.
the Burrell Bucks joining us here on the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. When we return back here to DeNunzios at Latrobe Airport, we will have the Penn Trafford Warriors right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
You have pain? We have the answers. You want to feel better? We provide the relief you need. The Rehab Center Chiropractors Caring for Health. Our state-of-the-art facility and our experience in caring doctors provide expert analysis and a customized treatment plan for each individual. The Rehab Center, Chiropractors Caring for Health, with locations in North Apollo, Kittanning, Lower Burrell, and Clarion. For more information, visit our website at therehabcenters.com.
DeNunzios Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeanette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Quest School of Wrestling has been producing champions on the mat and in life since 2001. Come meet Coach Jim Akerley and see why Quest becomes family for your wrestler. They've produced many successful championship wrestlers by teaching student athletes about dedication, discipline, and competition, which ultimately makes them better people. Call 412-352-3727 or QuestSchoolOfWrestling.com. Quest School of Wrestling, with facilities open all year round in Washington, PA.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, joined by the Penn Trafford Warriors, we have Larry Homan, Dylan Barrett, and Hayden Coy. Gentlemen, a little bit of routing here tonight, rerouting, I guess, as the GPS likes to say. Sorry for the Travis, we need to call you out right now live on the air. Thanks for telling these guys that we moved the event. So, hey,
we don't like doing things the easy way.
Yeah, that's right. Wrestlers always do things the hard way. Matt Levy, thanks for giving them guidance to get these guys all the way out here. Coach, let's jump right into it. How about giving us a nice recap of last year's team and individual success and how that set up the off-season workouts to tee up this season coming up?
All right. Well, I mean, these guys have some high expectations. I mean, we broke the school record last year for the number of PIAA qualifiers. That was a school record, 5, 2 place winners. These guys were right there, them two along with Tasso. So, I mean, the same goals we have every year is, it's their goals. It's whatever's best for the individual, and, the team stuff we always kind of take care of ourselves. So, these guys, their goals should get to the top of the podium, and we're all going to work towards that and, wrestle our best at the end and let it fly.
You guys sound like you're there more to support the goals. You're not setting it for them. You're letting them set them, and you're just there to make sure they can achieve.
Those guys have to have – they got to set their own goals. You know what I mean? And I've always coached that way where it's, our goals are your goals. So, Coach McCord always taught us, take care of the individual, the team will take care of itself.
Right on.
So, you make the individual stronger, the team stuff take care of itself. So, that's how I've always approached things. Like whatever's best for them, that's what we're going to do, and the team stuff will let it take care of itself.
Now that's perfect transition to Dylan Hayden. Guys, talk about how that mindset from your coaching staff has helped mold or champion the culture over there at Penn Trafford as you guys start to reemerge as one of those programs that are going to start making some noise in the postseason.
Well, I think it directly translates to the room and how hard we work in there. It's we're setting the standard for ourselves instead of the coach doing it for us. A cool thing that we do for the team is that Coach Larry told us to write down our goals on a Google Doc or whatever and send them to him, and he's gonna print them out for us. We're each gonna have one up on our locker and anywhere else, in front of our mirror, and just to keep visible. Motivating us. Yeah.
Yep, you got to read it every single day.
Yeah.
Right, keeps you honest. Go ahead, Hayden.
Yeah, it really helps us with our goals this year, and we have coaches who really care about this team, and definitely helps. It makes it a lot more fun when it comes to competing, practicing, anything that comes to that.
So Hayden, I want to congratulate you on committing to Bloom, our
Appreciate
mater.
it.
So
we're Huskies, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Absolutely.
So go Huskies. Yeah. But both of you.
Let us know when the block party is. We'll be up.
I'll let you know.
It's not the same as when we were there. So both of you, got a taste of success last year, right? Had 30 plus wins on the season. What did you both do in the off season, right, to better your chances of getting even further this year, right? Because a lot of the work and preparation in the off season is what's going to catapult you during the season. So what did you both do extra this year to get you ready for this season?
Yeah, I just made sure to do a lot of freestyle as much as I can. I think it really helps with folk style wrestling and just wrestling in general. So not missing practices, lifting, all those things. So.
Yeah, I agree with Larry. No, not Larry. I agree with.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I agree with Hayden. The lifting portion is very big. What I learned is a big thing is watching film. Film's a big part of my success now. Watching film of myself and also the best wrestlers too to figure out what I need to work on. I feel it's a big part of my wrestling. And then another thing is just going to practice all year round, more honing your skill more, and also picking up new stuff.
I'll tell you, you're both very exciting wrestlers, but Hayden, I'd seen you before. Dylan, you last year kind of just blowing onto the scene. I really had the opportunity to get to call a lot of your matches at counties. And you had some of the most exciting matches. I was tired. And all I had to do was call your matches. Certainly you have a very exciting style. You're not afraid to go flying through the air and make somebody go flying through the air. Have you always wrestled with that kind of style? Kind of, I don't want to call it reckless, but let's call it reckless for the sake of conversation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean non-stop motion, pace,
Yes.
hands on them non-stop. That's just my style. I've also been like working on like using that style to also be more skillful too. Not just like go, also more skillful too, but also still like non-stop motion, pace, fakes. And then on top, just like grinding them forward.
Relentless.
Yeah, relentless pressures.
And now that I'm seeing you here from this side, do we have a little bit of a mullet mohawk going on? Yeah. Were you ordained by Enoch to be the taker of the mullet in the Penn Trafford Warrior Wrestling Room?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know if I would call it necessarily like the Enoch mullet.
But you got to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere, yeah, I guess. But,
yeah, I like it. I'll tell you what, do you guys miss him being in the room? Is it?
Oh,
yeah.
100%.
It just seems like he brought an energy to the room, and then you slowly started to see that kid. It was almost like he's going to wrestle in college. Like he may change his mind and all this football stuff, and I hope it works out for whichever way it's supposed to be. But I just felt like, he was going to make that transition to wrestling.
You know what? I think at the end of the year, he told us that he told me, he was like, Coach, I think I might want to wrestle in college. And I said, listen, I can appreciate that. I said, but there's not too many people that actually have a shot to go play in the NFL. And I'm like, you have all the tools.
Yeah.
You have the mentality. You have the work ethic. I said, I think you should stick on the path you're on.
Yeah. Now come back and stick in the restroom. When you come back, train with.
Well, you know
wrestlers.
what? I'm always in contact with the guys and calling and texting those kind of things. And the last text, maybe I don't know, it was October sometime. He was like, "Hey, I think I found an MMA place around here I can start training. Like when I'm done with, when the season's over, I'm going to go." Because he worked out down at the Mat Factory with those guys, and couldn't find anybody to work out with them. So he was working out with some older, bigger guys, and he kind of fell in love with that. So he's like, I found a place out here. I think I could go fight MMA in the off season. I said, you better clear that with your coaches.
Yeah.
Make sure they're okay with it.
And I just think back to the pictures of the guys that all qualified for the PIAA state tournament. I mean, what a motley looking crew, all the way from this tall to that tall. And it was certainly a great end to the season, very well deserved, and certainly hoping that you have even more success this year. Now, getting into this season, what are we looking forward to competition-wise, whether it be dual or tournaments?
For me, it's always Powerade. I always love that tournament. Just it's a tournament to prove yourself. There's tough kids every year, obviously. One of the best tournaments in the country, so that'd have to be my favorite to look forward to.
Okay, how about you, Dill?
Big tournaments, Powerade, obviously, but also like the individual matches against like Norwin, Franklin. I always love those rivalries. Last year, Norwin match was one of my favorite matches I've ever wrestled.
Mine too.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So I just look forward to those rivalry matches.
Are there any individual matchups that you're both looking forward to this year?
Not that I really know of. I mean, the one with Franklin's always fun. I mean, they're just a rival of ours. Wrestle them every year, obviously. Just it's always a fun one.
Any individual you're looking to shake hands with and get after it?
Not that I know of. No, not really.
I'll tell you, when you really proved to me how tough you were last year in the county finals. You remember? Against Vinny?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you had blood coming out of every orifice on your face. You were taped, and you just wouldn't go away. Quite honestly, you frustrated Vinny.
Yeah.
You did, and that's where I realized, I'm like, this dude's for real. If he can take that kind of, and Vinny's very physical, and I think it may have taught you to be a little bit more physical, for sure.
Yep.
So, Coach, how about you from a coaching standpoint? What are we looking forward to as a staff to continue to develop this team as far as competitions go?
We're just looking forward to getting back on the mat and get our hands on someone, really. I don't care if it's a tournament, I don't care if it's a match, I don't care if it's a dual meet, dual tournament, whatever. Just doing the same things for each one. That's what we look for. Like, okay, our philosophy is, on those days, you get up, we do the right things, we weigh in, we're gonna We're going to warm up. We're going to compete. We're going to cool down. We're going to rehydrate, refuel, rest, and repeat.
Get ready
And
to
that's
do
your
it
whole
again.
day.
Yeah.
So that process, the more times they can do that before the end of the year, and for us, for the coaching staff, and they know that they'll reinforce this. We'll say this 100 times during the day. Like, okay, before every match, hard, get a good warm up. Your body's sweating, go compete hard, get a cool. As soon as they're done off the mat, go your cool down, go rehydrate, go refuel, rest, and repeat. That's our day, and they need to get used to that process.
Yeah,
so it doesn't
becomes a
matter where
habit.
we're at or what we're doing. That process is going to be having ready for the end of the year.
Go ahead, G.
Yeah, so, Dylan, I wanted to ask, I know that you wrestled Nico Capusa, which was here earlier, I don't know how many times last year, and I know that a bunch, and we saw a lot of those matches. So is that a matchup that you're looking forward to this year?
I mean, I always look forward to good competition, 100%, yeah. I think we wrestled like 4 times last year. It was pretty cool.
About 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's just a fun match to wrestle him. It's always unpredictable. We never know what's going to happen. So, I look forward to those matches.
What's your favorite meal after a big win? Like, what are you going out for? What are you telling Mom and Dad or Coach Larry, Coach Travis? Don't ask Coach Travis because you'll go to the wrong restaurant. But what's your favorite meal? Go ahead.
The first thing I thought of was a big juicy steak.
How do you like it done? Come on.
Probably medium rare.
Oh, God, my man. All right. How about you, Hayden?
Probably anything that's Italian. Fettuccine Alfredo.
Well, you are at DeNunzios. Please do enjoy some pizza.
Might have to.
Coach, training meal, big win. Where are we going? What are we getting? You look like a wing guy.
No, I'm with Squirrel. Steak.
Steak. Okay.
Yeah.
How's Troy doing? Things good down at State?
Great. Yeah, he loves it.
Loving it.
Enjoying the dream that they get to live down there every day.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit warmer than it is here in southwestern Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much. Like once a week.
But he
if I'm
needs
lucky.
money. Yeah.
No, I literally just maybe a weekend check-in call. How's it going? How's the weight? How's it?
Yeah.
That's about all I get.
As we wrap it up with the Warriors.
So what do you guys have coming up next? Is it the duels?
No, actually, so next weekend, a little change in the schedule. We're going to Hickory.
Okay.
We've gone to Eastern Aries for a good while. So again, change it up. Hickory, we're the only District 7 tournament team there. There's a lot of like Ridgeway and Rockport and Brookville and like
Route 80 corridor.
A lot of those
schools.
like just dog tough.
Country boy schools.
Yeah, double A's, like, it's like the scrap.
Right on.
So they're next weekend, and then we have Trinity Duels, which is the same weekend as Trav's wedding. So,
whose schedule is their wedding?
That's a great question. We had
Middle
that
of wrestling
conversation.
season.
I told him he could have part of the day off to leave early to go to his wedding.
Yeah, there's no pictures.
Yeah, we have that, and then the Kiski Duels.
Kiski Duels.
So
Yeah, I'm
first two
thinking we
weekends.
may try to make it over there, maybe cover the finals and 3rd and 4th place match, but more to come on that. Excuse me.
That's where we start off, those 3.
All right. Well, best of luck to you.
All right, well, I want to say
Go
thank
ahead.
you guys for hosting this and supporting.
You're very welcome. We
all
love
of
it.
us guys.
These guys make it
appreciate
easy. They make it easy. That's the Penn Trafford Warriors. Coming up next, live from DeNunzios at Latrobe Airport, will be the Seton Hill University Griffins. Coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart. Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
I feel like it's definitely very important like for high school because a lot of kids, get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs. So like doing the events like in a school setting, I feel like definitely like try to prevent kids from like going to like parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to, talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network with Seton Hill University head coach, first-year head coach, but certainly no stranger to head coach of wrestling, Vince DeAugustine, Will Burgess, and Riley Omar. I'm joined with Marky K. Coach, congratulations on the new post. Let's jump right into it. Talk a little bit about how the season's gotten started for you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Things have gotten well, but I want to thank you guys first and foremost for everything you guys do. Is it up?
Switch. There we go.
Let's get back to this. Ready? You can't even take
we're
live.
2.
No,
we're live. We are live. Yeah.
So let's. I appreciate everything you guys do, and I think it's awesome. This show, the ability to have, 2 collegiate programs in Westmoreland County come, and I think 17 of 18. I think Mount Pleasant was the only school that didn't come. So I think it's awesome that, those guys took time out of their day to come and showcase their teams. But as far as things go with us, it's an honor to be a collegiate coach. It's an honor to be here. These guys are tremendous to coach. It's a great feeling to represent Seton Hill University.
Good deal. Guys, talk a little bit about having, a little bit of a coaching transition from Coach Tucker to Coach DeAugustine. Talk a little bit about how that transition has gone for you.
It's definitely been a change, but in the most positive way possible. In terms of the direction we needed and kind of the momentum we needed to pick things back up was changed with a new direction, new staff, and that's going to intimidate a lot of people that come into the program or have been a part of it. As both of us being seniors, we're like, this is like it's new for us, even though it's our last year. But it was brought in with such compassion and care for the program even before coming in that it was the 180 we needed. And where we are now is night and day, like we talk about all the time in the room.
I'll tell you what's night and day is the words compassionate and caring in the same sentence as Vince DeAugustine. I love you, Vince. I had
we
to.
Still
no,
live?
That is no. Hey, that's exactly how you expect a transition to go. You come in and it's not like we're just bulldozing the program. We're coming in and we're being methodical and really strategic about things that need to change or things that are going to stay the same or what have you. Go ahead, Marky.
So, heading into this season, Coach, this more directed towards you, how was the transition, going from you were the head guy at Hempfield for a number of years into Seton Hill? How did things change? Now you got recruiting, reaching out to wrestlers. How is the transition been? I think the biggest, obviously coaching wrestling is pretty easy. When you get in there and the 2 hours that you commit to the guys, that's the easy part. The hard part for me is just the, when they say it's a full-time gig, it truly is. The administrative stuff and from getting the charters and getting the hotels and doing all that stuff. I think that's been the biggest problem for me to try to catch up with. But aside from that, it's just. Coaching wrestling is, like I said, it's you got to find the right button to push for each individual kid. I'm big on,
coaching the kid and not a system per se. I don't like to, what's good for Riley might not be good for Will, so I don't like to go through a system per se. So it's tough to get to know these guys. There was 30 guys when I first got there. So being able to find out what pushes, each kid to be successful was, and still is a struggle, to be honest with you. But that's the biggest part is 30 new kids and trying to figure that out along with the paperwork, which I've never been good at. So that's what the Shaws and Josh Testa are doing a good job of picking up the slack.
Nice. Coach, you've had some competition here early on. Do give a little bit of recap on those and then what's coming up here in December before we head into Christmas break.
So, yeah, I mean, it's been, we traveled up to wrestle Stutzman up at Buffalo, was our first match against a Division I opponent. But, I think that's something that's good for us. We went up there, and actually we competed hard. We had 3 matches. We had them in Brockport and Niagara. And I thought we wrestled our toughest against Buffalo. So I think we learned a lot about hand fighting and making sure that we had good head position and things like that. But we came away with that with 2-1. We wrestled pretty good. Went to Glenville State. We had how many place winners there? 4 place winners at Glenville. Riley was 4th there. Will was 2nd. And Riley, I think that, one of the things we talk about is making sure that we're getting better. And I think Riley, that was the first tournament that you placed at collegiately. And that's a first for him.
Congratulations.
Then we went to Case Western and I think it's the first tournament that Will won. So he won the Case Western Open. So we're seeing those small steps and we're getting there. We have Kutztown coming up on Thursday. And then we have the Lake Erie, the Storm Open on Sunday, December 3rd, and then we finish out December with this Midwest Classic.
I know you guys will have 4 dual home matches this year, which
do.
I believe is like 2 more than what you've been having. It just seems like you didn't have very many home matches, so certainly we'll be excited to be match side for those. Go ahead, Marky K.
So Riley and Will, what are some of your goals, heading into your final season, individually and as a team? How do you want to see your teammates competing as well?
Yeah, so for me, I finished 4th at Super Regions the past 2 years. So I want to get on the podium at not just Super Regions. I want to get on the podium at Nationals. I want to be an All-American, go out with a bang. It's my 5th year. I decided to stay. I'm in grad school, so might as well go as big as I can.
What do you got to do to make that happen?
I'm honestly just kind of trusting the process right now. I've worked really hard over the off season and throughout the start of this year, and I'm putting trust in my coaching staff to get me to where I need to be. Just kind of fine-tuning some things. I've had a good start to the year, but there's always improvements to be made, and we're going to get to my goals for sure.
Same to you, Riley.
Yeah, I would say national qualifier. I mean, being in the 4th blood round to go there was heartbreaking to lose that match. So that goal to get there and be a part of that is all trusting that process, like Bird said. But also, I've had consistently for the past 2 years most pins award. So I'd like to go for a 3rd time and claim it. So that's kind of my second biggest goal. But yeah, trusting the process, trusting the staff, trusting my teammates. Those 3 factors and outside factors all come in a big recycling process. So it's all positive direction.
Coaches love bonus points, right?
For sure, no doubt.
It's no secret. Same in high school, junior high, college. Who gets the most bonus points wins, and who doesn't give them up. Sometimes your goal is to go out there and just not get pinned, give up the tack, right? I believe truly in balance of life. Obviously school, you're very busy, graduate school, wrestling, a lot of training. But I see you like to read your comic book collection, Riley. Talk a little bit about that. How'd you get into that? It's a different hobby, and I'm interested.
No, it's a foundation for a lot of who I am as a person and character, because I grew up with all these big superhero characters like Batman, Spider-Man, all that. But so much of that was brought to the core of responsibilities and making sure that you hold yourself accountable and doing the right things in quotations. But I think a lot of those characters you see in yourselves, and it's the best parts you see. So you want to improve on that on the mat. You want to improve on that on your life and your job. And I think that's the biggest part of why I enjoy these stories and these characters.
And for you, Berg, it's hunting and fishing. Talk a little bit about that. Archery, rifle, what do you like to do?
Yeah, I could definitely do it all. I'm from a small town, so I grew up hunting, fishing.
What is the name of your town?
Union City. Union City, Pennsylvania.
Right on.
Yeah.
One stoplight, right on.
Yeah, one stoplight. We got a Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Country Fair, and that's all it is.
It's like a strip mall.
It's about as big as Burl.
But yeah, other than that, I enjoy watching sports a lot. Broncos country, they won today. Big one. It's a big one.
They beat the Browns, so we're happy
We
with
can
that.
celebrate to that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't brag about it.
Talking about your schedule, Coach Vince, I know that we have a dual setup for you guys, but a little bit of a special event that night, and I am trying to pull it up.
January 10th is
Yes.
we have Derry and Hempfield. It goes off before us about 5:30, I think. We scheduled that for. So thought it'd be a good idea to. I thought it would be good to promote. The kids aren't on campus yet, so I thought to get a crowd in there, it would be nice to see. Obviously the guys that I coached last year, and to be able to bring up a great program in Derry to wrestle before us, and obviously with recruiting, I think that's good for us in order to get guys on campus, see the facility, and kind of see what we're all about. Hopefully they stay for the match. I think. We're in the process of doing a giveaway with like a PS5, and I see a lot of. Is that Fortnite too? Is that where you play Fortnite in?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I heard on the way in. All I heard was Fortnite. I didn't hear much about wrestling, but I heard a lot of Fortnite stuff. So we're giving away a PS5 that night because, and here's the we have some Wednesday matches. So a Wednesday match for us is I was able to see that Derry was off and Hemphill was off other section schedule.
Yeah.
So I think we got a PS5 donated that we're gonna do a giveaway for guys that stay. So.
Is that just for wrestlers that stay?
No, you're in, Marky. Marky, you're in. I know you got the chair with the speakers, and I know you got everything.
Danielle's name in. Yeah.
My daughter's gonna get it.
Vince, first year head coach, just kind of getting used to becoming a Setonian. Of course, you grew up and you've been in the backyard your entire life, but obviously you're a marketing tool for Seton Hill University. And early on in your career, just 6 months in, what are some of the big sell points for you when you're talking to prospects and wrestlers to come join the Hill?
Yeah, for us, it's just, if you want to come and make an immediate impact, I think this is the place to do it. The campus is beautiful. The education is really, really good. And I think the one thing, we're going to pound Westmoreland County guys. We had 4 All-Americans, and 3 of them were from Westmoreland County. Kenny Trombetta was a 2-time All-American. Damon Greenwald from Burrell. Trombetta was from Greensburg. And Joey Alessandro was the highest place winner that we had, and he was a Hemphill guy. So, you don't have to go far, I think, to have success, especially at the Division II level. And to be honest with you, if you're not looking for the Division II level, you want to go to Division III, go to St. Vincent, because Dom's going to do a great job over there. I know he called me out thanks to George Carter. It stirred the pot last match. I saw you stirring the pot. I'm not going to call Dom out. I'm going to promote his program because I'm going to take the higher road. Okay, that's the way it's going to be.
It's always taking the high road.
Yeah, see, I did it at the opening of the show, and I'm going to do it now. So that's the way it's going to go. But yeah, I think that once you get guys on campus and kind of talk to them and see what we're, we had Jacob Braun. We just had him commit from Latrobe. I think he sees what we're trying to build there. These guys are the best at marketing the program and what we have to and what we're building there. These guys will do. They'll go to dinner with us when we have recruits on campus, and they kind of, sell it a little bit more than I do. And it's not really a sell. I tell the parents, it's kind of crazy. Like, I don't have a sales pitch to give because I haven't been doing this long enough to be able to BS them. You know what I mean? So what I'm telling them and what I'm trying to do is reality. We're trying to promote, great leadership. And we want, not to steal a quote from Mike Tomlin, because these guys know I'm not a big Tomlin fan, but we want volunteers, not hostages kind of thing. So we want guys to come in that are Matt Rats. We want guys that come in that are good with their academics and socially they do the right things as well.
Sure. Guys, seniors now leading the program, enjoying the recruiting process, taking those recruits under your wing, and obviously showing them the ins and outs that you need to show them to get them to make the commitment or help make their decision to make that commitment to Seton Hill. Are you enjoying that?
Yeah, I honestly really like whenever we have recruits around because I've been around the longest of anyone. It's my 5th year here, so I can tell them what this place is about. And with the culture change with Coach coming in, it's been great, and I can see the vision of the future of the program, so we're trying to really push that and make sure that they understand what Seton Hill is going to be in the next couple years.
Right, and it's that building foundation, and I think that being a part of it as a senior now and being like, oh my gosh, you've had experienced so much in this sport and this program, and now it's to reciprocate in a different way. And as we promote New Era, kind of sense of just like we're here to build a better program and we're here to build one that you can be proud of. And I think we're doing a good job with that, with the right people promoting it and pitching it and making sure that it's as genuine as it can possibly be.
I like how you guys talk about, the buying in, the foundation that, Coach DeAugustine has started with you guys. Been around him a long time. There's not many people better that you're going to find. So you stay on that path that he has, you're going to have the results you want to see, not this year, but, later on in your life with your job, family, whatever it may be. I was only at 20. Jesus. But no, if you stay on that path, you're going to be in good hands. But outside of wrestling, I know this has been a go-to question. Big win. What are you eating after? You don't got to make weight for about a week.
I was just about to say it depends on how much time I got.
You got about a week till you weigh in.
A week? Oh, I'm going oven baked pastrami. Something about that just tastes so good.
You and Smitty would be friends.
I personally am grabbing donuts, cinnamon rolls, something sweet.
You're a sugar guy.
I'm a sugar,
okay,
yeah.
you're a sugar guy.
Augustine? I mean, I know you don't have to weigh in.
Yeah, clearly haven't made weight in a while. I would say probably
Gut Rocket.
Yeah. Well, it's not Taco. I
Smitty
heard somebody say Taco Bell earlier, and I thought about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a pasta guy. So Rizzo's, DeNunzios. I shouldn't have said Rizzo's in here. The place might come down. But DeNunzios, Rizzo's. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Because just a pasta guy, Italian guy. So any kind of stuff like that is good for me. I'm also Velazzi. So I named the 3 Italian places that I could think of.
Right on.
Yep.
Oven baked pastrami.
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, that is
By
a
the
good
way,
one.
he's done the 25. He's 33, 25. And he's gone with the sweets. Not bad.
You feel better? Down 25?
I do. Yeah.
What, did you talk a little bit about that? Because obviously weight loss is always a hot topic, not just in college, but with high school wrestlers. You didn't wait till the week before the season. You probably started this descent plan in like June.
Well,
maybe July.
I work construction in the summer. Shout out CSI. But so I came in and I was only weighing probably like 132, 133 pounds. And then after I'd work out, I'd be like 129. So coach just kind of asked me if I would be interested in doing it. And I kind of thought about it for a little bit. And I said, yeah, I'm going to do it. And it's definitely been a good decision. I feel
well, you're 9-2,
better.
so it's working. Yeah, right on.
How do you feel about the 3-point takedowns? Like them?
I love it. I think it's good.
What's your reasoning for it? Like what? Why?
I feel like for an offensive wrestler, it's really good, and like you can get taken down early in a match, and then you're not out of it. Like it can be third period, you're down by 5, and you're still in the match. And before it was, I feel like you could stall more. I don't know.
Well, I think it creates like you could be taken down 3 times before and let up, and it was 6-3. Now it's 9-3.
Yeah.
You have a decision to make. If that guy is down, am I going to get teched in the next 2 minutes?
I agree with you.
Or am I going to get my tail in gear and get back into this match?
I think coaching-wise, Smitty, to go with that is like we were in it was like two minutes into the first period, and you're right. You're like, holy hell, we're
9-3.
We're almost out of the match. Or we're almost, they're almost out of the match is the way I'd like to see it. But sometimes I'm like, holy heck. But I agree, Burge, it's a good call. I think that for the offensive wrestler, it's great. And I think it promotes a little bit of offense, too.
Action,
yeah, for sure.
That's what they're trying to do, and I don't think a lot of people like maybe they're trying to speed up a match. I don't think that's really. I think indirectly it could speed up a match if you have guys that are really good on their feet. But it's going to be so hard getting used to. At the end of a match, somebody gets that takedown, and the whole crowd's like 2. Now we're all yelling 3, and I'm like, that just doesn't sound right.
It's more of a 2, 3. Yeah. Like everyone still says.
There's a hesitation.
Oh yeah, when we did St. Vincent over here, I'm like, the score's not right. These aren't 3-point takedowns. And Marky's like, yeah, they switched it. I'm like, oh, that's right, they did.
The whole crowd was yelling 2 as well. On the takedown. What about you, Riley?
Oh, I love it. As someone who is a major offensive wrestler, I mean, what is it, 3 moves that we go to? Is what I keep telling you, Coach?
Yeah, that's right, 3.
It's the three moves.
Don't give them away, though.
I won't. I was going to say it's secret, but no, a very much upper body oriented guy. So for me, going for attacks up there and always pushing and being aggressive is great. So when I said they're going to add 1 more point to it, I was like, yes, this is great. So I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, more pastrami's for everybody,
exactly.
right? Yeah. Oh, gosh, this has been a great one. Guys, I think we need to wrap it up because I know they have some things that they need to do in this room to get ready, but it has certainly been all our pleasure. Best of luck to you, and I believe we're going to be Matt's side. I know at least 3 times, maybe even 4 this season.
I'll bring you some
then.
pastrami for next time I see you.
And I want the donuts, too.
Sounds good.
Vince, don't forget the gut rockets
I won't.
from Manor Valley Golf Club.
I got you. Thanks for the plug.
Yeah. We will find you, Gut Rocket Band.
Thanks,
we have
guys.
not forgotten about you. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. That's Seton Hill University, and that's going to be a wrap for us. Gosh, we have so many big thanks to give out real quick. Let me get back here to my computer. First and foremost, I have to thank our gracious hosts here at DeNunzios. This was kind of a last-minute change for, well, maybe a lot of you don't know, but we typically host this over at Manor Valley Golf Club. And just to cut off the rumor mill, there was maybe some chatter that it could be a recruiting violation considering Vince's role as the owner and operator of the club. So we gave our good friend Anthony DeNunzio a call, who's also a member of the WSN broadcast team, specifically Jeanette football and basketball. He does a great job, him and Brett Wiggum. So I want to thank him and his team, Lisa and Jane. They have been awesome making sure that we are well fed and hydrated up here. The Gene McDonald banquet room is absolutely a perfect spot to host. So we want to say thanks to them. Want to say thanks to our man, Ken Reeby. You can go to his Twitter page at Ken Reeby or westernpasports.com. He's been popping all kind of photos going, with his camera, so you can go check out all of his work. Some of our other thanks we need to go out to got them. The coaches, wrestlers, and all their administrations, to all of you who joined us here today, thank you so much. The WPIL leadership, thank you for the partnership that you've allowed us to go out and broadcast and promote all of these sports. Our loyal sponsors, thank you so very much. Our WSN family, everybody that's here and out there. And, of course, our loyal viewers and listeners, all of you at home. We love you. We love all the kind words. I don't know that we got any emails tonight, Flick, did we? No. Before we check out. But what's coming up for us before we sign off? Wednesday, December 13th, Kiski area at Burrell. It's a double-way, triple-way, and it is always a good one. I can guarantee the Cavaliers are looking to get back at the Bucks after last year's exciting win over at Kiski by the Burrell Bucks. Then Monday, December 18th, one we do every single year is Latrobe at Derry, another crosstown rivalry. So that's going to do it for us here on the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show live from DeNunzio's Restaurant at Arnold Palmer's Regional Airport in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. For Hannah Mears, who had to take off a little early to go do her work, George Carter, Marky K, Dan Flickinger, I am Smitty. Until next time, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Bye-bye.